Ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show of the LCK Summer 2023. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf and Chronicler as we go through the pre-show for our final week of the regular season. Oh, how time flies when you're having fun. And the cool thing about this week is the fact that everything is still up for grabs. It feels like no team has been eliminated from playoffs just yet. We haven't decided first place. We haven't decided third place. T1, yeah, they're decided. They're in fifth place. But that is all we have figured out so far. It's absolutely amazing, gentlemen.
Everything is everything matters. Every single match, even a game. Like one game can be the difference maker. It really is that close. And I can't wait to see what actually happens.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting week of League of Legends, and I think we're really just quite lucky that we actually have a Week 9 where there's no for fun games. It's all for standings. It's all for playoffs for the Eastern teams and then placements for the Western teams.
Exactly. Let's jump in and have a look at the standings as KT sitting in first place right now, but as you can see, they are only there because they're ahead by one game score. It means that any lost game that they have, not even series, any lost game that they have will bring them down to a tie with Gen G. And that will, of course, be a head-to-head tie as well because Gen G won in round one. Humble Life Esports are a match ahead of DK. T1 are in fifth. Live Sandbox have the highest percentage chance of getting into playoffs, but as you can see, 4 and 5 victories with 2 matches to go here on the lower end of the standings. Everything is up in the air.
Looking at it, T1, -3 to -11. If they go 0-4, they go to -7. If Live Sandbox go 4-0, -7. Wait a minute.
Technically, they could be 6th. Technically, T1 could be 6th.
Yeah, technically speaking.
I think that is one of the most unlikely, just based. But the fact that it's still possible, I think, is really,
Third place
really cool.
can choose one of the two anyway, and we'll leave it up to them. You know?
So POG standings, Canyon, POG or not, contains to be very true, given the fact that D+ as a team have looked pretty up and down. BDD, I think the one player that is really truly new here after last year, right? If we look back to summer, and you know, Trophy and Pace, they're really good. They're still here. They're not going anywhere.
And my best week of predictions so far. I'm still not doing fantastically well when it comes to the prediction standings, but last week was a good one. And yeah, we had some upsets. So we had some interesting matches, and Bro Leavers were not rewarded, but they were still Bro Leavers, so they're rewarded.
I got a little bit burned by Brion this last week. I predicted them both matches. I thought the Live Sandbox one a little bit tougher, but they definitely should have been able to take out DRX, right? And they did not, and that was one of my weaker weeks of predictions. In fact, the T1 upset, I think, definitely one that we were all actually on the fence about, even though the predictions looked one-sided there.
Yeah. I didn't want to predict Nongshim because I didn't want to have faith in them, but I was very happy that they won because I think the team is really silly. And it also means that now they can technically make playoffs by just like maybe winning a game this week, but maybe not even, depending on what happens to Sandbox.
Anything can happen. When it comes to the lower end of the standings, anything can happen at all. Let's have a look at some of the picks and ban stats that we have here. Is Rel, very high priority in support and in the jungle last week, as it was our only week on 13-13. So a bit of a microclasm, gentlemen.
Yeah, and a lot of these picks are not really or barely going to be touched on this patch. We have some nerfs to Shiv LeBlanc, but as we can see from the win rate, you know, who knows? Tristana not getting touched at all. There is, of course, a nerf to Gale Force, but we've seen Tristana mostly go quick blades anyway, so she's not going to be too bothered. Renekton and Azir not going anywhere. Like, those champions are very popular in the LCK. They're viable.
Feeling arguably even stronger on this patch. A little bit more build diversity, potentially.
Hopefully.
I just think Renekton and Azir are two of the safer picks you can have early on in the draft if you know where your draft is going.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at some of the high win rates, though, of some of our champions. Here is no surprise, the Jackson Sejuani that have seen a lot of bans are also very high up on the win rate. We're going to ignore Zeri, and as you say, Tristana doing fantastically well.
Yeah, it's so interesting that Sejuani and Jax together have a really high win rate. I wonder why.
Somewhat related, perhaps.
Yeah.
And shockingly to no one, Zeri's return. She's doing very well.
We weren't going to mention.
Yeah, we were going to try to avoid it.
No, don't do it.
If we don't talk about it, maybe it doesn't
It's gone.
happen.
It's
yeah,
gone.
there we go. Let's have a talk about some of the bait picks, though.
So I actually feel like Rumble in this this lineup here just isn't being picked properly in drafts. Like a lot of teams are trying to use him just as a counter pick to top, but aren't really drafting around him or setting up for his ultimate. So he ends up being a squishy body in team fights and not actually having large impacts like top laners normally do in this meta. Also Nocturne coming back actually really hurting him. And then LeBlanc. This one's the one I wanted to zoom in on. 2 and 4 on this pick still. Chovy having the most impressive LeBlanc game that we saw this last week. And with constant nerfs, constant changes to Shiv, and even further ones coming on the next patch, maybe we'll see less of it. I really hope so.
Fingers crossed, interactions with Night Harvester and stuff like that might help.
Yeah, no,
but that's coming up. So that's not here. So it's probably still just massive LeBlanc priority. But let's try to move forward. And moving forward involves heading towards the next patch. And a whole bunch of buffs have come through here, and maybe a couple of champions rejoining the LCK.
This looks so minor, you know? Oh, damage increase. The amount of ratio buffs that Aatrox got this patch are very silly. They're really, really silly. I think the change to him getting more wave clear in late game actually really good, as we've seen that he really has struggled ever since he was taken out of the meta afterwards. But I hope we get to see some Duskblade Aatrox today, because talking about it doesn't do it justice. You need to see it happen.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing a little bit less tanks for him to be running into like we would in the past, so we can actually build lethality and feel really good about it. We're seeing that all the time. And Lissandra feels really good right now. We saw it in Challengers yesterday. Didn't end up picking up the win, but it looked really strong there. I think the Q buff is massive. The choices you get with the increased heal, which is pretty massive on the ultimate, also great. But the thralls, they kind of aren't buggy anymore. They kind of work normally. So that is also incredible for later team fights.
Yeah, they don't need to check NPC, and now they actually follow. And I do think that the Viego also being at the forefront and Triforce actually getting minor buffs for fighters specifically on this patch means that Viego Lissandra probably, particularly in a LeBlanc heavy meta, should be coming back.
Yep, let's have a look at some of the other buffs here as well. Xerath, his R does more stuff. Solo queue Xerath's Rejoice. The LCK, probably not. Although we do have Bulldog playing in our first series, so maybe he'll bring it out again. I hope not. Shyvana top lane, one of my all-time favorites from a million years ago. Could be back for one patch.
It is really a one-patch wonder. We saw it in the jungle and Challengers where it did not work whatsoever. The top lane matchup is also counter, so you can't really blind it. So I don't know if it'll be as high prio. Similarly, things like the Zyra and the Diana. Diana we already saw last patch, even though it wasn't very successful. But the ratio buffs does give her a lot more consistency. She doesn't really need to try and get fed early. And then the Zyra is an interesting one because actually has been picked up more by pro players in solo queue.
Yeah, now talking about some of the nerfs, I don't really think the Jax nerfs are going to matter too much. As you kind of alluded to earlier, the Sejuani synergy is the real strength here, but also even without the Sejuani, it's just 1 extra second on his Counter-Strike in lane, and his ult being nerfed in terms of the mana means that sometimes it's a buff for Renekton who doesn't actually have mana, so if you stay in lane for a really long time, you might not be able to trade ults with him. And then Rel, I think still going to be very relevant here despite the passive being nerfed here just because of her kit. And Millia was already falling off quite a bit because Aphelios was also falling off, so decreasing his passive here on the movement speed. Yeah, significant nerfs, but we weren't really seeing him anyways.
Karthus also actually getting buffed in jungle, nerfed in bot lane. We didn't see him, and I don't think we were ever going to see him in bot lane. But given the popularity of Tristana, could see that pick come up. Maybe we know Cuz played it, Canyons played it in the past as well. We'll see if teams are willing to experiment with that.
Yep, and Rengar and Rek'Sai have been nerfed, and we haven't seen them at all. Having a look at some of the item adjustments and buffs and things like that, Spear of Sojourn being buffed kind of makes me feel like the Jax nerfs are even more irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, he's more relevant with that item now, and Teamfight Jax, as we lovingly call him, is going to really be enjoying that. The Static Shiv attack speed increase means that basically Riot on this patch tried to make it more AD carry focused instead of actually being, okay, it fixes all of the problems of champions who don't have wave clear. So I like the change to Static Shiv here. Will it ultimately make a huge difference this week? I don't think so. I don't think this patch is going to change how it's used much at all.
No, as Atlas was hinting at earlier, the interaction with Harvester is going to get removed on the next patch. That's probably when the build actually dies, because as we see, the Poke Champion 2 champions is still, the Poke Damage Rider is still there. And as long as that's there, I think we'll keep seeing the build until it is truly put in the ground. Triforce also, Viego, Jax, although we've mostly seen Sunderer, but any bruiser really that can go into the Triforce is going to be feeling a little bit stronger about it, as it will look better. And for AD carries, it's a little bit worse. So Ashe, Zeri, might not be using it as much.
Yeah, Gale Force also getting nerfed, even though we were like never seeing it anymore, actually, on the previous patch.
Valios really dead.
He's really struggling.
They're making sure that we're not going 200 years. It's just not happening. Ghost, a fun nerf, I guess. It's a nerf to the fun. You know, you're not going to be able to get those resets and run super quickly, but it does mean that Zeri's going to have less fun when she takes Ghost, which I'm super excited about. So it does leave me on the fence how I feel about this particular
I
Summer
like it being nerfed on AD carries, but I do think that there's a lot of cool top laners that really were relying on the pick actually, you know, being viable. I think that having a little bit more diversity as opposed to everything just being teleport and flash would be cool. But
my take is I like it.
We can't have any fun, Wolf.
Yeah,
with these 80 carries and these Zeris.
I like it for what it does with to the 80 carries, but it also hurts solo queue players, I think, more than anything else, more than it affects pro. Like, I'm mostly like 70% okay with it for pro, but solo queue does hurt.
Well, let's have a look more at Pro and bring up some of our Aatrox enjoyers. Of course, Kingin has a certain skin and a certain prestige skin by being a MVP of a certain grand final. So he is certainly needing a mention. But Doran and Keen also some Aatrox enjoyers of the past and more recent times.
Yeah, we'll see how it actually stacks up. But this is important to note is that this is also the patch for playoffs. So whatever meta development we're going to see over like this week is really going to be relevant as we go in to the later stages. I think Aatrox is in the spot right now where I don't know about blinding him. I don't know if he'll reach that level of power because again the buffs are mostly to his scaling, so he can actually struggle early. And I think, for example, against like Jax matchups can actually get punished depending on the jungle matchup and mid matchup as well. But he is so busted when you get to 2 items that I would be shocked to not see him played.
So you're saying a little bit more R5 Aatrox?
That's what I was
LCK?
thinking. I was like, oh
a
no!
little more R5 Aatrox. I think we're definitely going to see that. In terms of which teams are going to be able to utilize this, obviously everyone thinks about Canyon when they think about the Diana, as well as like, you know, new jungle picks. I don't think we'll be seeing Shyvana in the jungle role here. My biggest standout here is the Lissandra. I relate it to Faker. I relate it to Chovy, right? I think BDD
Showmaker as well, of course, yeah.
Showmaker. So these 3 champions, I think you could very clearly see that the Lissandra is the biggest of them, and I think our stronger teams are going to get a bigger buff than some of our mid to bottom table teams.
Also, I think the hyper carries were already really dropping because it was mostly, you know, the Xayah and the Kai'Sa as opposed to like the Aphelios Jinx. Really moved away from that meta after the last round of nerfs, and with Milio being even further nerfed, I don't think we're going to see it. And then the Sterak's being buffed. If you have a good top laner, looking at you, KT, you're going to be feeling good because that is actually a pretty like sizable buff to a great 4th item.
Yeah, and so let's take this opportunity to dive into what it all means and what we could see potentially happening as our race for first place is still on. 1 game score, as we mentioned, and this patch is the patch that is going to decide which team is going to get through based on KT's performance and based on Gen G's performance. Same to be said for the 3rd place. Exactly right. I mean, it is all over the place here.
Yeah, I mean, the head-to-head matchup between these 2 teams actually will be happening, so it is pretty sick, actually. And then our race for that final playoff spot here, right now, most of us leaning towards Live Sandbox quite heavily, but even Bro actually still in the running for this if they upset Genji, if they punch up like they have before. DRX, you look at those remaining matchups, Bro and Kwangdong Freaks, if Faker returning means that Live Sandbox can't win this first one, they lose to KT. I mean, anything is possible. Legit, any of these teams could go.
I think DRX has the most agency out of this, though, because they are up against 2 teams that are both on the east side with them, so every win is doubly as powerful, but also every win is doubly more possible, and they've looked a little bit better in previous weeks as well. So, I don't know, man. Is Beryl just going to make that playoffs run again? Like, what is happening here? Like,
you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you do, but you don't. You know? It's like, no, I don't. There's no way that.
Unless.
Right?
Maybe Dokdom comes back. You know, you don't know.
He's there. He's playing really well in Challenger.
He's doing really well. Could happen.
Oh, man. Let's have a look at some of the ceremonies here and try and get ourselves back in gear. As Croco, speaking of DRX, look at that genuine smile, having a great time.
I'm so happy. It took me all year, but finally Croco is smiling again and playing well.
Yeah, I think it took a lot of restraint for him not to actually go through with the punch, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Do it. As aiming world's smallest binoculars, what's he looking at?
I don't know, but I think you're supposed to take the little thingies out so you could wear them instead of leaving them.
I love this one.
There's the Alistair Lehens. Just not a whole lot of effort, but he just wants to do it.
It's goofy. It's just Lehens.
And I'm not sure about this one.
It's Kha'Zix.
Oh, it's Kha'Zix.
He's doing the Q animation.
That actually looks like the Skarner Q animation.
Yeah, it could also be Yone.
Yeah,
but
it
he played
reminds me of
Kha'Zix
Yone.
in this game.
Aha.
Yeah, I think he's doing the Kha'Zix. Peter, always wholesome, also not
Look at
actually
him go!
punching, but
Oh,
he just
man.
looks so happy. And it's so wholesome to see Peter every time when Nongshim gets these big wins.
My favorite part is he goes so hard, like the little glass adjustment move there at the end. It's like, oh no, I bounced too hard. I celebrated too much.
So let us know in Twitch chat exactly which one you think is the winner and tell us why it is Peter. There's no poll, but just write it in chat and let us know what you're feeling. Man, Peter is actually just adorable, and it's great to see that the Nongshim players are looking happy as well. It's just so heartwarming. And we've seen some victories for so many of our lower tier teams. That's why we see it all so incredibly tied up at the bottom there. So it's now time to move into our OPGG OP Player of the Week. As it was really difficult for me to choose who it's going to be this week, but let's have a look at who manages to pick this one up, as it looks like it's going to be Lehens.
I was a Lehens voter, so was Valdez, and I think that despite the weaker caliber of opponents that KT had, which I think why many people might criticize this vote, I thought his individual performance was pretty fantastic, and he had that game as well where he just completely took his opponents out of lane. Like, he was just like, nah, Taeyun, you're not allowed to play the game. That's actually no longer allowed. I'm just going to get you at level 1. Stuff like that Lehens has done multiple times this season is just... it's fun to watch, right? And his Alistar has been so pivotal, and it's a really strong meta pick, no longer just a rel counter.
What I think is always really fun with these, because we're not restrained, we can just vote for anyone that we'd like, is that you get very different voting philosophies. You have people voting exclusively on score, right? You have people voting, you were already mentioning that, Atlas, me as well. Look, I've looked very heavily at who they face, who faces the strongest opposition, and then goes for that. But you also have absolute giga chats, like Captain Jack, who just votes for Jiwoo, who, to be, you know what, he had a really good late game fights against Brion, got them the win.
And also, that is a very important win for them to get as well. So, like, high pressure situation, another good reason to throw your vote around. I'm a Chovy voter because when in doubt, vote for Chovy. I also thought that Gen.G had a very good week and had decently difficult opposition this week as well. But he was second fiddle. I think that Zeker actually had a higher score than him, although they were also up against not necessarily the most powerful foes. You can see why it is a difficult process getting towards exactly who to vote for. Speaking of voting for things, let's have a look at the gods of predictions. Those two are Valdez and Wolf, but I'm surprised I'm not 20 points behind. I'm actually just kind of blown away.
You're surprised that Atlas not being behind as well?
No, I'm saying it's pretty close, actually. I mean, I'm a little surprised. You can get that little zinger in there, but no. I predicted early on KT was going to have a lot of success. I was rewarded for that, but Bro burned me a little bit, and Valdez caught up this last week, so I feel like I should be out in front, but Bro, they just couldn't do it.
I'm just perfectly in my sweet spot. I'm not at the bottom of the class. I'm just hovering right above that, so I'm not drawing any attention.
I'm a bit of a C as well. I'm a bit of a C as well, just hanging out.
In the Netherlands, we're a 5.5. That's good enough. That gets you a pass.
We don't have to write that stupid valedictorian speech or any of that
who
garbage.
Needs that?
Yeah, no. I need to play video games.
We're also not
I ain't
the
got
worst.
time for that. No, exactly.
That's very important.
So we don't get teased at school. It's actually that perfect middle ground where we can continue to be invisible. Let's have a look at this week's matches, as we're starting off today with some potential trap games, to be perfectly honest, but also teams fighting for their positions. A victory for T1 can confirm their 5th place placement, and if they lose to Kwangdong Freaks, absolutely amazing for Kwangdong, who can then really solidify a shot at playoffs.
Yeah, that Live Sandbox matchup against T1 is actually T1's 2nd match of the week, so Live Sandbox have some extra time. Then their match is going to be the final one of the week on KT, or on the 90th one on Sunday. So I feel like we're going to learn so much in this first match today about how the rest of the week is going to go.
There's also matches like Nongshim D+, which normally we'd be like, okay, so D+ is going to beat Nongshim because Nongshim is a weaker team. But Nongshim have actually been able to string together quite a few, like Brion, for example, individual games. That could be really big here. I don't expect Nongshim to be able to beat D+ in a best-of-3, but even a single win can be enough, depending on how Sandbox performs.
And I tell you what, I'm really excited about the Harmolife Esports versus Gen G series as well. You can see very contentious as far as what our predictions are saying. And I've just really enjoyed watching Harmolife Esports get better and better and better week after week after week, and really solidifying themselves as a solid top 4 here in the LCK alongside Gen G and KT and D+ or T1, depending on where I guess we're at.
I feel like it could go either way. I think that's why it's so contentious. I think a lot of people trusting the Hun will have leveled up enough now with Grizzly, and some Gen G errors, some cracks showing for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But now it is time to get into the intro and then get into game number 1. We'll see you there on the other side with the casters.
Hello and welcome to the LCK. We are here on a wonderful Wednesday afternoon, and it is quite the day. I am Valdez, with me is Ox, and we're going to be breaking down this first series, which, as you guys already should know, Faker is back. He is playing for T1 after 31 days of being out and injured. And this is a big one. I mean, they're up against Guangdong Freaks trying to reclaim their spot, at least here in the LCK.
Yeah, and I think it's a good team to build up the confidence against, because both of these teams are on pretty substantial loss streaks. So one of them is going to win today. That's inevitable. And certainly with the re-addition of Faker, T1 definitely hoping that it's going to be them. We can see the matches today have a lot of impact in terms of playoff contention. Things are still super close at the bottom end, and Liv Sandbox are currently leading, but when you look at the remaining schedule, KT, a hard opponent, T1 with Fake returned, could be a hard opponent. And I think for Quantum Freaks and Nongshim, Quantum Freaks in particular, I think winning today, massively important.
Yeah, and you see the highlighted teams are the playoff teams, also the matches that we do have today, Nongshim versus DK and Guangdong versus T1. You could say, oh, DRX, they've got a good shot. They're going up against two teams that aren't playoff teams, but DRX themselves have been struggling, currently tied for 9th. So, you know, in a world where everybody else loses and they have a chance to make it up, they could still potentially make it. Everybody has a chance.
Yeah, I think game score is also going to come into it massively, because even if they win both their series, they'll have to do so much in game score to catch it up. But focusing on today's series, massive loss streaks for both of these teams. And obviously the asterisk for T1 is that Faker wasn't there, but let's be real, we all saw them play. Faker being absent wasn't the only issue this team was facing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that it's going to be a little bit of a rebuild phase, and it's just going to be hoping that now with Faker back in the starting lineup after 31 days, he's back after his wrist injury, but is he at 100%? Will it happen again? Hopefully not. I mean, we're all hoping that he stays healthy, of course, but what if it does? You know, can these guys rebuild and regain their form that we have seen from them many times past?
Yeah, and certainly he won't have been able to do too much practice during that time is a bit of a given. So definitely a big question mark today on how they will perform, and focusing a bit on the AD carries. Gumusi, I think, the most consistent member during this rough spot for T1.
Yeah, he definitely has been. I mean, it's been a struggle just across the board. Like, there hasn't been great team fighting or anything like that. So even as the AD carry, not much to do if the team isn't on the same page, as this is a look we haven't seen in a full month on the left side, as cool uniforms. And we zoom in on Faker, who makes his return to the LCK. And Guma's also there.
That was so good. Oh man, what timing. Yeah, obviously a sight that T1 fans will be refreshed to see, but I think everyone was kind of missing his absence. He's been such a core in the LCK for such a long time. Anytime he's missing is just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, you see the players, they have this reaction of like, what is going on? Because, you know, we generally don't zoom in on one player, but when it turns out to be Faker making his return, we do this. So there you have it. Everybody's got smiles on, but we'll have to see how this does translate into their actual League of Legends play.
Yeah, I feel like there have been a lot of struggles across the board. I think Owner and Carry have definitely been underperforming, and I think when you think about proximity to mid lane, that has been a factor. Like top and AD carry, I'd say for T1 are the roles that have suffered the least, but they also the roles with the least connection to mid lane, whereas support and jungle work in tandem with mid lane, and we've definitely seen those roles struggle massively for T1. And now their opponents, Quantum Freaks, who had such a strong start to the season, and things have kind of gone heavily amiss since about the 40%, 50% way through the season mark. Desperately need any wins they can get at this point.
Yeah, again, another team that they were kind of on top in terms of probability to get that 6th place spot, but since then it's been a different story. Quantum Freaks has been struggling a lot, as you mentioned, and they're also a team that needs to do a little bit of a rebuild if they want to have any chance to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, they were 4-2, and they were in 6th place for such a long time. Like, it felt like they were just losing and losing and losing, and they were still in 6th. And they've dropped down in terms of the standings, and it's their chance to try and fight back up. Comparison, Dudu has had some monstrous individual performances so far this season.
Yeah.
A lot of positive stats, but we've seen him playing Cassante to absolutely great effect and really carrying the team over. Zeus has had good moments where he's literally 1v9, but also some moments where he has gone like 0-5.
Yeah. Also, keep in mind that those stats were from the full season. Strangely enough, we do a lot of the time we do round 2 stats.
Same do a lot.
Kind of, it turns out he's on the Rift. We do round 2 because we want to focus on, their current form, but I suppose trying to make a point here that over the course of the season, Dudu has been one of our best in terms of stats. And yes, he has fallen off a bit recently, but can be a little bit of a tumultuous top matchup between those two. We don't know who's going to be playing at their best. Dudu has been a little bit shaken recently, but so is Zeus, so who's going to step up to the plate?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like when we look at the issues for Quantum Freaks, I feel like the bot lane, I'd probably say, is more prominent. Like, they've been struggling when they've looked bad. I think Dudu has still had some solid performances despite everything, but, as many top laners will know, it's really hard to solo carry from that role compared to some of the other roles in the game.
Yeah. Pretty much every sign that you see is about Faker. Kind of unsurprising, you can guess. But yeah, everybody's on the side of T1. Fans very happy to have Faker back. And, we enjoyed Poby's stay. Poby did his best, but I think we can all see that, he needs a little bit more time in Challengers, regroup himself, get a little bit better, and maybe we'll see him in the future. Definitely a promising player, but I think just called up a little bit too soon, whereas Faker obviously will be able to play just fine here at the LCK.
It was clear that the issue was the lack of Faker and their over-reliance on him, rather than the introduction of Poby. And
Yeah.
obviously Poby definitely does need some more time, but it's kind of unfair to like lump the issues on him, especially when plenty of other members on the roster were underperforming, and they are veterans who've gone to multiple international finals. So I put very little blame on Poby and think that most fans should appreciate him stepping up and stepping in. And hopefully for T1 fans, we'll see a bit of a return to form today. Obviously not the strongest opponent to face up against, but still, there's still question marks to me, because later this week they play against Live Sandbox, and they've been in pretty good form. So I think we'll have to see how they do on the day.
Yeah.
And see what sort of form we're dealing with. Are we still going to see recurring issues?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, right? Because those issues, you know, they're not going to just magically fix themselves now that Faker's back in the mid lane. So will be very telling. I think this first game, we're all going to be looking kind of really closely at how things go.
This isn't StarCraft. You can't play everyone and control everyone at the same time.
Yeah.
So
Unless you're Barrel.
yeah. Bans coming out. Obviously moved on to a new patch as well, so it'll be exciting to see if we get any of the newly buffed champions. LeBlanc still a staple ban. The shift changes not doing enough to cut that one out. And we'll see what we end up. Still got Rel open and available, which has been a really high priority. Kai'Sa as well has been an early first pick. Renekton, Poppy. Azir would be pretty good for Faker on his return. Actually, he's somewhat known for that champion, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. I do like the Nico ban.
Oh.
And first pick, Aatrox. Okay.
This is what I
This is T1's read.
to see. I think Aatrox is super broken, but Quantum Freak's happy to answer with Renekton and Rel. And this is the sort of top lane matchup you want, you know, Renekton against Aatrox, both top laners just going in. That is what you'd really like to see. But I think Aatrox will be such a monster if he is not kept down in this one. And obviously the Rel can be flexed into the jungle, so Quantum Freak's got a lot of options here.
Yeah.
T1 could lean into a Kai'Sa pickup, could lean into an Azir pickup, a lot of options in this situation. Looking towards a Jace, this might suggest a Maokai jungle pickup to pair with it. It's a really common pairing that we have seen. When one is taken, it's often the other as well.
Yeah. There are actually a lot of AP things, champs that are beginning to pop their heads up. You know, the Lilia with the Rod of Ages and Overheal build coming in as well. But yes, it will be the Maokai that does come in. Totally forgoing the Kai'Sa priority here in this one so far.
Yeah, we got the Shiv changes. I'm not sure how much that is going to do to really hit it, because you can still, you know, auto the Shiv and then Q and clear up the way pretty effectively. Obviously, the lower health the minions are, the more damage your Q does with the execute. So it's looking like Quantum Freaks are still pretty fine with the Kai'Sa, and they will lock that one in. So a lot of dive threat from Quantum Freaks, and T1, I feel like the Jace Maokai adaptation was like, okay, you have these short range picks, you want to go in, you want to go hard, so we're going to pick like a long range poke champion mid and a very defensive jungler. So there's very much a difference between the styles of how these teams are going to team fight.
Yeah. I feel like any team in Korea, LCK or Challengers or otherwise, if Jace Maokai are available and they don't see any stronger picks, they will pick it together. And we have seen this a lot. As Braum is going to get banned, so no chance for the engaged Braum from Keria.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's clear that Quantum Freaks are recognizing, hey, you know, they are trying to play this more defensive style composition. Let's try and limit their pools. Alistair could be a decent ban as well. Obviously, great at playing Bouncer and a good matchup in the Rel. We'll see what they go for in this situation. They're actually going to go for Xayah, which, I mean, fits the theme of that sort of defensive play.
And Guma's a fantastic Xayah. I think it's also a good shout. It does mean that probably Keria plays Alistair for free. Unless you want to pick it up and play Kai'Sa Alistair, which can be a little bit dicey, but then you get both Rel and Alistair and you deny it away.
Yeah, I feel like they'll probably just save support till 5. You know, you already know the enemy mid pick, so take mid on 4, and then on 5 you can ensure counter picks. So if they take Alistair, assume it's the Rel, you can flex the jungle, make it a little bit more uncomfortable. Azir going to be banned. Doesn't really fit with Quantum Freak's comp, but still just a super powerful champion. And to be honest, Azir kind of just does it all. The fact he can dive in as well makes him pretty potent.
Well.
You know,
okay.
Do you see that one pick and the 0% win rate? Do you know who did pick it before and has that 0% win rate?
It's this guy, actually.
It's this guy.
It's Bulldog, yeah.
He's like, look, It didn't work before, but they buffed the ultimate, so
Yeah, and he was
therefore
playing
it's valid.
it into a very old counter matchup into Azir, which is banned, and already we know that Faker's playing Jace, almost definitely, unless he's going to play mid Aatrox. We'll have to wait and see what he does play into the Xerath. Zeri popping her head up a lot more nowadays, and that's going to be the pick here. Was considering the Lucian, maybe try to go for a stronger lane, but instead it's just Zeri Rakan.
Yeah, and I feel like he's had some moments where he was unwilling to pick the Zeri. I think a big example was spring playoffs where they were just banning it consistently and not leading on it. He has picked up a couple of times this season, but I think the pick makes sense here. Gives you a lot of fall through in those longer fights, and Quantum Freaks are opting to go for the Kai'Sa and Nautilus, a really strong duo, put that Rel in the jungle, so a lot of lockdown. And, you know, as much as Xerath is very much a sit-back, play defensive champion, his ult gains so much power on this patch. The way it works now is you get more shots than you used to, and also every subsequent shot you hit, if you hit a target, increases the damage of the next.
If you hit a target.
If you hit a target.
That thing is so hard to hit.
look how much lockdown there is on Quantum Freaks.
Yeah.
All they have to do is everyone dives in, you know, Andal presses R on Gumisi, and then when he's knocked up, you just pressure R like 3 times in a row really fast.
Yeah.
That should be the plan.
You know, if we're in the training tool, maybe that's you know, something potentially you can do. But I don't think it's going to work out quite that well. But yes, they do have a lot of lockdown, and maybe the Xerath will work. And you are kind of trying to match the Jace with just longer range in the lane, which is going to be interesting.
I will say, I'm glad for Quantum Freak's sake that Ghost was nerfed. Could you imagine like Zeri with Ghost channeling over the whole fight, and you're trying to hit a single skill shot when she's at like Mach 11? Not ideal.
Yeah, this is Bull Mom, by the way. Bulldog's mom. That's yeah. Her ID is Bull Mom, and she's here and all the time, always cheering on Bulldog and the boys.
Yep, and he's bringing out the Xerath today, making it a little bit spicy. Attempt number 2 to make the pick work.
Yeah.
Best of luck. You know, I'm sure it'll be interesting.
It definitely will. This is a very fun first game we have. Faker is back, Bulldog's back on Xerath, and we are ready for a new patch. Let's jump out of the rip for game number 1. I feel like there was one person that was, you know, trying to make up for the little bit of a deficit, you know.
Maybe the Bull Mom?
Maybe it was. Maybe it was Bull Mom.
You know, rarely we get to appreciate Xerath skins. Because rarely we get to see them, but that is like the astronaut one looks pretty cool.
Astronaut Xerath?
It looked like an astronaut sort of skin. Is that a skin? I'm going to be honest, I don't sort of keep tabs on skin releases, and I haven't seen Xerath in a while. So
I mean, there's the Astro line. I mean, there's Astro Nautilus. We got the Maokai one. This
look, he has like a little helmet thing.
Yeah.
It does look like it, right?
I guess it is. We got the confirmation from, I believe, G-Sun, saying that, yeah, Astronaut Xerath. Didn't know it was a thing until today.
And now you know, and you can watch Bulldog pop off and then be like, wow, that's really cool. I can use that skin too.
Yeah.
Or he'll go
Could
to
happen.
6 and you'll be like, oh, never mind.
I'm willing to wait and see. I think, especially in the game he played against the Xerath, was a little bit of struggle street because either he was way too far away or he was in Emperor Divide Read, which you need to be in between those, absolutely. You need to be like kind of in range to ult and then follow up with some long range nukes, or, you know, not in melee range.
And I think there are a couple of things that happened over the season that have helped Xerath. Like we saw Lost Chapter now 1,100 gold, which obviously once you get that, you can just basically wave clear infinitely. And also the change to, you know, the mid wave syncing with the side waves means that roaming's less of a thing, and Xerath hates roaming. He just wants to sit mid. At most, he walks a little bit and then presses ult. So I think those things definitely a little bit helpful. And yeah, this matchup, very Renekton favored historically.
Yeah.
And I feel like the buffs that we saw Aatrox get a lot of them were with like AD scalings and also damage to minions that increases with levels. So likely going to see the benefit of the buffs only really come in later in the game. So
Yeah.
expect Dudu to have the edge early.
Absolutely. I mean, if you guys watched Challengers, you would have seen us cast the first game of Aatrox on this patch in Korea, and it kind of got boomed by a Renekton. Lane did get a lot of jungle attention, but especially early on, you can struggle a bit into this matchup, so we'll have to see if Zeus can pilot this one well enough to get to a late game stage where we can see the Aatrox big buffs. Now, they are big buffs,
Yeah.
but we need to kind of get to that place where we can see them be a thing.
I think it helps when Dudu takes a tower hit just to balance it out a little bit. Also on the receiving end of some rough trades. So I think Zeus is doing pretty fine so far with how it's been going, but expectation is you are going to struggle. You can see he's already fallen down in terms of farm, about 5 behind.
Yeah, a little bit. Always, you know, obviously with Faker making his way back in here, want to check in and see how he's doing. We saw a lot of Jays from Poby.
And what a matchup
Lots.
to test your return, where you have to like dodge like constant skill shots.
Yeah.
Just really making sure it's like,
What did Bulldog mean by this? Is he like trying to put the pressure on? I don't think so, but yeah, it's funny you do mention it. Because not the easiest one. Xerath's support is quite popular in Korean solo queue, as the hook is going to land here onto Keria, but he is Rakan.
Ooh, that minion blocking the W. Definitely helping the trade, but realistically, I mean, I feel like it's difficult to find too much pressure here unless a mistake happens from T1. And really, it's going to come down to Youngjae. If Youngjae can make an impact on the lanes, because I think once you start layering that extra level of CC, that's where you really have kill pressure. But the Xerath Rakan, both so mobile, so hard to pin down.
Ooh, really nice double knockup does come in here as Root goes in onto Keria. Tons of damage already done into Taeyun.
Yeah, and
He's sitting on some biscuits.
Andel's hook was blocked there. Oh, Dudu, you're not supposed to take the tower hits.
He's really trying to put on that pressure, Ox. Really wants to win this lane, as now we got a gank coming in as Guma's going forward. Always has the wall to dash away from. Keria, though, doesn't really have a friend to dash towards, as it will be just Keria losing his flash. Nice gank down on the bottom side, but Taeyun did have to use his as well.
Yeah, and honestly, Taeyun's flash being burnt is a bit rough. Like, I think he just over-tunneled on the kill and thought he could get the angle there, but still a solid gank from Youngjae, and hopefully we get the opportunity to see that returned on and punish that lack of flash, but otherwise, you've kind of just traded 1-for-1 in terms of summons.
Yeah, kind of a good idea, but the execution not quite there. Something we've seen many times from some of our weaker teams here in the LCK. Top lane seems to be going fine. Plated Steel Caps picked up early for Zeus. Iron Spike Whip for Dudu, who's trying to rush into the Gore Drinker, and then almost definitely Sterix, which did get buffed, as now big trades again in the top side, but yeah, Zeus is handling it just fine.
Yeah, he's holding up. That's all he really needs to do. Bulldog now has access to his ultimate, so I think if any skirmishes break out in the river, that's kind of the concern, is that like if you layer the CC of Youngjae, Andal, and then the ult on top, very quick just to blow someone up. So I think T1 need to be a little bit careful about that, especially since, you know, even Keria on the Rakan without flash is very squishy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one goes. Kind of used to seeing Guma on the Xayah. He's been playing quite a lot nowadays, but not Zyrakon this time around, so even less safety. As mid lane, just a farm fest so far. Kind of what you can expect. I mean, especially, you know, Merc Tread's picked up here first for Faker. You want those tier 2 boots to dodge a lot of the skill shots, but also a lot of tenacity for just look at the enemy team. So Faker just wants that. And obviously with lethality Jace, you don't need like attack speed or anything like that. So just the right pickup here. Lost Chapter, as you mentioned, a bit cheaper, is picked up here for Bulldog.
Yeah, and it looks like we're getting Shiv coming out from Gumisi still. It'll be interesting to see which champions are like adopting the Shiv and which are gonna like move over to Kraken Slayer. And whether like the Kai'Sa will still remain on like the AP build or transition a bit more to AD. I think here, assume it's gonna be Kraken for Taeyun. We'll see like the Navori come out second. which has been a pretty strong build, and obviously that flexibility is a big reason why she has been so powerful.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if he still went for kind of the Shiv AP build just because it is so strong, even with, you know, the Shiv changes. Especially you get huge amounts of poke, you already have a Xerath, but then you're kind of indexing a bit more into the AP, so it takes a little bit of the power away from the Xerath. So I could definitely see both sides. We'll see where he does go in, as Dudu, speaking of which, is going into this fight. Zeus in a little bit of trouble, does go for the World Ender, still holding on to the Flash, and he will have to use it here towards the end of the tree.
Yeah, and Dudu playing that really well, getting the initial dash and just staying right on top of Zeus, where you can't really benefit many of the sweet spots or create distance. Now, T1 starting up this Hextech Dragon, but with Quantum Freak's jungle on the top side, should be able to get it pretty uncontested, and it'll just be a trade of objectives on the opposite side of the map.
Top lane, a little bit of an issue at the moment. Already a plate going the way of Dudu, and he was taking an aggressive trade there and gets the win on that one. Young Jay gets the Rift Herald, as you mentioned. So definitely see a world where you could look to drop it in bot, try to get you know, the Kai'Sa even farther ahead and try to push this area away, or you could just try to double down on the top lane lead that you already have.
Yeah, I think honestly that would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, I think mid tower could also be a good one, but I guess we'll just see how it plays out. But
going on in, but Andal is here, and Faker extremely fast
with the fancy feet.
Yeah, he does have phase rush and tier 2 boots, so he just runs in. He's like, oh, okay, now I'm running out.
How broken is movement speed?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good stat, yeah.
Especially to like skillshot champions. Can't complain. Yeah, I think... Oh, Dudu looking again for heavy trade.
Yeah, the root gonna miss as well. It hits the Q3, but Dudu still ambling forward. Here is Owner gonna flash onto the right side of this one. Is Dudu in a bit of trouble, but a very nice Magnet Storm trying to save his top laner. Is Young Jay with the flash. Easily comes in. Owner picks up first blood. And now Young Jay is just on the run. He's not gonna be able to get away from this root either, as, you know, pretty tanky with the bombies, but still the advance comes in, and that is a kill given over to the Aatrox.
And perfect timing for Owner to turn up. You know, no ult from Dudu meant that he was super low in HP, couldn't pop that ultimate for the extra health and go back in. And the damage from the sweet spots from Zeus is just disgusting. And that's the thing, you hold them in place with the Maokai, you hit the sweet spot, and it was just doing a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, and it immediately, like in one play, shores up any issues you had in the top lane.
Yeah, I think Zeus will be fine now. And you know, Flash here to try and get towards his jungler, but Owner actually saves the root here, gets the lockdown, and then that sweet spot there just doing so much. And Young Jay as well, looks like he's going to be able to get out, but we get the final root coming through. And again, this Aatrox, he has like 3 longswords. That's all he has. He's doing so much damage.
Well, he's got more than that now. He has, what, a total of 5 built into various different items. And yeah, I mean, again, like this Aatrox now is in such a wonderful spot. Is going to be going into the Duskblade, no doubt, and having a nice amount of fun with this one. So let's see. We do have the Leandry's picked up for Bulldog, so he's picked up his first item very early on as well.
Yeah, also going for the early blue trinket, which can help when setting up your ultimate. But I think Quantum Freaks really need this Herald to do a lot, because they're not going to have the most proactive mid. As much as they have proactive tools and the rest of it, like moving Bulldog around is going to be really hard. So I think having impact with Heralds will make a big difference. And the fact that you've lost your entire lead on the top lane isn't going to feel good. We have Dragon in a minute 45 as well. Maybe they could throw it down mid for the Dragon spawn, try and push T1 away. I think especially because with the Maokai, with the Demonic Embrace, T1 getting set up on an objective is going to make it really hard to force them out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an issue, as here it is, Rift Herald in mid. We do have the Drake in a minute and a half, so not exactly the timing for that, but
I guess it's probably close to time now as well. Drake and Herald will take it at the same time, right?
So Rel is going to get full gold for the plate.
Yeah, but Young Jay is building Sunfire, so kind of based?
Based on what?
Based on building Sunfire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. I didn't get it. Thank you, Ox.
No problem.
Young Jay, I feel for him. He's trying to, be very proactive with this rel, and it does have so much gank potential going in now. He's got the Xerath as well. Look at that extra damage coming in from the ult, and it takes 3 people, but they take out the Aatrox pretty easily there. No flash, the World Ender just burned through.
Yeah, that's a strategy. Just CC them and let Xerath spam R on top of them. It's a 2-step plan, and it's that simple. They made it work. I feel like Quantum Freaks took a bit of time to really get plays going, but nice that they've given a bit of additional help over to Dudu there. And we saw Zeus actually build a clip and go, no, I want the Duskblade. That's the correct option.
Good choice. Good choice. So...
yeah, he just doesn't get to do much.
Yeah. Just 100 to 0.
I will say, just the damage he's doing with these Qs, it's really something else. I feel like we're going to have a moment where in a team fight, it's like the Shy screenshot against G2.
Yeah.
We're going to get a moment like that at some point where he just like one-shots 3 people from Quantum Freak single-handedly, and T1 are really heavily committed to this Dragon. Quantum Freak's just not interested in contesting it, and we actually see Zeus go for a bit of a proxy farm to deny Dudu's push there.
Yeah, and you know why they're not contesting it? Because instead of 1 silly Infernal Drake, they won 4 Cloud Drakes.
Oh, true.
They heard they know, movement speed OP.
Yep.
We need that extra movement speed. The Cloud Drake's going to be stacked up here.
Imagine 4 Cloud Drakes, you're trying to hit a Shock Blast, and they can just like, they can
dodge it with
run out of the way,
yeah,
start emoting, run back in front, and out of the way again. Like, that's how much time they'd have with all that movement speed.
Absolutely. Well, we do have the Shiv picked up here from Guma. Team did go for the Kraken Slayer, so it looks like we will be seeing that 80 focus build from him. The old Kaisa story, and especially when you have a Xerath, like someone who just does upfront huge amounts of AP damage, you don't necessarily need more. So,
yeah,
I think the AP Kaisa is really strong, not going to like to do it.
Just because Dudu's like the only AD on the team apart from Taeyu, and I guess maybe that's the thought process in this one. But I think the AD build's still really fine. And then the Shiv, I mean, we covered it. It was covered at the start of the show by the space, but the wave clears, I think that was nerfed, actually got a buff on the attack speed. So
yeah,
still a decent item.
Owner just gonna elect to flash into this one, and to be honest, I mean, what we saw on the top wave, top lane rather, onto Zeus, maybe a good idea.
Yeah, good call, especially with the Nautilus ult on him. Like, I think he actually went like flashed out of vision, so it didn't follow through. But if that had connected, he'd been locked down with the Xerath firing on top. Wouldn't have been a fun time, I think is a safe statement.
Well, I do have to say, it hasn't been a lot of action, but T1 have looked pretty comfortable, it feels like, with Faker back in here. We haven't had a real team fight just yet, so not ready to make a full judgment now, but let's see how this one is going to go. As we do have the teleport coming in here from Faker, we do have Quantum Freaks trying to make a stand here, but again, this Maokai ultimate is just so strong. The stun goes in on a Faker. Now he's going to be caught up. 2 members in the front line there by the rel, but the damage follow-up is not there. As Taeyun, Arjun of 5 people gets the kill. And now Zeus says, hey, look at me. I'm Aatrox. I'm back here in the first map here. As he is doing so much, Young Jay's going to be taken out as well. The Aatrox and the Zeri just do way too much in this first fight.
And it was actually such a beautiful catch onto Faker for Quantum Freaks, and he ends up going down, but so much is committed to make him go down. So many ultimates, Taeyun ulting in, have to burn both summoners to get away on a sliver of HP, and I just feel like Quantum Freaks, maybe with the return on Faker, focused a bit too much on him instead of the fight itself, and funneling into the Aatrox, not a great plan here. We see Andal actually gets like a beautiful grab here. It looked like Carrier's going to block, but doesn't reach it in time. But like so much is burned here. And then Taeyun, this was just a wrong play. It was agreed for the kill, but you end up losing your entire health bar, and the rest of your team just gets decimated by this Aatrox who, Aatrox with resets is great, but with Duskblade as well, it's the double whammy.
No, it's a problem. And fans here very, very happy. Things are going quite well for T1 here in the beginning of this game. It isn't the end of the world, as now we get a little bit of an angle here. Owner without flash, but not going to find it.
I do want to hone in a little bit on the people who got kills. So notably, it's the super broken Aatrox and the Zeri.
So is this a Xerox moment?
Maybe. It might just be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of an issue, right?
Just a bit.
We do have 3-1 and 3 now for Zays. We do have a 201 CS, 2-0 and 2 quick leads finished at 18 minutes, Zeri.
Yeah.
He doesn't have flash though. That's
something.
yeah.
And there's a dragon coming up in 50, so maybe Quantum Freak's like, right, they don't have flash. Let's get this Cloud Dragon and get towards the 4 Cloud Dragon Cloud Soul goal. WinCon.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they're even going to have a chance to do that, but we do have Guangdong Freaks set up in the bottom river. And, you know, again, they still do have immense lockdown. We've seen many times, you know, somebody's very fed and they just get locked down 100-0 and they die and all of that gold just goes away. So you still have to be careful about how you will engage onto this one as T1.
I think as well, like, they can play a bit with the Xerath, the poke, get some damage down. And if someone is low, like, they don't need to commit so heavily to finish them off, right? Play for the fight, don't just play for the kills.
Well, in terms of poke, it does look like Taeyun has taken the brunt of it here in the beginning of this, as he is barely going to avoid that accelerated Chonk Blast. As there you go, second Rift Herald. This is the power of it. It allows you many times to pick up this third Dree.
And a big problem is if T1 get on the objective like they are now.
Andal, you're not allowed to be there. Okay. Blast Cone, thankfully, is going to save us from any action. I hate action.
Oh, yeah.
Really bad, yeah.
Quantum Freaks, I don't think you can fight this. They're going to give it a go. Faker's getting... Oh, yeah,
boy.
it's over. You can't. Leave, 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 leave.
Gets a huge cheer from the crowd. This Faker's doing damage. And yeah, they're just going to leave. Definitely the right call here.
Andal definitely shouldn't be here.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Blast Cone in that lane. He's just going to hook away and get to safety. So
now they're trying to defend the turret. They have a lot of wave clear with the Xerath. Yeah.
What do they mean by this?
That's what I was just thinking. I'm not sure, you know. I feel like it's generally speaking my job to interpret.
It kind of looks like Keria had like a invisible barrier around him. Like everything was getting blocked, you know?
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon going over T1 means pretty close to having that potential soul. So Quantum Freaks won't have too much time, really, to scale up. And they're already 4,000 gold down, so... in a bit of a rough position. We've seen the Aatrox pick up a Black Cleaver. He's very strong. It's concerning. I think the problem is, right, T1 put the Herald down mid. Oh, they're looking for Faker here.
Yeah, this is...
welcome back.
Faker, he is going to be... welcome back. It's a lot of R damage, and he's nearly taken out entirely by that. But we do have the follow-up from T1 trying to save him as Bulldog will not go down, actually. Lives just barely under that turret. Well, maybe we spoke too early as Guma... just gonna... never mind. Just gonna hit him with the backside of that W, it looks like.
That looked weird.
And now Andal is going to go down. So Dudu, meanwhile, had teleported to the bottom lane, and Taeyun was mid the entire time.
Yeah, make the call. You know what? We don't even want Baron. Let's just go bot, get a tower, mid, get a tower.
Baron Schmaron!
You know, I think that's an exact quote of what he would have said in comms. And at least they're trading something for that play, but still a devastating hit towards Quantum Freak's chances in this game, with T1 getting that fight and the Baron. And you know, they look for the pick on a Faker, but it just takes too long. Andal has kind of been off this game with those dredge lines. I think waits a little bit too long. Faker survives a bit, but realistically it's this flank coming in onto Bulldog, who just gets chunked immediately. And then, what damage do you have left in this fight? You have 2 tanks.
Take a look at this. What is that hitbox?
Yeah, that
like came out of the wall. What?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? I feel like Bulldogs did such a good job of avoiding everything, and then he just got zeried.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's coded that Zeri will get kills. So regardless of hitbox, it will happen, they say. And Gumas will enjoy a 3rd kill.
Bulldog went with Rylai's? Is that the build?
Well,
I feel like, personally, I'd want a more damage item. Like maybe either Shadow Flame or Void Staff in this situation. You know, I think if I look at your composition and think, what is this team lacking? it's not crowd control. it's definitely not crowd control.
Yeah, no. Well, speaking of which, they are just going to try to burst down Faker here. Gets incredibly low as the Xerath ultimate will be layered, but not quite hitting the target somehow. Hunter gets back in there. Youngjae in a bit of trouble, and Aatrox is here, and he will take over this game whether you like it or not, as will the Zeri, as they just shred through everybody. T1 way too far ahead. That is the ace, and it might just be the game at this point. With the Baron buff, they're going to try to push into this bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the game plan of Quantum Freaks is kill Faker, and then they achieve that goal, and they're like, okay, where do we go from here? They didn't think they'd get this far, and T1, the rest of the team, just absolutely decimate them in return.
Yeah, and
So much they can do.
I think some close health bars, but or death timers rather, they're still going to go for it. We got a TP in here, 23.5 minutes, and with Baron buff, T1 have enough to push into the base and take game 1 in dominating fashion.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of moments towards the start of the game in which Quantum Freaks looked like maybe there'd be hope, and then that top lane play, they lost out there, and it was kind of game over from then onwards.
we got the fans doing a fan chant. They are excited.
They're hyped. You know, Faker returned, got bullied by Quantum Freaks, targeted with every ultimate, but they won, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, he did his kind of traditional, at this point, Faker maneuver, where it looks like he's getting caught, and sometimes it's just him getting caught. Sometimes the entire team is right there to back him up, or they're getting an objective. This time everybody was there. They capitalized on Quantum Freeze trying to go for the 3v5, and they take a Baron and win the game.
That's the difference. When anyone else does it, it's just dying.
Yeah.
When Faker does it, it's dying with style, you know?
No, it's calculated.
Oh, yeah.
It's a calculated risk. Yeah. Faker didn't end up doing a ton of damage, but he did do critical damage onto Taeyun on that dragon fight, which actually pushed them away, which was very good. And honestly, Faker wasn't the star of the show no matter what Quantum Freaks were engaging on. It was actually the Aatrox and the Zeri this time around.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing for T1 in that game was damage to Nexus, in which they completely blew it out of the park.
Well, they certainly took it from 100 to 0 in game number 1. The damage to Nexus. The health is gone as everybody's really excited. T1 gets the win. Faker gets the win. We'll have to wait and see what happens in game 2, guys. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the space and see how they break down that game number 1.
나 테리터 끝났는데?
뭐 모목만 던지면 될 듯?
본진의 면목만 해주면 될 듯?
노력해볼게.
맞지 마.
오른쪽으로.
어차피 얘네 부활해도 끝나.
라인이 얼마 없어서 잘해야겠다. 자, 하나 내가 들고 있어.
나 태 3초. 대만해.
끝난다. 타워. 타워. 나 많아. 1 풀었어. 나이스.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm once again Atlas, joined by Wolf and Chronicler, and we're here to break down game number 1. T1 taking the victory over Kwangdong Freaks in the first time of asking, with Faker back on the roster. And what do we think of the game, gentlemen?
What do you thought?
I mean, I thought it was a return to form for T1. Of course, the caliber of opponent still fairly low here, but I liked how they were able to prioritize the Aatrox, make a draft that makes sense for it, and also handle what was a kind of a strange draft from Kwangdong at the same time. And Kwangdong's mastery of their composition was definitely there. It didn't feel like they were just playing Xerath because it got buffed and Bulldog likes it. They clearly had a plan. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think as well that obviously first thing that everyone's going to look towards is Faker. The main thing that Faker has brought has just been pressure in mid, and I think that was what was back, and that's why T1 immediately looked way better, because everyone that, you know, I've been very vocal, everyone that flames Poby, kind of cringe, don't do that. But Faker not being there and having an inexperienced mid laner that just doesn't hold up to any of the LCK mids meant that basically everyone that wasn't top or AD carry looked way worse.
Yeah, and also Faker comes with a global taunt. Pretty much whenever Faker is playing ever, he just makes people want to come and kill him. And so AD carries fly into your whole team and die. Let's have a look at the draft here, as the Aatrox was first picked, curiously enough.
That's the main thing that I want to talk about, because we said Aatrox super busted. And fortunately, we got to see it immediately. I didn't expect it to get B1'd. Because I think that the buffs were mostly, again, towards his mid to late game. As soon as he finishes like an item, 2 items, he gets good. But if you get ahead of the curve early on, Aatrox can be truly disgusting, which we got to see here, which was cool.
Yeah. I think that Kwangdong Freaks were a little bit concerned about magic resistance, so they built AD Kai'Sa instead of actually going into the AP build. But when the Zeri got locked in, it felt like it was a good opportunity to say, hey, yeah, you have Jace poke, but we have Xerath and Kai'Sa poke.
Yeah,
we can outrange you and outpoke you and keep the Aatrox at bay. And even though you can build some MR here as T1, I think it's not going to ultimately really be enough. And the range, I think, is greater value. So I'm a little bit disappointed they didn't fully index into poke, but I liked how they played the composition nonetheless.
Yeah, let's jump into our first highlight and have a look at how it all started here, as this fight around the Herald really did set the pace that was already going towards T1.
And the key thing here is to look at how the initial setup for the fight from T1 is. A lot of damage comes down. We've seen this Jace combination with the Maokai, but Faker actually gets hooked. Great hook from Andil. And if you play this slower, I think Kwangdong has a chance, but they don't. If taking a stopwatch, this play works like 100%, but he doesn't. So you can't do that. Can't go in like that, because this is the beginning of the end, as the Aatrox gets so much further ahead.
Yeah, getting so much money early too from that gank has Duskblade, and it's just incredible how much damage you can do. And I liked how they played around the Magnet Storm, right? Almost kill Faker, but just play it slow, like sit back.
I could have. You have Xerath?
Yeah, and so many resources were already used by T1. They already used the Maokai ultimate. I think a little bit more patience there from the side of Kwangdong Freaks would have been advised.
But Faker was on really low health, so you got to go in and you got to kill him. Let's have a look at our second highlight here, as this is honestly...
Recurring theme.
Yeah, the recurring theme of try to gank Faker.
And this time around, they are able to actually get the kill. Ando doesn't find the hook, so Faker actually stays alive for a while, which means that Youngjae needs to help, which means that Bulldog actually tragically goes down here to a very rude Zeri hit, but would have died, right? Like, Guma could have just flashed, but I thought he deserved to live there. But that means no Xerath, no Andil, and that immediately leads to there being no effective front line, and they go in and are able to get the kill.
The most important thing the most important thing to me about this moment is that it feels reminiscent of T1 at their best. Faker's pushing a side lane, being aggressive, and it looks like he's vulnerable, but the rest of the team is always there to back him up. And even if Faker does die, you always trade up, and this has kind of been a hallmark of T1. And since Faker's departure because of his injury, it hasn't looked like this at all. But you can see they're clearly decisive. They clearly have a plan when Faker's getting collapsed on of how to turn that around. And that's the T1 we know and love, so I'm hoping to see more of this.
Yep, hopefully we see that in game number 2. First, let's see who gets the POG, and it will be Zeus on this Aatrox, an absolute no-brainer as he picks up his 7th of the season.
And I think Zeus has been, together with Guma, the one who was able to keep it together the most, but was forced to play very aggressive. seeing him get a B1 Aatrox and then pop off the way that he did, it works out incredibly well. Owner also deserves some credit for being able to set him up, but it was mostly him in the team fights. Actually being able to utilize the lead on a champion that is so inherently snowbally ends up working out immensely. Great use of the Duskblade in these fights as well.
Yeah, just flashing forward to get the kill, to get that Duskblade reset. Really well played. I think that this may be a sign of things to come for this week and playoffs of how strong Aatrox is, because Zeus isn't even our most known Aatrox player, as we mentioned in the pre-show. But I think it's probably, I think it should be a sign of things to come in Game 2's draft as well.
Yep. A couple of owner enjoyers here as well, as the jungle was pretty pivotal in making sure that the Aatrox did get ahead. Kind of respect it, although I do think that the Aatrox was absolutely massive. Now 6-18 against Renekton as well. Cool stats here in the LCK. Let's throw it back to the casters, get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, as always, for that awesome breakdown. As yes, it was kind of all about the Aatrox this time around, and Faker's huge gravitational pull for some reason.
Why wasn't it Faker POG, right? For the
You know, I was a little bit
global
worried about
one?
media. I'm like, yeah, it's a nice little narrative vote. You're trying to get him up on stage, have a little interview with him after he makes his comeback. No.
It's up to Quantum Freaks. If they want to
Only
deny
in
the
game
interview,
2.
they need to repeat that and just target Faker the whole game to ensure that he doesn't get the POG. That would be the... I'm not sure what sort of victory that would be, but it seems like that was a game plan in game 1 anyway.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the comp was interesting. I'm not really sold on the Xerath. Bulldog keep trying to bring it out. But I think ultimately it wasn't really down the draft that much. Aatrox seems super strong, I think it goes without saying. The Renekton matchup seems fine, but it's kind of one of these matchups where it's like, okay, we made one mistake, the game is over, because Aatrox is just disgusting in team fights. The amount of damage he was doing with those sweet spots was just absurd.
He got very fed, and as the Space did point out, there were some mistakes that allowed it, but it was just, again, it was just like another launching platform for the Aatrox to ascend even further. So will there be any focus in the draft? We do know that the Quantum Freaks and CV Max a little bit stubborn in the drafting, saying, well, guys, play it better this time. So
do it the same, but better.
We'd like some focus on the Aatrox. Just ban it away. You picked red side. I'm not sure why, but if you're going to, ban Aatrox.
Okay. It's going very similarly to last draft.
Please?
No, they did first pick it last time. I think they'll do it again.
Same ban so far.
Bans. This is the one, right? You can switch the Nico ban to the Aatrox right here, and everything will be different. Yeah, well, you got what you wanted.
Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, actually, I've got some notes here. Could we have expected this? Oh, this is a game 1 draft where the exact same thing I guess they're just running it back.
Yeah, just play it better. But
just don't die a single time to Aatrox.
Yeah. Just play it perfectly so that Zeus can do nothing in the game, and you should be in a fine spot.
Yeah, Duty took too many tower shots. That was the problem. You know,
that must be it.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Now, jokes aside, Quantum Freak's execution, it wasn't perfect, right? It was pretty far away from perfect. So, you know, as Wolf was saying on the Space, and this time they're even going to
I think
prioritize the Xerath and not pick the Kai'Sa.
The theory behind it is if they leave the Xerath, it'll definitely get banned. I mean, the Kai'Sa will probably get banned here, but if they're so focused on making this composition with the lockdown plus Xerath working, you probably just have to take the Xerath here. Now, we saw one example of the Xerath kind of working, and that was kind of it.
Why are you banning Nautilus then? That was one of the key pieces to make the Xerath work.
Look, I don't have the answers, man.
Yeah, me neither. I've been casting these drafts for many, many years.
But yeah,
I
even
still
like,
don't have the answers.
It's interesting as well that T1 ban Rakan themselves. I mean, that's probably a response to the Nautilus, right? Which makes more sense. They don't ban the Xayah this time, though. Interesting.
Yeah. What do they mean by this? Also, maybe they just pick up a Zeri for themselves. and try to deny it away, but then you're leaving the Xayah available for Guma.
Yeah.
So what exactly is the plan here? Do they pick the Xayah for what? Because it's strong? Doesn't go very well with your comp. Viego.
Yeah, I guess maybe they're thinking that. I mean, I'm not sure how. I guess the Viego would make sense because it felt like they were getting that initial kill, but didn't have the follow through in the fight. So maybe T1 thinking Viego would be good adaptation. So after you get that first kill, you have the momentum in the fights. That kind of makes sense to me. And also maybe the plan from Quantum Freaks is to put that Raul support, given that they've been banning a lot of these supports out here. They will go for the Zeri this time. I think Guma can go, yeah, Kai'Sa or Xayah, both work. We'll see what he opts to go for in this situation.
Yeah. Another thing we have been seeing a little bit is trying to go for kill lanes with Lucian. Lucian Braum was the worst version of that. But, yeah, you can just pick the OP Kai'Sa. Going to pick up the Alistar this time. And Kai'Sa Alistar will be the lane, trying to target out what seems to be just a Rel in general, but also could be in the bottom lane.
Does this force Quantum Freaks to put the Rel in the jungle? I honestly think like the lane matchup between Alistar and Rel isn't actually that bad. Like, I think it's definitely playable.
Uh-oh, we got Smiles.
Yeah, I think this makes Braum pretty good and Alistar pretty good into the composition T1 have. So favoring a better matchup in the bot lane in return for putting the Rel into the jungle, which I don't think Rel in the jungle was really the issue in last game. I don't know. I don't think draft was really the issue in the last game.
Not really, no.
Maybe that first pick T1 were able to have.
Again, yeah, that definitely is a sticking point. Everything else, I'm like, okay. I mean, I can kind of see where you're going with this, but yeah, giving over the Aatrox twice in a row.
Yeah, and also we saw Quantum Freaks kind of losing out in the poke wars because of the shock blast. Now there's a Kai'Sa as well. So, and on top of that, you have heavy AD solo lanes, like with a lot of damage output. So Gumayusi will be going the AP build.
Yeah.
I think it goes without saying. So now you have to dodge the shock blasts and the Void Seekers.
Yeah, I mean, as the game comes along, it kind of feels like T1 were given the Omega Exodia draft on 13-14. That's what I would say. They get Aatrox, but not only that, they get Maokai, Jace, and Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And Alistar is like, he's quite good.
Yeah, I feel
still.
like,
I mean, he's good.
You know, it's early to call it because it's day one of Saviour's one of the patch. But maybe in like a few days, we'll look back at this draft and be like, how was that even possible?
I don't need a few days.
You ready to call it now?
I'm ready. Okay. I'm ready now. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a fair statement.
Maybe if they got Nautilus as well, that would make this like the best.
I think Alistar in the matchup's pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of positives. So I think from what you're saying, you're leaning towards T1 a bit on the draft. Just a tad, just a smidge.
Yep. Yeah. Let's hop on the rift for game number 2. I hope that is Bull Mom, actually. Because if it's not, I mean, I don't know. A lot of passion.
You know what? Any Quantum Freak fans watching, that's what you have to live up to. That's the standard that has been set. And it's pretty high. It's a pretty high bar. Oh, Bulldog, I think he landed the initial skill shot.
Yeah,
got that little bit of first strike gold.
All right, let's go to game 3.
Money in the bank. I'm pretty sure he went Comet last game.
How much first strike gold do you think he got?
5? Well, you get the 5 by standard, so maybe like 8, 7. 7. I'm going to say 7.
But it's rank 1 W, right? So... Oh, he did it again. 6. Yeah. 6 seems to be about right.
Yeah, you don't get much. This early in the game, you don't get much gold from like the percentage of the damage you deal. It's mostly like just rocking the 5 gold constantly.
Unless you're Annie.
True.
That's a different story. Anything interesting here? We do have Scorch once again. No futures market for Bulldog. Just pretty standard kind of Korean pro gamer stuff.
Yeah, I think the one issue I have here is that Quantum Freaks really need to be getting on top of the backline of T1 is super important. And it's going to be so much harder this game when you don't have so much engage and you don't have the Nautilus and the Rel, right? Braum obviously far more defensive in that regard, so...
But no, it's engage Braum with Qmax.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You should know this by now.
It hits me so much every time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. It is kind of interesting. I mean, you don't have to play extremely aggressive. It's not quite the same version of the draft from game 1. The adjustments kind of made it so that, okay, we do have some later game scaling and some ability to play just kind of front to back and protect the Zeri and Xerath with this composition. So if you're looking towards the positive aspects of what happened in this draft.
I just think it's going to be really hard because you'll set up to fight and you'll just get spammed with projectiles until you have to recoil. And then you won't really get to fight, you know. Assuming T1 play out in that manner. But I think something we can look for is maybe some early momentum on the back of like the Rel ganks are strong. We're seeing a repeat of that top match, but this time Dudu hasn't taken a tower hit yet. So
yeah,
that's an improvement.
It is. He's doing just fine.
He's learning.
It's level 3. And the mid lane going, you know, just about as well as it did in game 1.
Honestly, going better for Bulldog, I feel. More skill shots
a little bit.
landing, it looks like, you know? This is nice. We get a repeat solo lane, so we can just very much analyze every second that goes by.
Yeah, every difference. As, okay, gonna hit the Q3, but Dudu is in behind.
He still has his W.
Is using the minions.
Wait, he still has his W and he didn't use it.
Yeah, it's not that strong of an ability, right?
He could have just walked up and powered W. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not a top laner, you know.
True. You have some games of Renekton support, though, on your 5th ult. I saw them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta practice these things.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure you know the tech.
It's, you know, it's a really good lockdown champ. It's all about those engaged supports nowadays.
Yep. Just CC them. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
I also feel like one thing is that we haven't really seen the impact of the Ghost nerf because everyone's been taking Cleanse because it's super high value, but it'll be interesting to see how that actually ends up impacting the meta, particularly for champions like Zeri, who can end up being like really reliant on it.
Yeah. I just feel like Cleanse is just really good in this case, so as you're
Cleanse
mentioning.
is really good.
It's very good in general. But
imagine if they just removed Cleanse, like how broken Leon
and Blast Plants. That way we could actually get action in the game again.
You're pitching it still.
I remember when, you know, stuff used to happen in my League of Legends. Back in my day.
Old man shakes fist at Cloud.
Yep.
See, that one pretty good because this time he used his W. So
that helps, yeah, it does. You definitely want to use that when you're trading.
That's the difference maker in this situation.
This time, Faker did not have enough to go for Merc Treads and a tier, so just Merc Treads, a longsword, and a tier.
Yeah, and Bulldog's got an early reset off, but didn't get the Lost Chapter, but still has his TP up and available. So if you can trade heavily, get the reset in, and then TP back the Lost Chapter, be pretty good. We do see Ona spotted an award here. Could we get a 3v3? Bulldog has ult, by the way, already.
You definitely could. Trying to get in onto the Maokai, but the crash down not going to land. Does poke him with the spear, but trees don't generally care about that. So,
yeah,
no
you need an
engage to
axe
happen.
on a tree. I think, you know, just poking it with a spear won't. Sap will come out, and that's about it.
Yeah, maybe. You have to poke it really hard.
Yeah. Not the best engage.
Oh, okay, Carrier gonna get Taeyoon back in. That camera work was also pristine. Taeyoon in a lot of trouble, used both summoners and still was not able to get away. As now Owner looking for one more Twisted Advance, probably will have enough, but the Pulverize is enough. Carrier does take a 3rd shot, but it doesn't matter. It's 2 kills for the T1 bottom side of the map, when in fact Owner picked up both kills.
Yeah, really solid engage, and the fact that Taeyoon and Andal were on top of each other means you get the double Pulverize. Oh, Faker went in 1v2.
Yeah, trying to make a statement. Says
this is the last game.
This game is about me.
Yeah. He sees those 2 kills picked up in the bot lane. He's like, no, I need the POG. I need to make things happen.
This is my return to League of Legends, not Guma Carrion Owner.
Yeah.
Okay?
He's establishing himself.
Yeah.
Re-establishing himself.
interesting angle to go for that. As you did mention, teleport advantage to Bulldog. It's not as punishing as a top lane, but it's still definitely a big thing. And Bulldog is going to be able to just take that trade and take Faker's flash and then just teleport back to lane.
Nice, gotta see some Maokai clearing.
Yeah. I'm glad we get a little bit of this in the game, yeah.
Just like a little segue before we go to the replay, but yeah, really nice from Carrier. Make sure you can get both of them in this situation so that Andal can't help out and defend. Andal also shielding, I would say, a suboptimal direction is how I describe it. And then the cooldowns come back up to get the follow-up kill, so really nicely played by Carrier there. And because he got the Q flash and then headbutted Taeyun back, there was just no way you could escape. I think if you went for a combo there, then definitely a chance that Taeyun gets out. And Carrier is just, he's really sending a message here.
You know, the space they were talking about, all that mid-pressure that was coming in, it doesn't feel like the mid-pressure is really what allowed him to go for that play.
Yeah.
But certainly Carrier is looking much better here in this series so far.
Faker said, Carrier all in now. And then he did it, right?
I see.
If Faker wasn't there, then that play couldn't have happened.
I get it. All right.
Yeah. It's called shot calling. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Well, apparently they haven't for a while, but things are going well. And, yeah, I mean, as was also mentioned, Quantum Freak's on a very large losing streak. I think it's 8 games in a row and 8 matches, I should say.
I think I said earlier that they were like 4-2 and they started losing. They were 4-4.
Yeah.
Which is still pretty good.
It's still quite good.
What they are now.
Well, 8 losses in a row will do that. And here comes Carrier. Now he's level 6 with Moby Boots, so he is ready to party.
He is. Oh, he's going for the big flank.
He is so fast, like he could just sprint at them in the top side. So you know what? Young Jay and Duda, they just walk away. They're like, well.
Hey, look, there's 2 level 6 supports, except Young Jay's not a support. He's a jungler.
Oh.
He's the same level as Carrier.
Support champion.
Support champion, true. Every champion's a support champion when you think hard enough about it.
Even Renekton.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, at this point, T1, they haven't taken that Drake on the bottom side with the advantage they got. They probably just backed, but instead they just group up. They get Carrier up in the top side, level 6, able to secure a Rift Herald for free. And we'll see if they can get both objectives from here, as I don't think they're really in a position to take this Drake Quantum Freaks from here.
Oh no.
Oh, here we go. The Nature's Grasp as Dudu doesn't even find a way out of that one. Doesn't even elect a flash until he gets onto the turret, as does do a nice combo here onto the tree, but it doesn't matter as that sword is quite long. Zayas is going to use it to cut down the Croc.
Yeah, and so you know how last game, Quantum Freaks got the edge in top lane, and then T1 countered. This is like that, except they didn't get the initial edge.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah, it's just going worse. And now Zayas he's hit the, I think from what I've assessed of the new Aatrox, if you get 1 kill, you just win the game. That's what we saw in the last game. So he's ticked that box.
He definitely has, and it's been mostly free lane, as another engage going to come in here onto Taeyun. Taeyun just kind of shrugs that one off.
Yeah, a lot of confidence not to go for the flash. Bit of unfortunate timing from Carrier on the dash, but Taeyun playing with fire on that one.
Faker low on mana here, just going to back away. They were trying to set up for a play, as now we are proxying waves once again as Supercharge comes in, but Gumiusi is still on the run, does have to flash as Ondel just make his way in with the engaged Braum, trying to set it up. And that was their one opportunity, because now Carrier is looking for the flank.
Yeah, and Onus here as well.
X-Flash on cooldown, he's trying to get that one back up. Owner biding his time, there's no vision over here for Quantum Freaks' bottom lane. As they're just going to call it off. They say, well, we can just get this Drake instead. There's no mid laner right now.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog did recall then, but I think it's kind of a good call because...
Oh, okay, well.
I think diving a Braum, risky. Especially if Bulldog is in range to ult. Could very quickly go badly. So they'll just take the dragon, satisfied with that one. And Young Jay not really having much impact this game, especially compared to Owner. Trying to find a window into the bot lane here. And you need to start making something happen for Quantum Freaks.
Baker's really trying to put on that pressure. And that is, again, the one thing that he really has been able to do. in the games has been put on the mid pressure. That's what you want out of this chase, especially when your opponent picks Xerath, and unfortunately is kind of losing the poke trades. The Rift Herald will be dropped in, takes out a couple of plates. Looks like all that gold did go over to Owner, though.
So he can fuel his sapling damage build.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably
Hey, Leandri's next. Right?
Probably not, sadly. Well, actually, probably for the best, to be honest, but yeah. I think T1 already have a lot of these towers pretty low across the map. Mid's already pretty chunked out. A lot of damage on top, so I think honestly they can just be pretty proactive in making plays and looking towards his Herald in 2 minutes 20. Carrier with those Mobies is kind of unleashed from bot lane. With the Shiv already picked up for Guma, very easy for him to wave clear and just play pretty independently even without flash, so Carrier can just go where he pleases.
Yeah.
He's unleashed, he's
where
out the
he
pen.
pleases is mid lane currently. Just hanging out, being a force on the map. It's really what you want to do with a lead like this. Is Kai'Sa will be fine. Just let her clear waves and press her auto Q over and over and over again. Now we do have Young Jay. He's still really trying to set this one up. Let's see if Guma sniffs this one out. He does have Carrier down here for now, but not a lot of vision.
Don't walk up, don't walk up, don't walk up!
Yeah, there it is. Magnastorm comes down. The engaged Braum is in, but unfortunately, Braum is not very good at engaging, as the stun will get down onto Carrier, who will sacrifice himself in trade for that. So a nice setup here by the Kwangmung Freaks.
Yeah, really solid play. Oh, looking for a bit more though. Faker's moved down and Andal takes a lot of damage. QMax Braum didn't have his E available, so he wasn't able to block that.
Yeah.
But still a positive play from Quantum Freaks. It kind of felt like the game was slipping away from them. As much as they don't get Gumayusi, yeah, they get a couple of plates, they get a kill onto the Zeri. All positive things. And now they're resetting, and a minute till Herald means we'll likely see both teams start to move members up to the top side of the map.
It's looking like it. Zeus keeps on engaging, or invading, rather.
Yeah, it's just, again, if this was like another champ, it'd be a lot easier to layer the CC and Gumayusi, but he gets to flash out. They do make it very hard for the Alistar to play the game, because even with the ultimate, you're just going to get slowed and stunned constantly by the Braum, so they at least got something out of that one, even though they don't get the 2 kills they'd probably hope for.
Zeus just gliding around the mid lane. Looks like he's going to glide his way down to the bottom lane. So with his teleport, he's going to get in position to match his top laner. And Quantum Freaks, I know every team loves to fight over second Rift Heralds nowadays. It gives you a lot of pressure on the Drakes at a very critical time in the game generally. But I'm not sure if they're ready to fight this one.
Well, do you know what's the only way to find out? By fighting it.
When they fight in this game, yes, I do agree. Let's see if they do.
Yeah.
Certainly
they are posturing for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course they are. Why do we even ask?
I don't know. Well, we do know that they are setting up for this one. We do have kind of a broken up Quantum Freaks. That Shock Blast is going to go wide. Faker has taken a bunch of damage. That's the objective given over to T1 already. As Owner, not super tanky at this point. You do see the flank from Aatrox. Zeus has a little bit of a target on Bulldog's back, but the rest of the team just going to take out Owner, as that one was not very clean from T1. But they do get the Rift Herald, as Quantum Freaks will take down the T1 jungler.
They get the Herald, which is the important thing. It was kind of a weird setup, because Quantum Freaks actually had better positioning for the fight, but also Taeyun was kind of just like hitting Herald so that Owner could smite it, which was a bit of a weird one.
Just helping out, you know.
Yeah, assisting T1 with their secure, but regardless, Quantum Freaks get a kill, but T1 get the bigger prize in the Herald. We can see the replay coming out here. So yeah, Taeyun just keeps hitting the Herald, even though their jungle is nowhere near. And he keeps hitting the eye as well, specifically. And then here, the thing is, Zeus is so far away, and he does find this flank onto Bulldog with a stun, blocks him, and it's only the tanks left in the mix. Like, Faker and Guma had to back away, so it was a very split and disjointed fight from T1. And I think because Zeus got stopped on his flank, he couldn't come into pincer, and it really meant that Quantum Freaks could enact their plan sooner.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a weird one.
I think the main thing is that we kind of talked about this in the last game, but T1's comp wants to be on the objective first, and it felt like they gave way too much space over to Quantum Freaks.
Yeah. And a nice little wraparound from both sides, but Zay's kind of removing himself from the fight. As now, speaking of being on an objective, Taeyun going to take out this control ward. And we do have a play for this Hex Tech Drake.
I just saw the nerfs in action. So Gumisi autoed the wave, and it didn't kill the casters, and he had to press Q after that to kill the entire wave.
Oh no.
It's such a nerf, such a hit.
Not his Q.
I feel bad for him, you know. He has to suffer.
Yeah. Like the rest of the champions.
Yeah.
It's for the best. Well, let's see this. I mean, Quantum Freaks are going to be on this objective first, and they will start it up. They got Control Ward in the pit, a great setup. We do have a nice little flank angle here from Zeus, but it will be matched by Dudu, who's going to mark his target for now. The damage already coming in from the Aatrox. The Nature's Grasp is big. They get onto the backline, and immediately the Xerath is just gone. Who could have seen this coming? As Taeyun does have a nice position, but he's alone. It's a triple kill for the Kai'Sa, and Faker will pick up one. Perhaps a couple media votes on his way out, as that will be 2-1, smashing the Drake fight.
They just annihilate them, and this is a problem. It's so hard to protect this Xerath. And as soon as he goes down, but like the rest of the comp just crumbled around it. Taeyun did get a chance to ramp up, and just decimation in that close clump there. T1 finding a beautiful engage, will get the dragon, and are now 5,000 gold in the lead, and picking up towers across the map. Looks like they might be breaking that lose streak.
Yeah, it's looking pretty likely. I mean, as you mentioned, a couple of angles, Nature's Grasp. Xerath just useless in this fight.
Obliterated. Yeah. And then a beautiful knockback from Faker to interrupt the dash.
Yeah, like I
kind of
said,
stumped
you gotta get those media votes in early.
Oh yeah.
In the game, just to make sure. We'll see. But yeah. Kind of, you know, if you're going to fight something like that, you need to know that you have your flanks marked, and you can't just let
and also the ult
free
from
entry
Ona,
from T1.
No one blocked it for Bulldog, you know, so he got rooted, and then he was just dead. Because the thing is, because he got rooted, Kai'Sa could ult in, and it's just guaranteed that the Aatrox can get on top of you and land all the Qs. 6,000 gold lead in 19 minutes.
Yeah. No Baron yet.
So we thought, in game one, I thought maybe leaving the Aatrox open was a mistake. And then in game two, they had to make it very clear that it was a mistake. So now we all know. Although, to be honest, you know, I'm saying that, I don't think Aatrox was really the issue there.
No, I mean...
But maybe Xerath, they can give it a rest. This is the third time. It's looking like it's going to be 0-3.
Zeus trying to put on the pressure. Here's the Xerath gank coming in from the bottom lane.
Run, Bulldog!
Oh, no. Oh, wait! Okay, he's going to flash away. He should be fine. As the W.
Never mind, Xerath's
take him
broken.
down. Xerath absolutely broken.
Hey.
Also, free Baron given over to T1. Although they do elect to not go for it, as TPs are available from Bongnam Freaks.
Yeah, well, I just saw Xerath kill Aatrox. Therefore, Xerath over Aatrox.
He's going Rylai's again.
Oh, God. Is he just like allergic to doing damage?
You know, that used to be the old build, right? When they did interact with each other. Leandri's Rylai's.
I think it's just like, you're like, I mean, I guess it's a little bit AP from Taeyun, but like, you could just be doing so much damage here.
Yeah. You could be trying to dunk as hard as possible on the Kai'Sa and even the Jace, who's not going to have a lot of resistances.
Yeah, and also Xerath has really high base damages, so you get a lot of value from like a Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He'll be slowing him up. Here we do have the T1 Baron. It is being taken at 21 minutes. They spot young Jace, so Nature's Grasp just gets him out. It's a free Baron. Keria gets in the back line and delivers a free Zeri over to the enemy team. That's going to be the end of him. And maybe the end of this game, guys, is into the back line. Bulldog, that's a nice little shield from Mondil, but a flash will make it irrelevant, as that will be 4 kills over to the side of T1, as they will look to push top and mid.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get the Baron. They don't do it immediately when there's members. Congratulations to Guma. Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa always a good one, pick up multiple kills. I feel like in that situation, they don't do the Baron immediately when they see 2 members bot. As you mentioned, the TPs were up. They simply wait for Zeus to respawn so he can be on a beautiful TP flank. And Quantum Freaks try to push up. The Maokai being piloted beautifully by Ona. Uses the ult to ensure that Young Jay can't get in. And then they just capitalize. Very smooth sailing. Honestly, this game has felt super one-sided. And we can see here, like, the Ona ult stops Young Jay from getting in. And how is Bulldog supposed to position here? Like, he ults, and it just kind of guarantees that Zeus is going to be able to run him down.
Yeah, and you've got an Alistar in your backline, and then even behind the Alistar is the Aatrox in your backline. And eventually, I mean, again, we can talk about the draft all we want, and it was a huge gap to the side of T1 in favor of them. And they're using it very nicely. They're engaging onto that squishy backline. There's not really any protection here for Quantum Freaks. Braum is not going to do anything. And yeah, I mean, the game is essentially over. T1 not really being tested, I feel like, in their first series with Faker back. But I think, as you mentioned, nice little win to catapult off and kind of get some momentum.
This team needs to rebuild, right? If we're going to be real, in terms of like the confidence, the momentum. This T1's been going through a rough spot. Oh, Engage comes in.
Yeah, they're trying to go for this one again, but the Maokai and the Jace coming together to get some huge damage down. Guys, this is so over. Like, it's 11,000 gold right now, 23 minutes into the game. T1 looks like they're just going to end it here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything that Quantum Freeze can do in this situation. The ult's going to come out. Gumisi dodges like all
yeah.
Consecutive hits not really coming in there.
And neither is Dudu. He's going to go down as, yep, that's going to be the end of it. Flashing on top
Where does Zeri go?
Taeyoon, he just disappears as Faker will pick up another media vote on his way out. We are done here 2-0 as T1 will take down the series.
And as I was saying, this team does need to rebuild that confidence, that momentum. And as much as this is an easier opponent, you know, Quantum Freaks on an 8-loss streak going to 9, this was big for T1. They need to come in, they need to look dominant, they need to look like they're back in good form. Because they are going to have Live Sandbox as well this week, who are a tougher opponent. And as much as they are going to be in playoffs, I think it's pretty important that they look like the team we saw in spring.
Yeah.
And bring back some of that form. But definitely a revitalized team able to beat out Quantum Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, you know, not the biggest test, but as you highlighted, Ox, this is kind of what you need to start to rebuild your confidence. And we'll see how it does go for them as Zeus gives us the lightning bolt. Don't think it's going to be the Aatrox angle this time, as Keria should get the bulk of the votes for his insane Alistar play in this game. But yeah, pretty quick series to start us off. A lot of stuff happening in this one. Even Owner's looking much better, getting that Maokai a couple of times. He had 0 wins on the Maokai before the series, gets 2 on in this series. Faker gives us the thumbs up.
Yeah, he has returned, and like I feel like that's just a crazy thing, and it's kind of what we expected as well. Like, the return of Faker wasn't going to mean he's like immediately popping off in mid lane, taking names. He had pretty solid performances. Obviously, he was targeted heavily in game 1, but just the team looking better.
Was that a little wink there from Keria?
I think
having a good game of Alistar.
I think Owner as well has been very hit or miss, mostly miss.
Yeah.
But in this series, looked good and really was definitely the outperforming Young Jay quite considerably. So yeah, I don't think we can take too much stock away from this. It's a positive start. Let's see how they do against Live Sandbox.
Yeah, that's, you know, I think we can take an overall positive effect, obviously, from Faker coming back. But again, don't learn a whole lot until later on this week. As we do learn, unfortunately for Quantum Freaks, though, that this was not great. And they do have DRX later this week, so maybe they can have a better effect against them. But not looking really in this one for much of Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked worse than Game 1. And Game 1 didn't exactly look good. So I don't really know what to make of it. We saw some attempts to find some gank spot lane that went, you know, one gank went okay and they got a kill. Other than this, I can't really think of what went well for the side. I mean, there was that play bot lane when it was like Renekton, Xerath on the Aatrox. That's about it. They just got picked apart. And it felt like after Game 1, where the Xerath, you know, had some impact, this game, the champion just looked like a liability. Didn't really get to play the game at all and was just decimated when it came to teamfights. Zeus finding some great TP flank angles. And here, like the Zeri, Carrier was really not happy to be playing against Zeri again, which I completely respect.
Yeah. No, we could feel the emotion in this Alistar play in particular. Also the one in the bottom lane. And Guma did collect a lot of kills in this one. I think he went up to like 7 or 8. Not sure how many he picked up towards the end.
Yeah, I think he got the record. He was at 6, and he picked up some. Like he picked up that Braum one, which was after the record. So yeah, probably 7 or 8. But yeah, just Decimation, super one-sided. Quandon Freaks playoff hopes. I feel like at this point, I'm not sure on the numbers, but looking pretty bad all in all. Especially with this being a 2-0, their game score is just going to be taking an absolute nosedive.
There's a lot of competition for that 6th spot, and we'll see Nongshim give it their all in the second series today to see if they can push forward. As basically just saying like, what is Maokai? Like, what is this Maokai?
He's a tree.
He is a tree, and he does a lot of damage and rooting and engaging, and he's just really good in the meta. As I think, I would love to say that hopefully Quantum Freaks come out of the series and they learn a lot from this draft, but I know that they won't.
Well, they have.
Unfortunately, I'm a little bit jaded with.
They have another series
the max drafting so far.
They have another series in which they can test Xerath.
True.
Well, like we've had 3 games, it wasn't enough. Let's try it again. Let's go to 5. Will Xerath be 0-5 this season? Who knows?
Well, as you mentioned, we do have some time, as the numbers there on the side of T1 obviously very heavily in their favor, as this 2-0, not much competition for them. We'll have to wait and see how it goes a little bit later on this week. But we're done on the cast for this first series. Stay tuned for the second one. We do have the space to break down this first series, though. Let's hop over to Atlas and Chronicler and Wolf to break this one down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic cast for our first series of the week. And yeah, I'm right there with you, Valdez, right there with you. Also quite jaded when it comes to watching the runbacks of these drafts. Let's jump into it. Let's waste no time, gentlemen. Break down this draft.
I mean, it's basically the same draft we saw from Quandon Freaks in the previous game, except that they pushed the Xerath into that 3rd spot to make sure it doesn't get banned away, because it's pretty obvious that T1 know the strategy, know the plan. The rest of the draft's the same, so they want to make sure that doesn't get banned. Then they decided they want to pivot to the Zeri, and it became very clear to me when the Xerath was pushed up here that they were going to pivot away from the Kai'Sa, because I knew CV Max's thought process was something along the lines of, all right, Taeyun, he can't go in. Like, let's not put him on that. Let's put him on a little bit of a slower AD carry. The problem is, you now have kind of an identity crisis in your draft, because you do some modicum of poke, but you get out-poked by T1. You do some modicum of, like, front-to-back team fight, but not really. And you're kind of just trying to play, okay, Xerath, do burst, and then Zeri hopefully win 5v4. It was a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, I'm getting very jaded, is what you guys called. I'm getting very fed up with the runbacks. I don't feel like it does the team a lot of justice, and it just keeps happening. And in this case as well, like going for Zeri, which I have actually, unfortunately, I was with you at the game. Then I think back, how many times have I seen Taeyun jump into multiple people with a Zeri E? Like 3 or 4 times as well.
No.
And I think that, yeah, it is unfortunate. But the main issue for me is that you give T1 everything they want. And even in a best case scenario where your team can mechanically match up, and even against the worst T1, I don't think that's true. They still get what they want.
It's better now.
All the champs, Aatrox, Maokai, Jace, Kai'Sa, Alistar.
And then you close the draft out with Braum as well, which I actually would have liked if it was Kai'Sa or Lethality Varus. That makes sense to me. But once you commit to the Zeri, like, just I did not enjoy. Did not spark joy.
And the rel doesn't quite work into these Aatrox compositions as well either, because Aatrox really loves it if everyone's piling in, because he does a whole lot of damage. Let's jump into our first highlights, though, because it was the Owner show in the early game. Just getting towards his bottom lane, getting towards the top lane, and making things happen.
But also Keria. Keria set this one up for Owner, of course, and then Owner was there to follow up. Just lightning quick on this Alistar day was Keria, just making non-stop big plays. And even though he did end up dying in that play bottom side that came back for Quantum, he also was able to save his AD carry. This one, all Owner.
Yeah, and Owner being a lot more proactive on the map. Actually works out super well for T1. And I gotta say, T1, they look basically, I think, similar to how they looked in summer before, which is not nearly the form they had in spring, but just the proactiveness, right? Some of the decisiveness in shot calling, the willingness to go for fights, is looking very reminiscent of how they looked in like week 3, 2-3 of summer.
Yeah, and I would say for T1 fans, cautious optimism is what would be recommended here. I don't think that we can draw too many harsh conclusions from a matchup against Kwangdong Freaks, who are at the moment kind of just looking like the worst
beating
team in
anybody
LCK.
at all. So.
It's a little bit of a shame there, but we do have another highlight. And this one is just some beautiful teamfight execution. T1's composition really loves it if you group up and then they get to flank you with an Aatrox. And that's precisely what they did.
Bulldog is just instantly blown up here, so there's just no damage output, as well as the fact that Taeyun, at this point in the game, doesn't have items, so he can't actually carry this. And when the immediate blow-up happens, there's nothing you can do. I mean, you're legit just out of luck, you know? They should not have contested that Drake. That's the real fundamental thing is, yeah, it's the second Drake of the game. Just walk away from that. Try to scale, fight your battles when you actually have proper setup. Don't hard force that, please.
Yeah, and I've got Chronicler looking at me, looking a little bit sad because Kwangdong Freaks had a bit of a rough time.
It's
okay.
I don't even. It's not even specifically Kwangdong Freaks, you know, but more so a team that has looked like our front runner for playoffs like 4 weeks ago, and they just look very lifeless. And you know, it's a cycle. T1 looking a lot better, revitalized today. And then on the flip side, unfortunately, Kwangdong are really, again, confirming why they are not going to lock the playoff spot.
That is very true, but let's focus on the victors here in this one. Let's have a look at the POG. It will be Carrier, 300 points after being our POG winner last season. Just being overshadowed by other members of his team this time around and not having the crazy support meta of last season.
Yeah, Carrier just hasn't had the best split. Obviously was the front runner and by far the best support last time around when we had the 80 carry support meta. But we have seen some moments of him. This was one of his best games in recent times, able to really have a great impact on the Alistar and able to set up some crucial team fights.
Yeah, this one was the moment where we were like, all right.
All three of us just yelling for POG.
Yeah, we were considering voting for Owner because of his early game impact, but this play, of course, just catching the enemy's Zeri. And you know what? It's funny how it took Rel being meta to get Alistar back, and now it doesn't feel like Alistar's a counter to Rel. Just a top-tier support pick if you're good at it. And look at that. Nice split.
Yeah, 5 for Carrier and 4 for Owner. So I guess it was up to us.
Media 3, what's going on? I could give it to Teddy, but like Media 3.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the Chinese broadcast just, if in doubt, vote AD carry is kind of how that one works. They did explain that one to us. But now it is time to throw it over to the interview with Ji-sun. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by the T1's POG, Zeus and Carrier. Congratulations! With this win, you guys were able to end your losing streak. And all the fans are super stoked to finally watch T1 winning after a very relatively long losing streak. How are you feeling, Zeus? It feels amazing, you know. I'm just so happy right now. After the win, I was just in pure happiness. What about you, Carrier? Same, you know. I was really hungry for a win, and eventually we managed to get a win. It feels amazing. Congratulations one more time, guys. Zeus! Faker made his return after 31 days on the starting lineup. How is he feeling right now? Did he recover a lot? Faker says he's totally fine, but I'm not himself, so I'm not sure whether he's really okay, but he did tell us he's feeling alright. A great news to all the T1 fans out there. Carrier. So how was it playing together with Faker after about a month without him?
원래
I mean, you know, he's a great player. We all know that. He was performing for years, and just a month of rest wouldn't really affect, you know. I think he was performing even better thanks to the rest he was taking.
좋습니다. 이제 본격적으로 경기 이야기 좀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
So let's go back to the first game. You were able to get your hands on Aatrox, a recently buffed pick. A lot of people already focused on the pick. How are you feeling about Aatrox right now? After the buff, I immediately recognize this is gonna be so good, and his damage is absurd right now. Like, this is too strong. Were you happy to see it letting through for both games? I was not sure for game 2. You know, it was a bit dicey situation, but it was let through another time, so I was enjoying my time on Aatrox. And Kwangdong's answer into Aatrox was Renekton, and definitely Renekton was having a very dominating matchup record up against Aatrox. But do you think things have shaken up after the recent buff? Renekton is obviously a lot stronger early on, so Aatrox has to stop him from getting too scaled. And Dudu was able to exert a lot of pressure early on, but Owner did a fantastic job finding the perfect timing to gank top lane. So I was able to have a really good time. It was pretty smooth sailing. And Keria. So T1 kept a very similar theme in terms of the drafting, but you guys are able to have even cleaner game in game 2. How was that possible? So we had a little bit of a different bottom lane matchup. But game 1, well, Owner was playing a little bit more defensively, but game 2, Owner was playing a lot around the bottom lane, so we were able to get ahead. Keria and Alistar today, you were saving Gumayusi, and also you were man-marking or even delivering Zeri. So you were able to play both offensively and defensively. How do you kind of decide the play style in the same game? Well, it depends on the call from my teammates. When they say, you know, engage, I go in. When they say defend me, I defend. Then how do we have to play into your Alistar? It looks so tricky. I don't think I'm doing great right now, so I'm just like average Alistar, to be honest. Nothing special. Zeus, Gumayusi was able to get his 1000th kill of the LCK today. A great milestone for him. Is there any message over to Guma? So after the series, I thought Guma would win POG. That was my gut feeling. And he was a little bit sad to find out he didn't win POG. So I want to say congratulations, Guma, on getting your 1000th kill of the LCK. Let's keep up the great work together. But Kara, you were the one winning that POG in game 2. Is there anything you want to say to Gumayusi? Same, I thought Gumayusi deserved POG and I ended up getting the POG, so I'm grateful of it. And also grateful of Gumayusi at the same time. And congratulations on your 1000th kill. And I hope you can stack up even more kills in the future together. Zeus. Now this win ended T1's losing streak, and I think this is a great time for T1s to bounce back in order to get ready for playoffs. So what are you going to focus on? Well, right now, I think we should rather focus on our strengths, especially in scrims. We know what we're good at, so I think we're sitting on 5th place right now, but we have even stronger performance, I'm pretty sure. So get ready for that, everyone. And Keria, you also mentioned that you are pretty confident that T1 will perform way better in playoffs in a recent interview. Well, July was really rough for T1, but I ended up, appreciating that time, and we were able to grow together as a team. I was working really hard, and I kind of learned something in that period, so I think we're gonna do a lot better in the playoffs, and I think this was a great stepping stone for T1. We will do better in playoffs for sure. We are looking forward to seeing T1 in the playoffs mode next week. Now, T1's final matchup will be up against Lip Sandbox to close out the regular split. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans? Today, I was able to hear so much cheer from our fans. It was giving so much energy. I want to say thank you to all my fans. Carrier? Same, recently we were underperforming so bad. Whenever I got to see my T1 fans, they were even cheering even harder and louder for us to cheer up. So I want to say thank you for all the support, and I promise that we will come back stronger in the playoffs. Now this will be the end of the interview from Carrier Zeus from T1, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the amazing translation. Great to hear from both Zeus and Carrier there about their most recent victory and looking forward to the future. I really did enjoy seeing Carrier's face when asked the question of how is it that Faker's back, and he's just like, oh, man, I mean, yeah, he's back and things are much better, but like let's get on with it and talk about the future,
I mean, he did sound like somewhat hopeful about playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, you always have to take these interviews with a grain of salt because nobody's going to be like, yeah, it's doomed. But I think that obviously they looked better today. It's first step. They got one more series left that they'll have to be able to kind of continue to practice and get back into form. Maybe they could make a run.
We'll see. I think once playoffs rolls around, we saw this last split with Humble Life as well. They were actually able to perform much better than expected, take down D+. You never know until we actually get to it. Patch also being new could benefit them. We saw that the medal read today at least looked good. Although I do agree, we'll have to see how they fare up against one of the stronger opponents.
Exactly. Let's have a look at what this has done to the standings. As Kwangdong Freaks now in 10th place. Very, very close to being eliminated from playoffs contention. I think there's some fancy math you can do to potentially get them there, assuming that Live Sandbox, Nongshim, DRX, and Bro lose absolutely everything as much as possible. But it is not looking very likely. T1 move up to 8. They're not going to be able to get ahead of D+, so 5th place is as high as they can go. But they have now saved themselves from 6th.
Yeah, guaranteed 5th, so that's locked in now at least.
I also imagine that even if they don't look too hot against Liv Sandbox, just T1 in playoffs, I don't know if they're going to get picked.
I mean, there's some tinfoil hat theory that it's all actually about reducing the expectations so that they can have the underdog status and use that to pick up a victory, but that's insanity. Nongshim versus D+ Kia is going to be coming up after the break. That will be starting at 7:20 KST. So it's a bit of a break because this was a quick series, but we'll have some content for you and some things like that in the break, and we will see you afterwards for our second series of the week.
들려? 잘 들려요. 물티슈 필요하면 내 거 써. 이거 줄게 여기. 네. 춥지 않아? 괜찮아요. 괜찮아?
건우 막내 생겨서 기분이 너무 좋아 보여.
근데 건우의 막내 건우보다 3살 어리다는 게 말이 안 되는데 난.
승훈이가 여기 나이 제일 많아 보인다니까.
아 그건 아니야 성훈아.
그건 아니네. 그건 아니야?
적어도 너랑 비슷한 약간. 그게 그거잖아. 성훈아 1대1 할래? 하죠. 일단은 맛보기를 리신 미러 가보자. 어? 닦일 뻔했네. 오케이 좋은데 한 번 더 하자. 오케이 이즈리얼 할까 리시리 할까? 야쏘? 야쏘? 야쏘 하자고? 네. 좋은데. 죽어야겠지. 1스택 3스택 4스택. 오 너무 세다. 4분 남았다. 문 높이고? 오케이. 문도 근본 스킨으로 간다. 어디 갔어? 스킨 겹치네. 빛의 압박감. 여기. 오. 개고수인데. 안녕하세요. 잘 가세요. 잘 가세요. 이거 풀 안 써? 잘 가, 정아. 두 번 봐준 게 이렇게 된다고? 내 풀을 끝까지 아끼네 이거 포션까지 보고.
건우가 말이 많다.
2분 남았다 2분. 건우 닦였어? 갈까?
자, 얘들아 우리 이번 뱀비 끝나면 초반 설계랑 이런 거 좀 꼼꼼하게 하고 들어가자, 알았지?
야 지면 불려가서 이기면 돼. 상관없어. 아니야 그냥 칼퇴하자. 뭐하러 그래? 막말로 져도 돼. 나 칼퇴하고 싶어. 프로 결승이 더 중요하지. 여기 있다 세주. 세주 발견. 나 미드 뒤에서 나올 수 있고. 나 미드 왔어. 봐도 돼 이거. 얘 노플이야. 노플이야. 보자. 얘가 진짜고? 나이스.
천천히 탈게. 뒤에 텔 탈게. 뒤에 텔.
야 천천히. 레넥 뒤치 좋아.
안 해봐줘. 야 앞에. 노플.
야 앞에 잡았어. 끝났대. 나이스.
나 미드 한번 봐줄 수 있고.
얘 더블 링크에서 안 될 듯?
이거 한번 볼게. 노플.
밀게.
나이스.
기나. 그건 뭐야?
나이스.
알리부터 보자.
야 크한테. 암라부터.
그한테. 다시 시작. 앞에. 바로. 나이스. 이득 많이 봤다. 나이스. 한번 다음라인 한번 더 밀어도 되는데. 봐. 내가 한번 봐줄게. 꺾기 봐도 되나 봐? 봐도 될 것 같은데? 막아볼래 형? 막아볼래? 막았다. Q 3초. 끝. 뒤졌다 알아봐.
얘네 물 수 있다.
물면 볼게.
야 끝.
괜찮아.
남 초식해.
이거 앞에 딜 갖고 와. 봐줘.
야 크한테 노플.
야 다 잡았어.
앞에 노플.
앞에 피해. 내가 잡으러 갈게. 앞에 피해. 나 게임 끝낼게. 나 이거 루브랑 집 끊을게.
너 좋은 거 같은데?
잡았어. 와 이게 줘. 끝났어. 끝났냐? 끝났어. 시원하다 한타. 와우. 나이스. 가자. 나이스 1등. 나이스 1등이다. 가보자.
Teleport in for the contest. This is going to be a rough fight for Jen. They're going to try to go for the 4v5, but this Baron is already gone. There's the smite, and now the 4v5. Three-man stun comes in from the Jax, but Doran is already dead, as now it's 3v5. They should be able to take out Willer. Liv Sandbox pretty low on their health bar. Base just hunting them down, as he will take out Kyle. And he's looking for more. Flash on in, gets the triple, looking for the quadra. There it is, as Zeri will have.
for D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovier's gonna find it, he just wipes the floor with a Chovy. Not even gonna go down to death because it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not gonna get it. Make it a triple.
All or nothing.
All right. We're refilling the glass just a little bit. Let's see whether T1 can steal this one away. As BD's just flashing in, he finds the 3-man instantly. Gumayushi is dead. They had to go for it, didn't they? But it just wasn't going to work out. Equalizer doing a fair bit of work there as Amy's just going to grab a few last hits. Away as Kingen is in trouble. There's the flash twist and advance the needlework. Trying to get away. Oh, the turnaround as Kingen lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim and now Grizzly. Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more notorious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy and it continues to be so as Jiwoo. Yeah. Cannon has taken a little bit of damage. That ult doesn't hit anything as now they are going to catch Kellen, but the massive Nico ult on top of 4 of them. As now Tame's just going to be pulled into the backside and nobody's there to help him out. Dudu alone.
Setting up on the Baron. Ona has to try and get in.
Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Ona. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is dived in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing.
Wanna feel a rush, tell them turn the pressure up. I be setting fires for the thrill, I can't get enough. Knocked down, never knocked out. When I'm in the clutch, leaving limits crushed. Gotta get it, ain't no giving up, nah. Got the whole world waiting on my fall. Me against the odds, bet it all. Better stack them tall, non-stop, fighting non-stop. I've been through it all, eyes locked, coming in hot, breaking through my walls, yeah. Try to count me out, but I'm on the grind, yeah. Count down till I'm going live, yeah. Feel it like a fire on the inside. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Come on. Coming alive. Yeah. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Rose from the ashes to survive. I'm coming alive. Dog, I never have to check it. Me, myself, and I got bigger plans, you might have guessed it. This is my world from sea to sky, I didn't plan it. Evil combated, people will try to test your patience. Flashing through the days, catch me living, I don't hesitate. Either way, if you hear the name, you will know. Crickets and creatures will come in the night. Keep my back from the reaper who's hunting and running, you gotta decide. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my... I'm just controlling my fate. I'll never fade, oh. I'm just controlling my fate. I'm just controlling my fate, oh. I'm just controlling my
대전, my city.
everyone, and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got Nongshim Red Force up against D plus Kia. And this one, a lot like the first match, especially with Faker back in, for you guys who are joining us late. There does seem to be one team that is quite favored against the other team, but still a lot on the line for both teams.
Yeah, I think Nongshim have this easy. Yeah, this is very one-sided on paper. I think Nongshim have shown at times during the season some potential.
Yeah.
But also at times not so much. Well, definitely potential, but not so much achieving that potential.
Yeah.
And I think currently D+ have been in really solid form for the most part. So, yeah, especially I think a big thing as well is there are still a lot of stakes on the line in terms of this match.
How many stakes?
Like 4.
4? Wow, that's a lot.
A lot of stakes, a lot of meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, D+ want to fight to try and get that third place spot off Honma Life Esports, and Honma Life Esports have a pretty tricky final schedule, I would say, so definitely potential for them to take that off them, and Nongshim are just still fighting for playoffs.
Yeah.
Like every team on the right side of the standings are.
Yeah, I mean, at least Nongshim have 5 wins. The only other team on the right side who has that is the Sandbox, as you can see, 3 points ahead. So Nongshim would have to pretty much win both of their matches and then hope that Liv Sandbox lose at least one. Liv Sandbox, by and far, the most likely to take that spot at the moment, especially given their current form. As, yes, Nongshim aiming for 6th place and DK aiming for 3rd.
No, aiming's on KT.
Well, in this graphic, he's on both teams.
Oh.
Nongshim aiming and DK aiming.
No, I think that would help. He's been in pretty good form. Yeah, I mean, Nongshim have really pulled out of the bag. I think a lot of things happened. Kwangdong Freaks and their 9-loss streak they're now on. Bro were like front runners for like 7 minutes and then have now completely fallen apart in the last week. Has really allowed Nongshim to open up their chances of making playoffs, but they need wins. There is no other way to spin it. They just need to win as many games as possible. And normally you look at a match against D+, and you're like, well, that's a rough one. Nongshim don't get a chance to sort of say that. They don't have an opportunity to go, oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
They just have to take it as best as they can. And D+ making some coaching staff adjustments. Hard to say what impact this will make.
Yeah.
Hard to scope it out, but they are clearly trying to do something.
Yeah, and, you know, Acorn was suffering with some COVID. I wonder if maybe with playoffs so close, they're trying to bring in a guy who's healthy, right there with the team, you know, working with them every single day in potential preparation. Or maybe it's just a strategical change. Maybe they're trying to bring in Bubbling to mix up kind of the atmosphere of the team, maybe try to inspire some kind of shot calling, you know, and some teamwork from that side, which has been a little bit of their issue here, even though they are, you know, very comfortably in 4th place and a very strong team still. If they're trying to reach for the tippy top, they're trying to make some adjustments. Either way, we don't know 100% why, but it will be interesting to see how that adjustment does change things up, as Jiwoo versus Deft will be an interesting one as well. Captain Jack voting for Jiwoo as the OPGG player of the week last week, and he has been quite good.
Yeah, I think he's been solid, and a lot of people look towards when he was brought into this roster as being like a really positive change, bringing out some of the spicy picks like the Neela, which is obviously piloted to great effect when it wasn't permanently banned. I also think for me, Peter's been a real standout. I think his Rakan gameplay has been fantastic when he's got it, but just often on these engaged supports, making a big impact. And often the roster that we talk about is the power of friendship.
Yeah.
They're going up against D+, which is the power of 3 world champions.
Yeah, you don't need friendship on that roster. You just, yeah, these are ramen flags. The Shin Ramyeon, which is, yeah, it's basically like the most famous one in Korea, and it's made by Nongshim. So there you go. The spiciness that you were mentioning, definitely on point. As here is D+, all masked up, you know, with the COVID outbreak on the team, just trying to stay safe, as you'll notice that Kana also still not here, and Bible will be in once again.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of switches between the support. Still feels like they're kind of figuring that one out. Cal actually had some pretty solid performances last week on the engages, but it's still been a little bit mixed. Rest of the team there, apart from Kana, obviously, and you've seen before, like when
There he is.
When Peanut was playing from home, we're like, how much will this affect Gen G? And the answer was, it didn't. But hard to say. Different teams, it affects in different ways.
Yeah, he looked a bit better. Last week I was a bit worried he didn't look so great, but hopefully feeling better as well. As the key players for round 2, Kenyon has been a bit of a light switch jungler, where either he is on and he gets player of the game, or he is off and doesn't end up doing too much.
I will say he has been on more than off. You know, a lot of cost to the energy bills, I've got to say, recently, but he's been pretty good all around. There has been moments, though. There has definitely been moments. That is the caveat. And especially going towards playoffs, you really need him to be on all the time if you're going to be able to match up to some of the better teams in the league.
Yeah. And we know he's a guy that has made a World Championship run and picked up MVP, so we know that he knows how to do it. The question is not about if he knows or not. It's really about getting in that groove and maintaining that consistency.
Like a space groove?
Yeah. You know, bring back the Gragas, maybe.
Yep.
So here's Kana, still coughing, still feeling it. Hopefully he feels better soon. They're definitely going to need him to be in tip-top shape for not only this series, but also their last series, which is against Humble Life Esports in what should be a fight for 3rd place.
Yeah, and the question is, will Humble Life be able to match up to Gen G? Because that's their other... So they have a really tough matchup. Obviously, looking at the standings, they are ahead, but 2 hard series for them, and with D+ playing them directly, ample opportunity for D+ to try and steal away that 3rd place spot. And for those who don't know, 3rd place does mean you're still in the first round. You don't get double elim initially, but you get to choose your opponent out of the 5th and 6th place teams. And I feel like that has a lot of value, especially given that T1, you know, it's early days. They've started to look alive again with the reintroduction of Faker. So yeah. I would definitely prefer to have the choice going into that one.
Yeah, probably avoid T1, I would imagine, regardless who makes it through in 6th place. It's looking very likely it should be Live Sandbox, but it'll get interesting, you know, like what if DK loses here? Like, that could happen. I'm not saying it's likely, but what if that happens? What if Nongshim take a upset win and they get 6th place? Then what do you do as Humble Life Esports, who should be guaranteed 3rd? Do you take the Nongshim, who's on a fiery roll, or do you take T1, who was struggling, but now they have Faker?
Yeah, and Nongshim haven't lost a single playoff game this entire year.
Yeah, that's very true as well.
So,
nor have they had any, but, you know.
I feel like that caveat kind of ruins my point, but, you know.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Still. All right, so we're on a new patch. We did witness the first LCK match earlier today.
Little tidbit, on 13-14, seems Xerath could be really strong because he's 100% priority. Every draft we've had in this patch, we've seen Xerath.
Yeah, thank you, Ox.
It may have a 0% win rate.
Yes, that is.
But who's counting?
Yeah, that is very true.
Yeah,
I don't think we'll see it anymore.
If you're a big fan of Xerath, you could watch that previous series, but I'd probably advise against it.
Yeah, probably avoid it.
It didn't go well. Didn't go too hot.
What I'm curious about is the Aatrox, right?
Surely they have to factor this in. Is it just going to be a first pick, or was that like just a exceptional situation with T1? That's going to be the question. How high is the priority going to be on it? We've seen things like Rumble left open available, Sejuani, Vi, Sante that we saw banned in the previous series, all left open here. And Annie has returned to the bans. Apparently 10 damage on the Q wasn't enough to complete the champion.
Took us a little bit to figure that out. As Vi is going to be banned, which means Aatrox is available. We immediately zoom in on Dindin, who's not only picking for the team, but also could be playing the Aatrox if they want to take it here. As he hovers Darius.
No, I wouldn't honestly mind like a Sejuani pick, because then you could threaten like Sejuani Renekton.
The Jiwoo angle. Nefiri is not playable, but Zeri is, unfortunately.
Sadly. Yeah, kind of interesting to see it as such a high priority as a first pick. I feel like D+ have a lot of options here with their rotation. Like I said, Sejuani available. You could take the Renekton as well. That'd be a really hard matchup for the Aatrox, or you could just go into Jace Maokai, which has been very
everybody's favorite duo. Well, at least amongst the LCK teams.
Yeah, and Jace was struggling quite a bit last week. I feel like there is like an element of bit of execution, you know, because you obviously have to play heavily around the poke, around the shock blast, but definitely powerful. It looks like not going for Jace Maokai, but maybe the Jace Sejuani, and this means if Nongshim pick up the Aatrox here, you could just go Sejuani Renekton and look to stomp him into the dirt, which I think is a decent game plan.
Yeah.
This also does, in theory, keep alive the Jace as a flex, but realistically, we haven't seen Jace top for a while. I don't think we're going to see it today.
Yeah, the Ahri here is very interesting. I don't really see why you would want to do this with the standalone Zeri. Even if you do go like Ahri Viego, seems a bit out there. So instead, we'll go for the other A champion, and then we'll pick Ahri.
Yeah. Again, not sold on the Ahri. Feel like she's really pulled another meta. Aatrox, though, I think D+, you just answer with the Renekton here and look to stomp Dun Dun into the ground, make him 0-5 so that Renekton never really gets to take off. But we'll see if they feel the same or they want to prioritize an AD carry, for example. It looks like they might go in that direction. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I feel like with Aatrox being such a priority, you want to ensure you have a great top matchup who syncs with Sejuani, but either way, they take the Varus in this situation. Hasn't had a great win rate, hasn't been performing too hot. We've seen mixtures. The AP Varus has kind of fallen off a bit. We haven't seen it as much. Seen a lot of lethality Varus.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real. If that Aatrox is on top of my Varus and I'm lethality, go next.
Yeah, actually. So if Nongshim get a lead already with Ahri, Aatrox, Zeri, Varus doesn't get to play the game. The Jace from behind is lethality as well. You know,
yeah,
it can be itemized against. There are ways to play against this.
I think going double lethality, if you fall behind with that comp as D+, it's just over. See the Rumble banned. Surely the Renekton was going to be banned on 5. Whereas D+ targeting the Viego, looking towards the jungle pool and thinning that out away from Sylvie. I guess you could go for something like Wukong if you thought he'd bring that out. But yeah. So actually the Rel has kind of been overlooked here.
Remember Poppy?
I remember Poppy. But yeah, the Rel's been overlooked, so perhaps we see like the Rel on 4 from D+.
Yeah.
Or something in that regard, but I think Nongshim banning Renekton here would make a lot of sense to me.
It's Kana as well. I mean, do you really want to give him Renekton in a really comfortable spot? Unless there is some other kind of obvious counter for Aatrox that we haven't seen too much. But yeah, the Renekton seems very clear.
Especially with the Sejuani, I just think there's no way you leave that open.
Yeah. There are other things to go well with the Sedge, like a Gwen, I suppose. But Renekton was definitely the biggest perpetrator there, as will be Jax.
Yeah, so Jax got some nerfs this patch. Mana cost on ult, which is whatever, and 1 second extra on his E cooldown at every rank. Not a huge change, and the big thing is they also buffed Spirit Sojin. They buffed Sterak's, so he's actually in a pretty good in a pretty good spot, if I'm going to be real. Obviously, Sterak's doesn't really come into Jax builds until super late, so it's not that much of a factor, but Sojin has been so popular for him. And Nongshim going to go for the Nocturne, which I think makes sense with what your comp wants to do. You're wanting to dive onto the Jace Varus and blow them up.
Yeah.
I think it works. Peter deciding does he want to play the Rel, which is objectively very strong, or the Rakan, which he has an emote for.
I think you got to get those Peter stonks up, so go for the Rakan. That would be my my personal
Go
preference.
for the Rakan, get the emote in, spam it. That's the based approach I would like to see.
Based on what?
Based on his emote.
Oh, okay. All right.
Which is based on Rakan.
True. Nautilus potential. I mean, Varus Nautilus, very strong. But
a lot of lockdown. I think the Nautilus makes a lot of sense into Ahri and Zeri, who are very difficult to lock down. Like, there's a lot of skill shot CC with the Sejuani ult, with the Varus ult. Being able to lock them in place, if an ult connects onto Fiesta, the CC will be layered from there. So
I do want to check one thing, Ox. Did you love the Braum here? Just a little check that I had to do.
No.
Okay.
No.
I was just checking.
I would not like the Braum here. Braum into Rakan's bad. Braum in Nocturne is... You can't... Like... Yeah.
I was just curious. I love the Nocturne here.
Nocturne's pretty good.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're indexing heavily into amazing amounts of dive. And like we said earlier on, this is just kind of a developed version of what we saw in the first 3 picks from each team. If DK get behind and the majority of your damage is Varus Jace, you're going to be struggling. They do have that Jax Sejuani. They do have a lot of synergy up there and ways to win through a side lane, but definitely not a, one comp wins every situation kind of feel here for DK.
Yeah. I wonder if it will just be the lethality Varus. In terms of snowballing and having a good laning phase, it makes a lot of sense. But also, if you fall behind and like Aatrox gets to the point where he has like a death stance on top of his core items, he is just not dying ever. He's just not going to take any damage.
Yeah.
You're like full channel Q, and his health bar just won't. He'll hit a Q3, and he'll just be full health again.
That's true. Also, yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see Dindin's Aatrox as well. Not necessarily the carry top player here in the LCK, but Aatrox in its current state definitely can carry itself. So let's see how he will do up against Kana's Jax in the top lane with Canyon on Sejuani. Definitely going to be an early game focus point for us as we move on to the Rift for game number 1. Off we go then.
Okay, well, we have
Game
absolute
number 1.
confirmation. It's lethality Varus is going to commit. So,
It's not too surprising, I would say.
no, it seems like it's completely taken over. We did get the nerfs to AP and also the shiv changes, so I can kind of get people being less willing to go towards that. And on hit Varus, it just hasn't been a thing for a while.
It just feels like, why Varus? Why does it have to be Varus? Like, I
Yeah.
understand, you know, we've seen it many times. Red side Varus, very strong. Oftentimes gets picked on red side, the lethality Varus especially. This was a meta, actually, where if you would get Jace and Varus as lethality on the same team, you would win a lot of your games. And, you know, it was years ago now, but it still lives on to this day.
Yeah. I also just find it weird that they had such low priority in the Aatrox that they let it go across, and then didn't pick the Varus instead of like Renekton early. But we have to see how it plays out. I think ultimately for Canyon, we've seen him have some games where he's just taking over the map, some games a lot less impact. This needs to be a game, ideally, where they're having that early impact. Get your solo lanes ahead if possible, because Nocturne's going to be farming until 6, if we're being real. He just wants to get his ultimate. And if you can get some momentum for that Jax or that Jace, it'll make a lot of difference.
Well, 2 going to come in here. Deft already getting knocked up a big chunk of health.
That's a good start.
Immediately out of him. At least
you know what
he
that
went
is?
Gathering Storm. And you know who also went Gathering Storm? It's the Jace.
That's the strat. Go to 80 minutes, and then you have like a million AD.
And Gio doesn't get to play the game? Is that the way? Is that why we're prioritizing the Varus here?
Yeah, maybe not.
I like it.
Really good start, though. I feel like Peter kind of missed out on popping his emote after that really good trade, but a nice W comes in, and Deft will be able to heal up. You got triple. You actually went refillable. So I think he's popped both those, and he's not even full. So a bit on the back foot in this matchup already.
It's okay. He's got a biscuit. 1 biscuit. Sylvia's here.
He doesn't want any of that.
Yeah. He doesn't want a piece of this Jax. Imagine if Jax had a real weapon. And
Kind of gonna like jump over the wall and then find a Nocturne.
Yeah. I think that might just happen here. Kana willing to take the 1v1, but now Path of Darkness gonna hit him as he's just gonna hop away. And he doesn't care.
I think maybe it would have been better for Sylvie to walk around and not give away his position by queuing.
Also, to maybe not do the Gromp the entire time. I mean, that was fine. But also, you could have just killed him.
Yeah. You know, I would have probably just killed him.
So this is the Canyon POG angle. Let's see how this one goes. Although it's pushing into you guys, you don't need to step up. Gio is going to face check the Sejuani and stop the back. That's very annoying. But nicely done by Gio.
And now Canyon's like, right, well, I'll just walk a little bit further and then recall here. And wait, are they looking for him again?
Get him!
Yeah, take that.
Sejuani on a 7.
Do it again, do it again, do it again. Keep chasing him. Don't let him recall.
Get in there, Peter. Get in the river. No, they're just going to let him go this time. Is Peter going to stop his back? Looks like he was backing. Sylvie still farming. Still Nocturne.
Yep. And they are going to spot him out on his Krugs to get a ward down there. But doesn't really make too much difference. And actually, this is perfect timing. Because they stopped the recall bot side. Canyon's opening up on the map a little bit later. Dylan actually gets to crash this wave knowing where Canyon is. So he can do this very safely, go for the bounce, and then be safe, because you do not want to end up overextended top lane against Jack Sejuani. It's so easy to set up that stun. It'll be pretty painful.
So this seems a bit desperate from Sylvie. I mean, there's no...
I think he's just trying to help
the
wave in.
Yeah, there's just no camps.
But it kind of ended up failing.
Yeah. No, he got spotted on both wards. Like, you should have known that at least one ward is down there. Yeah, he's just going for a reset. Gonna farm his camps.
You know, all things considered, going pretty okay for Nongshim, right? Top lane matchup. Dunnan is behind, but hasn't died yet. Positive. Sylvie is nearly level 6. Bot lane actually doing pretty good. So, you know, a lot of positives so far. But I feel like the mid game for D+'s composition is where it's really going to shine. Once you get like the double Manamune plus Mythic Spike for Showmaker and Deft, it's going to mean it's going to be pretty painful for Nongshim. And I think Nongshim need to play this game with absolute confidence. You need to just be ulting in, off cooldown basically for the Nocturne.
Yeah.
Zero hesitation.
Jiwoo as well, zero hesitation to just run into the lane, easily dodges the dredge line, doesn't afraid of anything, and just gonna get back to farming. That's basically what we're doing in this game. It's farming as efficiently as we possibly can. Nothing else is happening, really.
Some people are farming efficiently.
As efficiently as they can.
Oh, okay, that's valid.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was assuming too much. D+ have moved on to farming dragons beyond just minions, so they should pick up an early mountain pretty good. Also pretty good as a denial, as much as, like, mountain still just gives so much individual stats for just one of them, and especially when you are a heavy AD composition, you really don't want the enemy team to get any extra armor.
Yeah, that's very true. As
you know, you feel strongly about Blastcone. How do you feel about Honeyfruit? How do you feel about your laner disappearing, picking up a Honeyfruit, and coming back full health?
Might have a little engage here as Bible in a lot of trouble has to flash away. Peter, please flash your emotes. You just got a flash. This is when you're supposed to flash the emote.
Perfect opportunity, honestly.
We have the camera on you right now. You just created some action.
Think how much you'd tilt Bible by doing that.
Ox would get very tilted if someone did that to him. Thankfully, no one he plays against has emotes in the game, so he's safe.
You know, it's an easy win. It's an easy win. And the thing is, if they mute your emote, then you've already won.
Yeah. Even if you don't know 100% that they've muted it, the second it happens, you already win.
Yeah, and then you have to, like, they're going to be thinking about it. Like, you'll kill them, and they'll be like, oh, I bet he's emoting right now. I haven't muted, but I bet he's just spamming that. It really, it's rent-free.
Mm-hmm. You know, the one thing they can't block is making your character emote.
True.
You know, like spamming dance or whatever.
Yep.
Or spamming laugh.
I think true mastery for champion only comes when you find like the most annoying emote spam.
Yeah. No, it's important to know.
Which makes like the funniest noise or looks the silliest or whatever.
Yeah. Something to really tilt your opponent as much as possible. That's really the only point and the only goal of those existing.
Yep, that's why you got to go to a practice tool and work on those. Really get your combos together.
Yeah. A little, okay. Well, that was going to miss. His flash might come through. He's just going to hold on to it. Showmaker's like, yeah, okay, cool story, bro. As they were doing the Rift Herald, and I believe it was even like halfway done, but they just called for the play because Showmaker was showing on the ward. And it did not work.
You know, I said they should play with 100% confidence. They played with 110% confidence.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too much.
off the charts.
Yeah.
They're still just gonna take it. D+ are like, eh.
Yeah, we're not really bothered. You know, kind of wants to reset. You can have it. It's yours. Take it.
Just feels like, you know, Flash used, Paranoia used. Feels like it could have made a case for DK to take that objective.
D+ are just cautious about their chance of the fight and want to try and scale a bit more, play for the mid game. I don't know.
That would make sense, Ox. Sometimes that doesn't always happen, so I'm a little bit caught off guard.
But also I think that if they just jump in and they stack Sejuani passive on anyone they hit, and bear in mind, everyone who would be present at that fight can stack Sejuani passive. They can just one-hit Nongshim.
Yeah, probably. But instead they elect to take the safe approach. And I think as the favored team in the matchup, I think it's fine.
Wait, you think they shouldn't just flip every single...
Just send it?
Yeah.
Speaking of sending it, okay, Blast Cone this time actually going to make action happen. One of the rare times.
Where is it? Peter, your remote.
You got another flash, come on.
Yeah, you gotta send the message, and then Death would do the alpaca back.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay, bro. I don't need my flash.
Yeah, it's unfair that Deft has his own emote as well.
Maybe that's why he's cautious about using his. He doesn't want to get, like, counted, you know?
You don't want to get alpaca.
Yeah.
It's hard to beat the alpaca. There's not many counters to that one. As now Din in a little bit of trouble. Does he have a counter to Jax Sejuani? It looks like the answer is no. He is going to survive and get a bunch of health back, but he doesn't even elect to flash as he accepts his fate. And that will be first blood over to the Jax.
Certainly looks like he got to move a lot in that passage of play. Wasn't just stunned for the entire duration and CC chained. This is kind of like what you're looking for from Jax Sejuani, why this duo's been so potent together, and why they were confident to leave the Aatrox open so they could just essentially do this to him. And the wave's in a rough spot. You know, Dundon has no support, but like the wave is pushed, so he kind of has to get some vision down, and it's just the worst possible time for Canyon to be there. And now the wave's in a pretty rough spot, although I think Canna just crashed it instead of holding it and freezing. He's like, I want to crash this in, get my Divine Sundra, and sunder some Divines, I guess.
Divines, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the second the Sejuani gets on top of you, you still kind of have to flash. But maybe he just didn't want to trade flashes with the jungler, but...
I feel like it would be...
I think he just flashed down the river and at least force something.
I mean, he still got Canna's flash regardless, but I think there's a good chance you flash and then just die anyway, so...
Yeah, kind of a rough spot.
Yep.
As DK now, it's 1-0. Will Nongshim fight over this objective? Looks like maybe?
They really shouldn't.
All right, they're going in as Sylvie is going to just die. Okay, he's
like
he's dead.
You see Canna there. You know Dundon has no TP. You know they have a numbers advantage. What were you going for? What was the game plan? Right? I mean, it's a great engage from D+ that they get the kill on the back end as well as the dragon, but Nongshim just need to learn when to go, no, we don't need to fight this. Live to fight another day.
Yeah. No, I agree. That was definitely a little bit confusing. Looked a little bit half-hearted, too. Like, kind of guys coming in one by one. Peter gets in the pit, and then... I mean, there's not really much else to explain,
like,
right?
You don't get close to the pit, but also you're playing Nocturne. Like, you know, Nocturne has an ultimate that you can fly in from long distances. You don't need to walk into, like, hook range of the Nautilus and be like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Definitely a bit of a misplay. It happens to the best of us, but that's definitely going to get Nongshim not in a great spot. They do have this first Rift Herald, so they should be able to catch up in terms of gold. But DK already a couple of Drakes and Cloud Drake on the map. It's going to be feeling really nice if you can pick that up.
Yeah, and Jax is getting fed, which is scary. This champion is broken, and we'll be able to buy cool items like Spear of Sojin, which was buffed.
All right, well, now he's going in, going to get his revenge this time onto Showmaker, as they do finally put their buttons together and make a kill happen.
Positive C, and that's kind of the energy you need to carry out throughout this game, is when you see Showmaker or Death isolate alone, just go. Just make the play. You have such a mobile team. In honesty, I was going to say like a mobile trio between the Nocturne, Ahri, and Rakan, but
he's trying to hold on to the turret because he wants to get first turret blood for the team, but instead he's just going to die. He had the right idea at first. He was backing, and I think especially against... Okay, he's 3-0 now, right? The Jax is just insanely fed, and he moves up to the turret, accepts his death. Jax still gets the turret plates, but the team gets the first
But his
blood.
ults now cost 100 mana, so Canna's out of mana, so now he has to recall. Nerfs had an impact.
They did. They changed the way his mana works here.
Yeah.
Towards the end.
He has less mana than he would have before, therefore unplayable.
Yeah.
Unplayable. Yeah,
Jax
nice ward
needs
placed here
more.
actually.
Yeah.
To spot it out. And then yeah, the whole squad just comes in. CC's layered. Not really much Showmaking can do. I guess the safer route you'd have to take in that situation, but he might have just got dove anyway. And then here, Dunder's like, I really want these minions. And D+ say, no, probably not.
Yeah. I really think it was a team call to try to hold on to the turret. I mean, there's no other reason why. He was already backing. Like, he already knew, okay, my entire team, including the jungle, is on the bottom side of the map. Like, I'm not safe here. I'm going to get dove. And then he's like, I'm going to get dove. And then he goes in, you know? Like, there's no other reason to go in there.
Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. The gold's even, but it's like all the gold for D+ is on Kana, and all the gold for Nongshim. Most of it's on Jiwoo, but it's kind of spread out a bit more.
Yeah.
So, Fed, Zeri plus, kind of Fed Ari, Nocturne, Rakan versus Omega Fed Jax is kind of the story of the game so far.
Yeah. So Kana, even from home, looking to do some carrying. And, yeah, I mean, I was curious to see how Dundun would do on this pick. I don't feel like his mastery of the champion has really shown itself just yet, but also I don't think he's really been given a chance to, right? So
yeah,
I'm not gonna say, oh, you know, Dundun maybe shouldn't pick this, or oh, maybe Aatrox isn't as overpowered as we thought. No, none of those takes are real in this one.
I think as well, it's like Aatrox was left open, but then they took Sejuani Jax, which is like the premier, one of the premier duos we've had in the top jungle for like a month and a half, maybe. Yeah. It's been pretty good for a while.
And nothing really hit it.
And in the pre-show, they showed the stats from last week where it was like 85% win rate for both of them. So
I wonder why.
I wonder what was meant by this.
And a lot of times, teams don't even let it get picked together. But when it does get picked together. Sejuani as well, we saw at the beginning of this game, 7-win streak. And a lot of those players are on winning teams, but we did also see a couple of Eastern standing junglers.
Yeah, I always feel like it's interesting with that, because it's like, well, okay, the good teams are picking it and they win, but also the good teams are pretty good at.
They're going to win with anything.
Pretty good at, but you'd also hope that they're pretty good at picking good champs.
Yeah.
You know, are the picks good because the good teams pick them, or are the good teams good because they pick them?
That's
a philosophy for you.
That's 3 deep, 5 me.
Yeah,
how to answer that one off.
There's a lot to think about when it comes to that. And Sylvie's going to slip the Herald in on the tier 2, and they're now setting up for this Dragon.
Yeah.
D+ have position on it already, but Nongshim's comp is so mobile that it doesn't really matter. Like, we have Nocturne take the tower mid. Maybe more? Maybe tier 3
DK, make a choice. Do something. We're going to get a charge in there in that inhibitor turret. It's not the biggest deal. It is mid, but it's certainly kind of free. As DK looking to take this objective. They have set up a nice little phalanx here. As Sylvie, will he go in on this one? Bible really the only one showing at this point in time. The damage comes in. Sylvie, will he go in? The Zeri ultimate is popped as now they look at that front line. They find Canyon and he just burns down as immediately Dundun gonna heal up to nearly full as well as Sylvie is eating the brunt of the damage. They just fight it front to back.
There's Zeri.
Now Showmaker goes in, but the Zeri flank comes in from Jiu. It is a full ace to the side of Nongshim as they crush DK on the Dragon.
Ace for 0 there as well, and you see the momentum in this composition. The Aatrox resets, the Ahri resets, the Zeri sliding over the wall, and yeah, D+ get the Dragon, but Nongshim get everything else. And now you got Fed Zeri.
She is really fed. I mean,
this is just, I love the patience from Sylvie. Keep them in the dark, and they're split up. You know, Showmaker's backing away. In the darkness, it feels like you're split from your team. They go in, they focus the front line, burst them down, and then Kana, he's fed, but he's now facing down 5. Showmaker and Deft are running away, and this slide from Jiwoo, not only to cut them off, but finishes off Deft. So beautifully played, honestly.
Everybody's going crazy. Kind of reminds me of the DRX coaches on their Worlds run. Kind of similar energy. And you know what? The Miracle Run is something that has been quoted,
you know,
many times for
Nongshim can only make 6th. I don't know if you know there was a team who made 6th place last summer in the LCK.
There is one that comes to mind, yeah. you know.
Is this the beginning?
The
Neela Noodle
the
skin?
Neela Noodle skin. You were calling for it for quite a while.
It needs to happen. It needs to happen.
This could be the beginning of something new.
Yeah, they have 5,700 gold ahead right now.
Yeah.
That is a mammoth lead.
And they did this, we were talking about like gold leads and stuff like that. A lot of the money was on the Jacks, and unfortunately, at this point in the game, especially because Canyon died so quickly, the Jacks does lose a decent amount of power in that, especially when you're being torn apart from so many different angles. And, you know, if your Counter-Strike is only going to hit one person, it doesn't matter if your team fight Jacks, you're just going to get torn apart and die.
Like, everyone's so mobile as well, they can easily, like, circumvent the front line if they wanted to, and then go for these squishy backlines. You can see in that fight, Showmaker and Death having to play so safe.
Canyon in a little bit of trouble, but he does have this turret, and he is quite tanky as they're zoning away. Look at the damage that Dindin is already doing. As a hook looking to come through, max range is going to land. The Chains of Corruption, Dindin is just dead as the counter comes in from D plus Kia. But again, you still got Jiwoo over there. Some low health bars. We got Kana TPing into this one. Jiwoo is going to have to go to that stopwatch immediately. They knock up the Jacks, and DK's just leaving Kana to die. They say, no, we will not fight this one. Even though he just picked up his spear and Shojin, they're like, nope, you're dead. Goodbye.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to say, phenomenal stopwatch by Jiwoo. No flash, no cleanse. Don't think he had his E as well. But the stopwatch bait, they get a free Jax. And you know what? This is like the least impactful 3-0 Jax I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean,
This was Dundon just overextending, trying to get some poke on a Showmaker, but it's like, you're not killing him, and there's a Nautilus and a Varus there, and you have no flash. So as soon as your ult from Varus hits, you're pretty much doomed. But a lot was committed there by D+. The TP as well coming in from Kana is pretty big. And then here, it's just a stopwatch from Jiwoo. He doesn't have a way of getting out. He gets tagged by the slow, but then baits in the Jax, and the turnaround comes in. And again, the ult is popped by Sylvie. The dash from his ult isn't a significant thing, but when D+ split, the backline are trying to maintain distance from the front line so they can hit poke safely. Suddenly with the lights out, you have no idea where anyone is.
Yeah.
And also,
it's part of why we love the Nocturne here.
What do you do, right, if you're on stage and your teammates are next to you and Nocturne ults, you can look at their
screen. PC, yeah.
But who's not here? Kana's not here.
Kana's not here.
He jumped in alone, you know? Showmaker,
Oh, no.
Canyon's looking over, he's like, he's not there. I don't know
that PC's off. Why is it off? Oh no.
The screen's black. Why can't I see it? Oh yeah, Nocturne. Oh no, yeah, my top lane is not here.
Yeah. Before the show went live, I saw in the rehearsal the Korean predictions. Captain Jack actually predicted Nongshim to win this series.
Very based.
And it is quite based on DK struggling a lot recently, and, you know, with Kana, with COVID, and, you know, a bunch of the coaching staff as well. A lot of changes, a lot of mix-ups, and Nongshim are on the rise, right? It's the perfect time to look for an upset victory.
Perfect time to start Baron.
Yeah.
Why not?
You know what we said in the draft, if DK gets behind, they're going to be kind of doomed. Let's see how it goes from here.
Yeah, I think they were going for it because Kana was bot side, and they were like, we can try this, but our combat movement speed for the Cloud Drake getting him back up. Oh,
Fiesta! They see you, but it doesn't seem to matter if the front line is just getting torn to pieces as a massive Counter-Strike does come in, but does it matter? Sylvie getting quite low. Deft is going to get the snipe here onto Fiesta, and the turnaround is coming in, but Aatrox is just too OP, and they can't quite take him out as the zap is going to come down now. They're all kiting away. As
oh no.
From the side of DK is... It's kind of like hunting headless chickens at the moment. They're all so low as Nongshim just on the run here.
Keep running, Peter. Keep running. Never turn back.
Flash your remote. This is the perfect time. Oh, he's dead. And now Peter's got to flash away too. It looks like Sylvie's going to go down as well. As it looks like this team fight just a bit over as they might look to turn onto the Baron. Some iffy health bars, but you do have the teleport almost up here from Kana.
Yeah. I think they just go for it here. Yeah, they got TP. Yeah, I think they just do this.
Kana has TP soon enough.
Nongshim have to rush the dragon, I think is the recourse, and deny the soul. There's 5 members there.
Or just TP in alone to the top.
I mean, they do have an Aatrox, and his Derek's back off cooldown.
Oh god. No way. No world ender.
Single Aatrox.
Okay, well, they got the Baron, which we saw as a foregone conclusion. Nongshim didn't seem to see that, as now Dundun is running at the Dragon.
Yeah, I think now there's a risk that they get challenged on the Dragon. They're still up in gold, but their lead is really being reduced. And now we're seeing the spikes come in from Jason Varus. Manamoon fully stacked for Showmaker, not too far off for Deft. They give up the Dragon as well, it's going to feel pretty painful. But this is a great time to fight your way back and take all those Barons away from D+. I'm sure that's what Nongshim is saying right now.
Yeah, let's see how this one is going to go. Dundun trying to provide a front line for the team. And Jiwoo pretending to be old Zeri, trying to match poke.
Just have the Bloodthirster now, so
yeah,
can sustain up a bit through the poke.
The Q, I swear it hit Canyon there, but it didn't really look like it did. And yeah, just a nice little phalanx here with the Baron buff. DK not ready to pull the trigger. They know what happened last time on the Dragon, rather. As Peter is going for a huge flank. Sadly, that's not Mega Cone. But
he's spotted.
Spotted. You gotta go. You just gotta go in. They're gonna go in onto Showmaker. Is the damage there? He is going back onto Peter, but Sylvie will pick up Showmaker as down goes the chase, and the angle from the Zeri is perfect, and that's a free Nautilus on top. As the cherry on top is now Nongshim looking for more. Here comes Jiwoo. They're trying to chase down the Fed Jackson. They will pay for it. Jiwoo's gonna go down. As, you know, they forgot their Aatrox. Dundun wasn't here, but now he is. The Counter-Strike comes in, but they're still gonna be able to take out Fiesta, and Dundun alone. Still trying to, okay, that was a fancy maneuver. And it looks like he's just going to hop away from this one and get away. What a crazy game so far.
I have no idea why. Why they can't just take the win. They literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. We see this play coming in here though, not able to get the Varus, but they managed to get locked in this situation. And I kind of want to highlight the Aatrox here. The Aatrox looks like it's just going to go down. And then the Sterix into the Mega Gourd Rinker. And Dundun somehow doesn't die, but here the low health bars, D+ can just chase them down, poke them out, pick up a couple kills here. Obviously not working out too well for Nongshim. But now, like, we have the flashes down for both Varus and Jace, which is why this play works. Beautiful flank, jump onto the Jace, and Sylvie just finishes him off and then flashes out again. This was such a perfect fight for Nongshim. It was going so good. You had the Dragon.
And then
Jiwoo.
Well, it's a... We don't know whose fault it is.
It's a fiesta. I tell you that much. It's a fiesta.
It is a fiesta. It's a certified one. We don't need to get official stampage of this. This is a fiesta. Very nice cleanse comes out from Jiwoo, and the paranoia is used. We got another fight in here as Kana. He can't stand up to the Aatrox anymore, even though he's down or up a level in this case, from Kana's perspective.
Very defensive. Paranoia not ideal. We do see Jiwoo doing a very fast cleanse. I believe we call that Captain Jack, who also voted for Jiwoo as his...
And Nongshim to win the series. What does it mean?
It's all interconnected. Summoner's now down for Jiwoo. So definitely something that D+ can look to punish, because now we're into Elder territory. Any Summoners burn now, I think Jiwoo's will be back up for Elder, but any burn from now onwards aren't going to be available for the Elder fight. So a lot of significance placed on that.
I feel like we kind of just go for a little reset, you know? Go back to what we were doing for the first 10 minutes of the game, which was nothing but farming.
Yeah.
And just wait for the Baron to spawn.
Yeah. It's a minute 45. It's not too long, so probably want to start getting set up in that area for now, you know, getting some vision. Yeah, I feel like the thing is, like, Aatrox has Goldrinker plus Sterix, but doesn't really have that much armor. Has picked up a Chain Vest, but I feel like that's kind of the consistent theme. Now is when these champions can start picking up armor. Like Jiwoo with a GA last item. Fiesta has the Zhonya's, but like some armor for Sylvie and Dundun would go a long way. But they're not quite at that point yet. And here's the problem, because Soul was so quick, I don't think they're going to get to that point.
Yeah, I don't know if they really will.
They don't really have that much time.
Yeah.
And both, I mean, look at Showmaker and Deft. Both have the same 3 items. That's a pretty good 3 items to have for those champions.
Oh, yeah, it feels very good.
Yeah.
Gonna be...
Oh!
It begins. the poke.
I will say Jiwoo going Bloodthirster, probably the right call. Probably the right call, being able to sustain through that. No one really on the side of Nongshim. Like, sometimes you have those games where you have like a Sejuani. Like, Sejuani can eat the poke, right? Has the passive shield to absorb it and stuff. No one on Nongshim really wants to eat poke. The actual best person is just Jiwoo because the Bloodthirster sustain.
Yeah.
And that feels very weird to say,
yeah.
Hey, Zeri, can you please tank this Shock Blast for us? But it's...
I mean, it is
the
Zeri.
tech.
She can do anything, right?
True.
Especially with Bloodthirster.
Yeah. Now has a Runan as well. I think that's the thing, because he went Bloodthirster, he needed a bit more attack speed in the build, so it's gone Runans now.
Yeah.
But no GA yet. GA would obviously be pretty great for Zeri in this game.
Yeah, maybe next item. The stopwatch already used and then sold.
Look how fast D+ are running around.
Yeah. Definitely a bit of an issue. It just means that Nongshim don't really have an angle as, you know, threatening the Baron here. DK, though, not willing to pull the trigger on this one just yet. They are going to get mid-prio.
Yeah, we see
to set up.
We see flanks being fished for Fiesta, clearing out some wards over here. Peter's also trying to find an angle, but does get spotted. Oh no, Peter, be careful.
Okay. It's a Fiesta. As now he has to go to a Spirit Rush. Kana gonna push him away, but over here, now you don't have your Jax, but they're not quite able to engage our Nongshim onto the squishy backline. As Deft is sprinting at them right now. He is so fast, they can't get away from the Varus. As you will be able to spell shield that one at least, but Nongshim, they don't really find an angle. They will just back away.
Yeah, it was difficult. They ended up going to the Nautilus. It felt like desperation, right? Our Ari's been caught out. We have to do this. And now, very costly. They'll have the ult back for Elder, but I think they just have to give the Dragon up. I'm not sure they agree with me.
Here they go. Sylvie, no paranoia. You don't really have an angle here. You might try to follow up on the damage, but yeah, not only is everybody taking huge chunks of lethality damage, they're also getting slowed on the backside of it with the Sereldas. As now Nongshim, they might be resigned to just try their luck on the Elder.
So a lot of it comes down to flipping the Elder.
Yeah, it's a challenger's match. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of Nongshim, obviously coming from that roster that did so well in challenges. But yeah, I feel like this game is a bit frustrating for the Nongshim fans because this was so winnable. And it felt like after that 5-0 fight, it was in the bag. And now they are they still have a gold lead, but it feels like they've really been put on the back foot. They have to find a good engage now, but Flash is a backup for Showmaker and Deft. It's going to be difficult, but they need to just take out these backline carries as soon as possible in this fight.
Yeah. Look at that item that we oftentimes criticize the Executioner's Calling picked up by Showmaker, but you're going into BT Zeri, and hey, guess what? Aatrox is back in the meta. So I feel like that's actually, if he can do consistent damage in a fight, get a decent amount of, this is a very interesting angle. Will Fiesta get the drop on him, or will it be the opposite kind just up here?
Actually going Warden's Mail, so really going for that armor vibe. Knowing that it's heavy AD composition.
Fiesta over the wall. They have no idea right now. We got Peter up on the top side here too.
The Elder's getting low.
Elder is getting low. They're trying to engage onto an Aatrox. Generally not the way. As the fight once again is broken up, as now they're trying to get in once again. The poke damage is just getting out of control.
Didn't he pick back in? The thing is, Jiwoo can sustain up if he hits the Dragon, but he can't get near, so he's going to have to go towards the Krogs. We'll heal up of them.
Yeah. We'll get the heal, and the damage here from DK onto objectives is
not the best.
Not amazing.
Yeah, they need Jiwoo to hit it.
Yeah.
They need... That's what Jiwoo's been doing, just lowering the health of it.
Saw that a little bit in the first series, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Jiwoo's in the pit now. Doesn't seem to care as the poke is coming in, and he is not healing a lot as, okay, he's just dead. Down goes Jiwoo, down goes the Zeri, and down should go this Elder Drake in favor of DK.
Not sure what to make of that one. I think Jiwoo was like, okay, if I back off, we lose Elder. I have to just sustain through this. There's not that much sustain in the game. There just isn't enough. D+, get the Elder, already have Baron. They're pushing mid now. Jiwoo's dead for 30 seconds. Oh, so close.
All right, well, DK with Exodia for 10 seconds. They have everything. They have the Soul, they have the Elder Drake, they also have the Baron here for just a moment. As they are looking to dive here on to Dindin. In goes the Jax, looking for that backline. The burn is coming in. Dindin survives for quite a while, but it will be the end of the Rakan. And even with the GA here on Dindin, he will be next. Down he goes. The Nexus turrets will also fall. And Gnome they had an answer, but Jiu trying to get in here, trying to kite them out.
Wait,
as
Jiu?
the Fairy is insane. He's actually holding onto the base by himself. You've got to be kidding me. As now Canyon trying to run away. And he should be going down eventually, you'd imagine. Jiu, yeah, just going to take him out as the Zeri stronger than Elder Drake confirmed.
Man, Jiu just absolutely pops off there. It looked like a suicide play, like, oh, the game's over, I'm just going to do my best. But he actually finds such a great angle.
They're going to try to end.
Has so much value. I don't think they can.
20 seconds on Def.
No
that
way.
doesn't seem like enough. They'll try to take the inhibitor at least to even up the pressure in the mid lane. I don't think there's any way they can end. They might try.
Oh no, please, don't do it again! You did something good!
All right, they're gonna go for it. It's just Deft. 10 seconds, Bible, he's gonna clear out the wave as much as he can, but they're just hitting the turrets. Nongshim.
Oh no,
they want to end it. Bible, the minions are dead, and Jiu's gonna die from the Nautilus. And that is the end of Nongshim's push. They certainly sent it this time, as DK will now push through mid. Peter gonna try to catch the wave.
You just Cannon's face in the cams, he's just losing it.
Oh no.
Oh
he's so dead. Okay, well he's gonna use the blast plan. Thankfully that was there. Now he's gonna flash away. The ult just come through. That's gonna be the end of Peter. Nice try. Heroic effort just to try to stop this wave. Now, can they kill Dundun is the question as he's in there in the back of 5 people. And that will be the end of that, you would imagine. No Nexus turrets, and DK, they avoid any kind of weird base shenanigans, and they will take game number 1.
I don't even want to say, man, Nongshim, it feels like they're perfectly balanced. For every great, amazing play they make, they have to make an equal and opposite horrific play in return. 2 times that game, it's like you actually won the fight. You looked so good. I'm like, hell yeah, this team's popping up. And then they just suicide. I'm like, okay, well, I guess you just lose. Man, what a heartbreaker. I don't even know what else to say. Just, it felt like they had it. They had that game in their hands. And I do think that D+ played pretty well, really, to secure that one. But yeah, it just ultimately wasn't enough in the end.
DK struggling, but they get across the line against Nongshim, who has been on the up and up, but certainly their shot calling and macro decisions haven't necessarily been the best, at least in this first game.
They need someone in the team just to say, we're throwing. Guys, we're throwing. Take a breath. Take a breath. Okay, let's reassess. Guys, we are throwing right now. Don't dive in, Jiwoo. Don't do it. Guys, we can't end. They just need someone saying that and they would have won that game.
They took 2 or 3 really dominant fights. Like, it looked for many times, I'm like, man, Nongshim are just going to win today. They're just going to take the series. But at the end of it, it wasn't meant to be. Nongshim, they will get a second try here in game number 2, but D+ will take the first game of the series. We'll be back after the break with the space. Don't go anywhere.
당 가면 끝나겠다.
당 가자.
뒤에를 아트.
나 무시하면 돼.
그냥
이거 웨이브도 안 줘도 되겠다. 그냥 걸어가자. 그냥 걸어가자. 잡아버려 그냥.
뒤에는 풀 있을 때. 아트는 확실하게 높여. 아트. 내가 갖고 가도 될 듯. 내가 한번 잘려서 결정 큰가? 그것도 있고.
야, 풀이 너무 쉽게 빠진 것 같아. 그 전에?
바로 쓰?
당.
전체적으로.
전체적으로.
근데 내가 좀 라인전 못했다.
Teleport into the contest. This is going to be a rough fight for Jen. They're going to try to go for the 4v5, but this Baron is already gone. There's the smite, and now the 4v5 three-man stun comes in from the dash, but Doran is already dead. As now it's 3v5. They should be able to take out Willer. Lip Sandbox pretty low on their health bar. Base just punching them down as he will take out Kyle. And he's looking for more. Flash on in, gets the triple, looking for the quadrant. There it is, as Zeri will have.
For D+, but still just grabbing the bottom lane. May not be enough here. As Chovier's gonna find it, he just wipes the floor with him. Chovy not even gonna go down to death because it's a double. And Showmaker now looks for him, but he's not gonna get it. Make it a triple. All right. All or nothing. All right. Baron. We're refilling the glass just a little bit. Let's see where the T1 can steal this one away. As BD's just flashing in, he finds the three-man instantly. Gumayushi is dead. They had to go for it, didn't they? But it just wasn't going to work out. Equalizer doing a fair bit of work there as Amy's just going to grab a few last hits. Away as Kingen is in trouble. There's the flash twisted advance, the needlework. Trying to get away. Oh, the turnaround as Kingen lets the minions do it. It's a disaster for Nongshim and now Grizzly. Yeah, I like it when things are a little bit more laborious. Okay, there is the headbutt into Impale combo. It's Grizzly gonna go for the fadeaway to try and get himself out. There's the knockback, Kingen! Oh my goodness, his on is just a joy and it continues to be so as Jiwoo. Yeah. Cannon has taken a little bit of damage. That ult doesn't hit anything as now they are going to catch Kellen, but the massive Nico ult on top of 4 of them. As now Tame's just going to be pulled into the backside and nobody's there to help him out. Dudu alone.
Setting up on the Baron. Ona has to try and get in.
Yeah, it's in full darkness here as they do try and pull in Ona. He goes golden, but they take down the Baron anyway. They jump on top of Zeus, but now Gumayushi is dived in. The feathers are so good. Puddock, DRX, where have you been all season? This is amazing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the space here as we look to break down game number 1 between Nongshim and D+ Kia. A task that I would have thought from the outset would be a relatively comfortable situation for us. However, kind of thinking maybe it's going to be more difficult.
It was wild. This had more twists and like M. Night Shyamalan when he really gets going. He's like, more. I truly didn't know how this game was going to end, and the way that we got there was also not what I expected.
It was an exciting game, let's say. You just didn't know who was going to win. It had the intensity of a
Had
D+
you at the edge of your seat.
Yeah, it had intensity of a D+ versus Chenji series, but the level of play of a D+ versus Nongshim series, apparently.
That was peak challengers, what we just witnessed.
It was peak something. We're going to jump into the draft here and see where it all began. Gentlemen, anything standing out to you?
So, love the Nocturne. Actually think that the Nocturne works out really well. I was very pleasantly surprised by the ability to use the Nocturne Vision Denial to facilitate flanks of the Aatrox and the Rakan, because that's what you're going to try to be doing, right? You're going to be full-on diving, you're playing into a poke comp, so you need to get backline access one way or another. You need to facilitate Fiesta, you need to get Dunnen in the backline, and then Zeri can clean up. So on the offset, I saw this comp, like, Nongshim is not good enough to play this, and then they kind of were, which was cool.
Yeah, I felt like the Nocturne really saved the draft for Nongshim because, as you mentioned, into the double poke, you're going to have problems. And also for D+, I think one of the issues was that they didn't opt into the Maokai. They decided to go for Sejuani instead. And they were luckily able to at least get Jax still. But if they had not gotten Jax or the Renekton, I think the top side advantage that Kana had wouldn't have been there. And it was very risky what D+ put together.
It certainly felt like that. I did like the fact that they did manage to get the Sejuani and the Jax synergy plus the double poke of Lethality, Varus, and the Jace, but honestly, felt like none of that really mattered. Let's jump into our first highlight here. As we went with this Baron fight, there was a lot of shenanigans before this.
They are, at this point, 8K gold down. That's what D+ is. They're in the hole. Right? They are in a...
Kana isn't.
Yes, Kana, and actually, I think Deft as well, even though there were a lot of moments where he instantly got blown up, his arrows in the later fights and the poke that he was able to land was really pivotal. And this is where the inexperience of Nongshim, I think, really showcases itself.
Yeah, I mean, they were super excited about their advantages, and I think they thought they were just going to snowball the rest of the game into oblivion. And they kept pushing into the red side of the map when their advantages in the team fights had expired, shall we say. And this was a huge turning point for D+, because they were able to win this fight decisively, as you mentioned, get a ton of shutdown gold, and then actually get some map control and Baron. So Nongshim, pretty decent start to that fight, but the finish was the second time this game where they overextended after a one-team fight.
And that happened a lot, where they got an early team fight win and then overchased.
Yeah, and it did not stop there. So that was DK getting back into the game, and here we are at the Elder fight? Question mark?
Kind of.
Yeah, D+, I feel like used the Elder aggro they were holding here extremely well. Notice that Nongshim have to come over here and contest into this poke, take a ton of damage from the dragon itself. Zeri gets taken out, and the beginning of this as well, they held it, poked, and then reset the dragon, then came back in, and it was just really clean play overall from D+, playing very slow around Elder.
This is, of course, kind of a stop the tape moment, because they get the Elder buff, then they push.
And they have Soul, Elder, and
yes.
They have Exodia.
Yeah.
And then we can't actually do that many highlights, right? Because we're about to hit POG. But then there was an attempted take of a Nexus that failed. And then there was an attempted take of a Nexus that failed. And then there was an actual take of the Nexus that existed.
Not even close.
It was... Yeah, I mean,
it's fine.
If D+ does actually... And here it is. This is the attempt towards the end. I don't know, man. This game was all sorts of crazy.
I mean, Zeri is... She is kind of a problem when you're trying to end games like this. She can be a bit of an issue. Man. It's a bit of a problem. As if you hit the Nexus here, I don't think they quite have enough damage, and Zeri will shut them down, but they just can't actually kill her. She's too mobile.
I love the pure insanity that this player has, right? And we see why Captain Jack is such a big...
Yeah.
And I also think that looking at this game, if 2 or 3 charms, and I don't want to single out Fiesta, I don't think the Ahri play was great, but we also don't like Ahri in general in the meta at the moment. I think Sandra would have been much better and actually on the current patch is very strong. But I think great AD carries need this kind of insanity where they're just like, yeah, we're going to go in and ascend it.
And he did. He certainly did. But then they kind of sent it to the enemy nexus and just couldn't keep the minion alive.
Yeah, they had one minion by the end of it, and it wasn't...
It wasn't quite enough. I did love his casual Warden's Mail at the end there as well. Just like, may as well spend the money on it to nullify some of that lethality. Let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. I have a feeling a certain gentleman on the top side is going to grab it, and there.
Oh, look at that. He's an Oshino Kof. If you haven't seen the anime, highly recommend. Really, really cool. I don't want to spoil anything, but Kana, his team fighting was what kept him in the game. And was he helped a little bit by some of the Nongshim decisions? Maybe, but he did utilize the money that he got very effectively.
Yeah, I think that the truth is, like, the mistakes that were made by Nongshim were punished well by him. So, like, I think he deserves POG.
This is the biggest one, right?
Yeah, this is the one that...
This could have been the end of the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this one's a little bit rough. Unless you're a D+ fan. If you're a Nongshim fan, it's going to be a little bit tough to watch. Oh, we won the fight, but then we went into the Fed Jacks. I think for me, this was not a game that D+ are going to be super proud about. I don't think they're going to be very happy about the result, but I think the end and that Elder control is the one part where we can definitely give like a 2 thumbs up. They handled that part of their composition very well. This series, it could go either way still.
I
don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I also want to highlight development that Nongshim made. I feel very cool to see, if you look at the beginning of spring to now, the fact that the team could make it this close.
Bible shot calling. That was what they were voting for.
It was developing over the series, but we have to do it. We have to get into game number 2. Let's see what Nongshim and D+ have us cooked up for this next game. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As I dream of a day where our media voters will watch the game and make educated decisions, but that day is not today, as Kana will pick up the POG here for his wonderful performance in game number 1. As Jiwoo, he didn't get a chance to get the POG votes, but he certainly won a lot of hearts, I would assume, with some of his decisions in that first game.
That felt like a Jaculov performance, like the phenomenal 1v5 team play, and also the sliding in to immediately end. Just everything you kind of expect from that.
2 sides to any coin, Ox.
Of course. I'm not sure what takeaways, as the coaching staff at Nongshim, like, what would you say to the players after a game like that? You'd be like, guys, come on. Like, they they had it,
Come on, guys.
They did the hard bit. They were winning those fights, and then they just kind of went a bit too far. Yeah, going on the red side now. We'll see how that shakes things up. Obviously, the Aatrox didn't really get to shine there because the Jack Sejuani was such a force to be reckoned with. So we'll see how draft pans out differently here, because D+ could, like, ban the Sejuani or, like, the Renekton, and then maybe go for the Aatrox themselves. They're going to ban the Zeri here. They're like, no more Zeri moments.
He's going to play Neela.
Ooh.
He's going to say, okay, you want to ban my Zeri? Let's play Neela Taric.
Maybe.
Neela
I will
Taric
say, when
coming
Jax
through.
is jumping on you and he's counter striking, you can do in return. You can pop your W.
Yeah.
And then no one can auto each other.
There you go. It's a foolproof plan, and I hope we see it come through. Doubt they're going to ban Neela here as well. They didn't ban Neela in the first game, but this does mean that with some target bans, particularly the Zeri, some stuff will inevitably be left open, such as the Annie, which was banned by DK on red side.
The Vi, the Kai'Sa.
The Kai'Sa. Azir wasn't banned, no. Maybe they want Fiesta to play Ahri.
Oh, don't play Ahri.
Yeah, Ahri's...
I think that was probably as good as it would get for an Ahri comp. That was like best case scenario. You have a lot of resets, a lot of mobility, and it still didn't even feel like it was that impactful. And that was like best case. I kind of agree with the desk. Lissandra is right there. And is buffed in this patch. Lissandra pretty good right now as a result. Not sure how well she fits in the meta necessarily. I think it's not exactly the sort of champion we're necessarily seeing, but definitely quite a bit stronger. Deepos gonna go for the Vi first pick.
Vi still strong, but has been nerfed at least once in recent memory a pretty big nerf to the cooldown on her ult.
She's kind of been nerfed twice.
Yeah.
She's been super strong. There was like quite a few nerfs across her kit, the changes to E.
There's so much OP stuff left available that you really have to hit hard with that first pick, and I feel like Vi kind of, you know, like a Kai'Sa first pick, I'd be like, okay, I see where you're coming from, an Annie, you know, even an Aatrox, something like that.
Okay, Annie, Xayah makes sense into the Vi specifically. Obviously makes her a lot less useful. But now you're kind of just passing over the Nico. This could be, I believe this might be the first non-jungle Nico we've seen from D+, if this comes out. You assume with how much they prioritize the Nico that they can play in both roles. I say with like, there's no doubt they can. But yeah, first time we've seen Showmake on it instead. And they're also going to get the Aatrox. So, you know, the Vi, you can take it or leave it. The Nico plus potentially Aatrox, that's pretty solid. And they actually just go for the Jax instead, which, you know, it doesn't have the Sejuani to pair up with. Still pretty good.
Yeah.
It looks like the 50 mana nerf on his ult wasn't enough to keep him down.
Yeah, no, not this time. Maybe next patch.
Yeah, maybe another 50 mana nerf on the ult?
Yeah, another second of the Z. Annie Viego.
Whoa, never seen this combo before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, pretty solid combo. You obviously have the setup, you have the reset potential. Yeah, but didn't end up prioritizing the top laner, so we could see Aatrox just banned out here by D+. I do feel like Dundum was doing pretty fine in the lane phase. It was only when the Sejuani showed up. Obviously, Vi can do a similar thing, but I feel like Nongshim shouldn't be steered away from that pick just by the outcome in the last game. And it wouldn't surprise me if D+ banner. We see Nongshim ban away the virus. Obviously not when they deal with that long-range poke. Kai'Sa could also be a good ban. A lot of teams are like, oh, we can trade Kai'Sa and Xayah, but with how Kai'Sa just plays on a W poke, it's not really the matchup it used to be.
Yeah. We might see one of those focus bans towards the top lane. You were talking about the Rakan, makes a lot of sense. But no, instead it's just going to be the Rel. That does get taken away. Still very strong. And then it's just K'Sante to be the choice here.
Okay, I don't think it's too bad. We've seen a rise in K'Sante Prio in recent weeks just to kind of match up into the Jax. Makes a lot of sense in that regard. Oh.
Ziggs.
Oh, I love this.
And Leona.
Yeah, Ziggs is phenomenal into Xayah because you can just spam poke at it from long distance. Also, in terms of the Nico and the Vi, Ziggs works very well when people can lock opponents down and you can just ult on top. The ult does so much damage in the center and you have so much lockdown for the enemy team. It's going to be really difficult for Nongshim. They have like a strong mid jungle, but you know, I'm very Ziggs biased, I will admit.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can see the angles. It definitely feels like a strong pick. It's something Deft has played many times in the past. They don't have like a traditional AD carry, but they do have Jax. So in terms of like a strong attack damage carry that's going to do a lot as the game comes along, you do have that going on.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, you just wombo combo the enemy team, and it doesn't matter what you have.
Yep. And being honest, you know, a lot of people think, oh, if you don't have an AD carry, you don't have that much insane damage. Ziggs, especially with Leandries, just burns through everything. His minefield in
even
particular.
MR?
Well, here's the thing. There are no good MR items anymore. There's Abyssal Mask is okay, but there's no truly good MR items anymore. Since they nerfed Force of Nature, because
there's no like really strong defensive MR item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? Yeah.
Because like Force of Nature, before it got nerfed, was obnoxiously broken, and it kind of gatekept every single like mage just being like, oh, well, they're going to build Fawn if we're too heavy AP, and that item's just bonkers. Now it has gone. Nothing else is in its place. Like, Abyssal Mask is a good offensive item, but it just means the Ziggs is kind of vibing, you know? He's having a good time.
Yeah. We did see a Ziggs in Challenger League, actually, recently. Wolf and I cast that on Monday, and it was Duckdom actually pulled it out. It did end up losing, but again, Challenger League is like it's an enigma, and he got like 45,000 damage. Like a 30-minute game. It was kind of insane. We know what Def can do as well on this pick, so I'm very excited to see if it does, in fact, work out. It's got the good matchup into the Xayah. Alistair, as you mentioned, should be pretty free down there, as certainly some strong picks as well on the side of Nongshim, but we'll see if it's enough to get them across the line here for game number 2. All right, here we go. Game number 2. Nongshim desperate for any wins possible to try to help secure themselves a 6th place berth into playoffs. And of course, DK as well. They want to get the clean 2-0 to try to overcome Hamalife Esports in that 3rd place spot.
Yep. So a lot at stake on this series. Obviously, first game was a massive
Wild
back
ride.
and forth. Yep, that's a great way to describe it. But D+ did take it, and the expectation is they were favored coming in this matchup. So despite the hiccup in the game 1, should be in a solid spot for this game 2. But you've seen things go topsy-turvy before. Deft fishing for the mana flow ban stacks. You know, that's always what you want to do on Ziggs pre-level 1. I mean, any mage really with mana flow is just trying to hunt for them. Get that extra free mana.
Yeah. Just get close enough to hit on the first, not the first bounce, but like the first touch of the bomb.
Yeah, the no bounce.
Right here. Oh, he missed. Leona still went in. Bible is in there.
You know, I respect it from Bible, but also a bit more synergy would have helped a lot, I've got to say, between those two. You know, maybe waiting for the Xanth Blade to hit before you throw your Q.
Yeah. Another cool thing you can do on Ziggs is hit the side of the minion so that it explodes on the champion next to it.
Yeah, the explosion radius is actually bigger than the hitbox of the ability, so that is a pretty good one to punish them if they're hiding by the minions.
Level 2. Hit here. Peter's going to headbutt him away, but the satchel in place. And again, just going to continue outranging this one, at least on the side of Deft.
Yeah. And
Bible just holds him in place.
Ziggs gets tons of damage on his Q every time he puts a point in it. So the big spikes for Ziggs are whenever you put extra points in your Qs. So
1, 3, 5, 7, 9.
Pretty much.
Yep, here we go. Once again, there's the satchel. Ju has to flash it. Keep in mind, guys, we're at level 2 as now flashed in from Bible. He's going insane.
Oh!
The bounce of the bomb is good enough. He is burning down, and there it is. Leona picks up first blood. And all that talk of the Ziggs Leona that we did, it comes to fruition.
You know, I was talking level 3. They went early. You know, made it happen. Some beautiful play coming out there. We do see Showmaker burn his flash as a result of that play. So did Fiesta. So a trade there. But bot lane going well. Look at this wave that's going to get crashed in. I think Ju will definitely miss the cannon and maybe a couple of melee as well. But just what a phenomenal start. Kill, unfortunately, didn't go to Deft. But still, you take it.
Oh, yeah. You definitely take it, as no doubt we'll get a look in on that one again. Now, Kana's got a free lane here up in the top lane.
I think the thing is ultimately, like, playing Zion to Ziggs doesn't feel good, but it depends on the support matchup. You have an Alistar, though, who's useless level 1, and it just became too difficult.
Why does he just hit that minion with the minion auto?
Whoa, Ziggs mid?
Yeah. It's what the Xerath should have been in the first series. Like, if you're going to play Xerath, just play Ziggs.
You know, I think they do different things, but yes, I agree.
Yeah. We're just, you and I, this is like the perfect game to get the Ziggs on because you and I love Ziggs. We're like the biggest Ziggs enjoyers. He is a very enjoyable champ.
Yeah.
I know Ronnie likes his Ziggs.
And the thing is as well, if you get ahead on Ziggs, because a lot of people think Ziggs, oh, you know, you can just clear waves, you can just let your support roam and play kind of passively while like Leona goes around the map. If you win lane as Ziggs, his tower take potential, I think it goes without saying, is monstrous. But the ideal Ziggs game is you get ahead, you take bot tower, you rotate elsewhere, and you get like all 15 plates, and then you're just so fed, you one-hit everything. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but like, that is the fear if you're against a Ziggs. It's like surviving is okay, but ideally you need to crush him in the dirt so he can't touch your tower ever.
Yeah.
And now Deft is ahead. If he gets any time at all to hit the tower, it's just over.
Yeah, it's very true. As little Hex Flash action, just forcing Zhu back, and they've got this wave in a great spot here right in front of their turret.
Hex Flash and Ziggs, you know? He's got that Hex Minefield, I think it's called. What? His ability's got Hex in the name, you know?
Does it? I didn't even realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. They play on the Korean server for 11 years. Some things happen.
I think it's called the Hex Minefield. Man, how am I forgetting this?
Well, someday we'll figure it out. You know who probably knows? Atlas.
Yeah,
he knows every ability in the game. Regardless of champ, doesn't have to be Mordekaiser.
There's those little like online games where you play where actually the ability name. I'm normally pretty good at those. Oh wait, is it Hexplosive Minefield? I think that might be it.
Whoa, that's really punny.
Hex. You know, I'm gonna stick with that. That's my final answer.
All right, there we go. Explosive. Manifold Band taken by Deft. Decent amount of trading up here on the top side. Kasante always kind of flailing around with the Natofos, trying to get small advantages and look for all-in potential.
Okay, there's a little bit of priority bot for Nongshim, so Sylvie's like, let's just start Dragon. And Canyon's recalling, so it looks like they're just going to get this pretty easily. Showmaker's a minion. Which sometimes people say that offensively. Like, you know when you're...
Yeah.
The teammates really underperforming, like you're a minion. No, he is literally just a minion.
I would rather a caster minion in the spot. Yeah, something like that. No, it's funny too because he doesn't even try to be part of the wave. He's like, no, I'm just a minion.
He just enjoys.
I just want to be a minion.
He just enjoys the process.
Yeah.
You know, they should allow that. They should allow people just to play as minions, and you can't control them, but you're along for the journey. You gotta queue up as a minion game.
Like an observer?
Yeah, pretty much.
But you're a minion?
Yeah, pretty much.
But what if you can control it and you want to deny CS from one team and you just run into the jungle? That doesn't sound very fair.
That sounds pretty unfair, yeah. I think that's why they don't do that.
Probably. Well, we got a little jungle support action, and guess what? This is, as you mentioned, you can really get a lot of advantages by trying to push into the Ziggs lane, take a lot of tower plates, or you could just leave him there alone, because he will clear waves, and he will.
Oh,
he might stick out there in the bottom lane without a support.
Look where he is. He might get to hit the tower soon.
True.
That's a plate. That's a plate. Go, Deft. Go. Oh, he's going to the river. He's putting no. Is he putting a ward down? No.
He'll get it.
He's gonna get a plate, I believe.
And Bible can just say, okay, now I'm in the top lane.
There you go. Well, he had to pass it back up again. He should have ordered it again. But, you know, it's fine. He's got a plate. He's getting gold. He's got Lost Chapter. Lost Chapter, big spike for Ziggs. Oh, that's just mean.
Yeah, just going to throw an ult. Oh,
he just got back to lane.
Yeah, he does have a refillable end cookies, so he should be just fine. But still very annoying. No force to you to use some of that stuff. Gets him a very fast back, which is most important. That's why he was hitting the wave.
There's so many Ziggs on the map now. When Showmaker turns into Ziggs,
way too many, yeah. You think he's taunting the enemy team? Probably. It's like, by the way, we picked Ziggs.
Just making it very clear.
Yeah.
I also think it's going to be kind of hard for Nongshim to get on the Ziggs because Alistair and Annie are kind of like the engagers, but reaching Ziggs when he can just sit back might be pretty tricky. His effective range is very high.
He's got it.
He's living.
Yeah. Notice how he waited until the last moment where he could get the cannon, because he knew that there's potential for them to be in their jungle, which they are. 3 of them just hanging out, and you know what this means? Extra alone time for Deft with the turret.
More plate time. Quickly clear the wave. Quick. Bible, you're supposed to help him.
Little Annie stuff here in mid. You know Deft's just running at this one, trying to get this auto down. There it is.
There we go. You can throw your ability out. See, throws the ability to lower the cooldown on the passive, but he's too scared to walk up again.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to get rooted. Understandable.
You never know if Peter's going to flash that wall, and
that would be a very Peter thing to do, if I'm going to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if Canyon could find a window, move down towards the bot lane and set up to just take this tower before 14 minutes, that would be the ideal. They're putting Herald mid. Gotta say, not the biggest fan of this.
Yeah, use it with your Ziggs because...
Always Herald the Ziggs lane.
Because then he just puts the satchel on the turret, and the turret's
and it's just gone. Yeah.
If you make a rotation bot, you get it. Like, imagine Ziggs was in mid. Just throw your satchel down very soon. I don't think it's quite in range, but...
Deft might have to walk mid, satchel the tower, and then go back bot. That might actually be the...
the slow comes down.
Kind of rigged.
Yeah, it worked. Gets the slow. And we saw the gold diff here. A lot of it actually just naturally happening in the lanes, right? Like, Deft's obviously the most far ahead, just winning out against the Xayah. Juice, like, I don't really know what to do about this.
Yeah,
and every other lane is winning as well. I mean, the Jack's kind of bullying the top lane, the Nico ahead on CS.
I think the tower mid is basically in satchel range.
It's really close.
Just walk Ziggs mid. Honestly, just go mid, satchel the tower, you're done.
Right, they're going to get in onto the Cassante. They do have the burst damage as they do have to flash for this one, and Canyon is going to go down, but it will give some alone time for Kana now with his top turret.
Oh, the tower's also... This should just be the Grand Tour, right? Deft should just walk lane to lane and just provide satchel. That's all he needs to do. They just need to score him. They just need to let him do it.
It's just such a huge amount of gold, right?
It's so much money. They have 3 minutes.
Which is why we're emphasizing it so much.
Yeah, this is the Ziggs period of time.
Yeah.
14 minutes, that's when you want to get all your investments in. Yeah, I mean, just the ult coming out from Dundun ends up securing the kill. It was really close to him just dying before he got it off, so kind of clutch he found that. But yeah, Deft is still bot and has no mana at current point.
Yeah.
But he really wants to hit the tower.
I think if you do draft the Ziggs, you definitely have to play around it, right?
Oh,
so that's a Feather Storm. Imagine how much damage they could be getting done down here on the bottom side of the map. Instead, they're just going to rotate in the river and take the Drake.
Forget the dragon. Plates have only got 2 minutes. No one cares about the dragon. Will be there in 2 minutes. Your Ziggs is no mana. Why are you here?
All right, well, they're going to engage in, and there's the combo on a Showmaker. He's very low. Pop Blossom will come in and catches all 3 of them as even Fiesta goes down, or up, I guess, in this case. And a bit of damage is coming out. Deft is like, man, I have no mana. Imagine this as, okay, they're going to get in onto Fiesta. Has Molten Shield, doesn't matter, as it really just came down to the Pop Blossom. A Showmaker, low on health, is able to knock up 3 people into the air and get this going for the team. Even Chu's going to flash that.
I think I'm going to say Sylvie and Peter both had flashes. They shouldn't have lost that fight. There's no way they should have lost that fight, if I'm going to be real. I feel like Showmaker's Pop Blossom was huge, but like with the way it opens up, it's like D+ engaged on the Alistair. Not the best target. Showmaker's basically one-shot, and then Sylvie ults into the Pop Blossom.
Trying to kill Canyon, man.
Just play patient. Once the Pop Blossom's down, you just win so hard. And if Sylvie doesn't die immediately, you get the resets.
I think where your frustration comes from is that Nongshim, especially after game 1, it's so obvious that these guys could be winning more.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just a couple more decisions. Okay, this is very interesting. Thankfully, there's a blast cone there to deny us any further action. Very happy about that.
Yep.
And, yeah, I mean, you know, Nongshim, just like a slight decision better like here, a slight decision better there, and you know, they win game 1, they have angles.
Wait, it's 13 minutes 20, and they're just putting Def bot lane again. Guys, come on, just walk. You could just walk mid and W the tower, and it's so much free gold.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you do it?
It's free! It's a turret! You get both plates!
It's like, do you want free
this
gold?
This isn't the real Ziggs!
Yes.
You can't fool us, Showmaker.
You could just walk mid, W, and you could walk bot, and you'd be, what, like 8 seconds late? And you just get a ton of gold.
This is like, you know, in solo queue, like if you play at the bronze level, like you try to like swap lanes and they ping you back. They're like, no, I am the bottom laner. I go to the bot lane. You don't go to the bot lane, okay, mid laner?
Deft is like, I should go mid.
I'm the bottom laner. I go bot.
Deft's like, oh, Zig should go mid right now. And Showmaker's like, yes, I'm Zig in the mid lane.
You're right. Yeah, they still got a hefty chunk of gold. 1050. But we're just frustrated. Could have been a lot more. Showmaker is like, well, I guess it's going to go the other way. And he might just be dead here. He's going to land this. Pop Blossom, not quite going to come through. Stopwatch still somehow going to be taken away from Fiesta.
Yeah, now, do you know why they've left the tower for you, Def? Because the plates are gone. They don't care anymore.
Yeah, well, it's still very strong. It wasn't ideally played.
The most satisfying thing as Ziggs is satcheling the tower when there's plates on it, and you hear like the little noise when
the jingle.
Yeah.
It's like a money pouch.
Like ka-ching, and it's like, yes.
Yeah, that's the brain chemical straight to the vein, and he does get it, but you know, no plates, as this was not the best from Showmaker, but a nice angle for Peter.
Yeah, I mean, no flashes means you put out there. Maybe Fiesta didn't need to use the stopwatch, but I think in that moment it's better to be safe than sorry. Oh, ult from Bible is down. He's been using these quite... Oh,
Flash.
Deft is fine.
Flash from Dundun. We get a very deep teleport, and And Fiesta is looking to get this angle. He will flash away as the combo does hit the Vi, but not the Ziggs, as Bible is in there, and so is Kana now. He's looking to get in to that backline, takes out the Zaya, but now he's kind of all alone. Bible trying to give his life for this one, trying to get Kana to safety, and that he will. The Ziggs not able to do much in this case. Bible will go down as Fiesta will pick up the kill.
Yeah, really nice TP coming in on the flank there, and it kind of just felt like the team was a little bit scattered for D-Bus trying to react to that. Harold's going to come down mid, and Ziggs does have a lot of wave clear, but the charge is certainly going to go through. Tower's going to be chunked out. And a good play from Nongshim. 4,000 gold down still. I think a big part of that was due to the towers taken and the plates, even though it could have been more. But this was a positive play. You can see they're trying to chunk Jiwoo out here, but Peter goes and finds the great engage. It's a phenomenal flash from Deft, honestly. If he hadn't got that, it would have been very doomed. But the impact of Fiesta coming in pretty massive, and Kana does find that kill on the Jiwoo, who's already low, but it's at the cost of Bible, who isn't able to get out.
Yeah. Bible trading his life for the life of Kana.
A noble sacrifice.
Noble sacrifice from our support.
Kana also had a 150 gold bounty, so in terms of money, the correct sacrifice.
Let's see how this goes, as, yeah, I don't think he's getting out of this one. No flash, no stopwatch this time. Wouldn't have helped anyway. Down he goes. Nice setup here. Just no vision in their own jungle for Nongshim.
D-Plus doing a pretty good job of setting up these picks. Dragon in 30 seconds. It's a Dragon apiece. It is a Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul pretty good in general, but also those extra resistances just to be able to help out a fair bit. When you see people getting one shot like that, I think as well, the Mountain Soul shield really good against Ziggs.
Hey, you could have done that like 5 minutes ago. No, he's the bot laner.
Wouldn't that have been cool if he did that with all the plates on?
Yeah.
It would have made a cool noise, you know, he would have got a lot of money.
Yeah.
Would have been really nice.
You know, you and I, big Ziggs players, and some little bit off kilter.
The way I see it,
game.
It's like Kindred marks, you know?
Yeah.
If you're playing Kindred, you play for the marks. If you're playing Ziggs, you play for the plates and the tower execute. It's just what you got to do.
How do you feel about the Seraphs coming in here for Deft?
I don't think it's good. I don't think you need it.
You think just go
Shadow Flame?
Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame is
straight up damage.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get in here onto Dindin, but it's Casante's.
Like
4,700 health.
My view of it is if you're in range to get hit, you're probably just dead. Realistically.
Yeah.
You can also take blue buff, so you don't need the extra mana. And the damage Shadow Flame is insane.
Only, oh, look at that.
Now he's learning. Wait.
What was that? That was weird.
Yeah.
It still worked. And he ulted mid at the same time?
Okay, this is Ziggs gaming now.
Imagine controlling the map in this manner.
How broken is his champion, by the way?
Well, it's very good into Zaya. The fact that he got the Omega free lane certainly helps.
Definitely does help. Yeah, we got a replay. So I think at this point, Fiesta, yeah, can't do anything. I think is a fair assessment.
That's exactly what happens. I would say you are correct.
Glad you agree with me.
And, you know, I mean, there's been a lot of skirmishing. We did have a couple of fights up towards the top side of the map. But kind of slowly DK are eking out a very powerful gold lead already. It's 6,000 gold, yeah. 20 minutes in. A lot of it happening just in the early laning stages. A lot of plates taken. And 3 turrets, 4 turrets even, in the lead for DK.
Yeah, they didn't get the dragon though, so Soul and as a result Elder would be heavily delayed. There's no Zeri in the game, so Elder is enough to win, it would seem, because obviously we've seen that Zeri can just beat Elder, because why not?
Just outrange and outmaneuver your opponents.
That's the Ziggs playstyle. Wow, this wave. You know, everyone was like, Static Shiv's so broken, look at all the wave clear it gives.
I mean, to be fair, Deft has to be there and spend a lot more mana than Static Shiv.
You just kind of walked on a minion. And,
a minion?
Yeah. Not
mine?
A mine. Yeah.
A minion?
Please don't.
A minion? Yeah, no, it's, don't step on those. They can be a little bit,
Oh look, Deft has blue buff.
Inconspicuous.
Deft really needs blue buff when he has a Archangels. Or maybe he could have just knocked on Archangels.
True.
I feel like I'm I'm judging heavily on all the Ziggs gameplay. You know, maybe a bit harshly.
It's okay.
I'm glad Deft brought the Ziggs out. Good job, Deft.
That was, you know, that was good enough.
Yeah.
From that, we're happy.
We can be happy.
Yeah.
The
game
Fiesta can't, because Fiesta's not allowed to play the game.
Yeah. The game has kind of just...
Oh, look how low Canna's mana is. I don't know if you know this, Brendan, but Jax's ult actually costs 50 more mana now. So you have to be really conscious.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something to be really conscious about when you're playing Jax.
This is just...
the helicopter.
Yeah. Not the real Showmaker. And neither is this one. So little is happening in this game that Jonah Strong is just watching not one, but 2 Nico clones helicoptering in the bush.
It's important, right? I'm pretty sure like the emoting extends the duration of the clone till the emote's done.
Yeah.
Which is an intended mechanic, because they were talking about that recently, the Bounce team, and that's how it's supposed to be. So, you know, we were talking earlier about how emoting was only used for BM.
Yeah.
This is an actual practical application.
They said, I'm pretty sure in their update, they're like, emoting is a very important part of our game. It's a core aspect of everybody's League of Legends experience. So we decided to add some extra emote mechanics.
Oh, yeah. And we've feasted so hard. The fact that we have, like, you know, the emotes, like the ones that pop above your head of the champions. Like, think how much more ability to tilt your opponent we've received from that. You know, things have changed.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I mean, you would have some iconic things like the global laughs and stuff. They were pretty tilting. But I feel like spamming emotes and stuff is just fundamental to eroding the opponent's mental.
Very true. You know what's better than an 80 carry? It's Ziggs who disables your enemy's 80 carry. Showmaker's like, no, thank you. I do not want to buy what you're selling.
Yeah. You know, it's fiddlesticks where the clones flash randomly.
Yeah.
But I did hesitate for a second. I'm like, no, that's the real one. The fake ones don't flash.
Yeah, no, they don't. Not yet. Here comes Ziggs.
It's not Ziggs!
It's not Ziggs!
Oh, you've been bamboozled.
And now we got a little flank here. Canyon trying to... okay. Well, now Sylvie's in a lot of trouble, as he will try to flash away from this one. But Canna is on the chase, as Peter and Deft are going 1v1 for some reason. Gio is just backing. He's like, no, I'm just, you know, we lost this fight. I'm just going to leave.
You know what I find insane? The patience from Deft not to ult either of those kills, where they were definitely already dead, but he totally could have stolen the kills.
Yeah. He's got a ring, you know? A steal.
So, I mean, I guess he'll probably use his ult to steal a minion wave or something. That's optimal Ziggs gameplay.
How about the Drake?
Oh, that
Steal the Drake. Here we go.
Oh!
It's a bit early.
So close.
just a little bit.
Wait, I think...
Very close one. Nice try, Deft.
What are the conditions for Ziggs ult to do 8k damage to Dragon? I think it was a bit too far away. Oh,
yeah.
Canyon nearly... He didn't have Smite yet, but he nearly got that. Actually, no, I think he has a charge of it, so he could have actually just...
Well, they're zoning for this. Satchel gets another one.
Oh, yeah.
Turret satcheled in this game. 2.
Ziggs with 3? Ziggs with Baron as well. Pretty effective in here. I'm not sure, like, they're trying to bait them in, but there's more members in favor of D+, and they're like, oh, you're flanking us? Well, we're double flanking you. Fiesta misses the ult, and then there's a late flash, and then Sylvie's just, like, dead.
Yeah.
And, you know, here, Deft could have ulted, but he was already low. But here, this would be a perfect place to steal a kill.
Yeah.
But he opted to hold it, respectfully.
He'll give it to Canyon. And our Ziggs here, 0 and 0 and 2. Just kind of hanging out. It feels like so much has happened in this game, but so little has happened in this game.
Yeah,
you know?
It's kind of been like a slow burn. Just D+ get ahead, and then further ahead, and then further ahead.
Yeah, 10,000 gold ahead.
It's quite a lot.
I think the main reason I feel like that is because Nongshim haven't really taken a team fight. It's kind of just been people getting caught out, or...
There was that one around Dragon, and they gave up from there.
Kind of.
This is part of the issue, is that I feel like it's very difficult for Nongshim to engage, because despite the fact Annie and Alistair are decent at it, they kind of need to be getting on Deft, or they just get mangled by like all the damage he has, and they've really struggled to reach him at any point. He has flash up obviously now. They are looking for Kana here.
Yeah. As okay, just going to wait for that one. Goes into the counter strike. Does get stunned up anyway. Leaps away. As yeah, he's dead. But the rest of the team is coming in with this. As Dundun is going to flash and put up a very big shield as he gets stunned away from the ult. So Deft couldn't steal it. But they get the kill anyway. The rest of the team continues to push.
A little lack of synergy there, but the thought is what counts. They get the kill to 1-for-1. Nongshim, they kill Kana great, but then they lose their own top laner and most of their base.
Uh-oh. Well, that's an Alistair. Bible is pretty tanky, and he is in there. The stun is going to miss as he's burning down. Can he get hit by the feathers? Yes, he will. Down he will go. As DK. How far will they go with this push? The answer is just that far. They have figured it out. Exactly that amount.
That's as much as they need to push. Yeah, this is kind of why people pick like Alistair's good in a Leona, because if Leona goes in, you kind of just bounce her in there. We're going to replay that. We can see it again, and it's just a bit ambitious from Bible, especially as Alistair has ult, which makes him quite tanky.
Sylvie in a little bit of trouble here. Canyon gonna press that R button and we get the Ziggs ult up top. There you go. As Canyon is in between three people. Gonna use his stopwatch and probably eventually go down. This time not really buying any time for the team, but Deft's got a kill, I guess.
This has been such a weird game.
Such a weird one.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the takeaways are from this game.
I don't know. Like, it just feels like you were saying before, right? Like, we gotta engage onto someone, like onto Deft, onto Showmaker, but like, there's no damage follow-up, really. Like, you have that initial burst, but like, is Xiu gonna get in range? Like, the Viego, in theory, yes.
I think even it's just so hard to reach him, because it's so easy for him to control the area with the minefield or the satchel.
And even if you do, it's like...
Is he gonna die?
He's going through hell.
Oh, no. Yeah, Canyon overstepping a bit here. And I think Nongshim have honestly done a pretty good job of punishing overextensions in this game, but they're still 10,000 gold behind. So I'm not sure it's going to be enough. 50 seconds until the Dragon, though. You can see Nongshim putting a lot of attention there. They know they could just get this soul, and that would definitely help. But they will have to probably fight D+, which has been something they haven't done for probably about 18 minutes.
Yeah. They're going to have to make a stand here. And so will DK. I mean, they're not going to let this one go over to the side of Nongshim. But a lot of the win conditions beginning to get online here for the side of DK.
Oh, level 16 for Ziggs. That means you have the big bomber.
The extremely large one.
Yeah.
And
the most damage.
I mean, there's still 15 seconds until the Drake. I mean, I guess. You
guys, your mid tower.
Yeah.
Guys, your base.
Your base.
Oh, it's the patented soul for Nexus trade. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to fight this dragon, at least. That's what DK say. You're not allowed to get it. Okay, well, they're going to start it. Here is Fiesta, still waiting to flank somebody.
Guys, sacrifice the inhibitors. Maybe a Nexus tower?
Canyon's here!
No, if he steals it. Okay,
man. Like, he might have even stolen that. Imagine if he did.
Okay, guys, sacrifice the Nexus. It's fine.
Canyon doesn't care.
We scale.
It's just like, okay, I'm just going to stop your backs then. As Peter trying to get away, he does have that unbreakable will as the knock-up into knockback does come
pretty
through.
Good.
And, yep, just shelling the turrets down. Deft will get that satchel in, I think. No, he didn't have it. It is still going to go down here. There's a lot of little health bars on the side of DK. And it is Mountain Soul to the side of Nongshim, who only have a Nexus left.
Such a weird game.
Do Baron, I guess?
Baron for Nexus
Everybody's
trade?
dead?
Baron for... No. Wait, there's TPs on the side of D+. They have...
Yeah, they still have 25 seconds to take a Baron.
Yeah, of course they do. There's no ward. They didn't plant a ward. There's one kind of near, actually.
Yeah. Oh, there's two.
But it's been spotted by the control ward. The other one's a bit too far away. They'll see that coming. They're going to reset and go base defense. Yeah, this was certainly a play. They go for the combo on the Alistair, who has the ult and survives a very long time. And then Showmaker gets like Casante'd and Annied. But the towers are just dying because there's the Ziggs. Def's like, I don't really care about the fight, I just want the towers. But he also is eating tower shots because of Leandries, and he just dies, so...
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yeah.
You know what? You know what's the big challenge for me? I'm going to have to decide a POG.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't envy you. Canyon, he did as well as he possibly could. Stopped some backs, stopped 2 of them, and then he died. So... You know, if they end the game, that looks really heroic, but otherwise, I mean, it gave them extra time.
Guys, bot lane, defend the tower. Not even a tower, defend the Nexus?
No, I don't think there's any way they can.
Defend something.
Peter's trying to get in here.
He's just dead.
He's going to be popped up into the air. He's just going to go for a little bit of a...
Hit a run. Your ult's timing out. Go back to base and heal, please.
Well, the inhibitor's down.
Okay.
They have Baron minions.
But they have Mountain Souls, so it's all weird.
Is this League of Legends tower defense?
It does seem like it.
I think they should have bought the Kai'Sa tower.
There's so many super minions.
Not the Xayah tower.
Wait. Yes, just misses the ult. The zoning tip is fine.
Yeah. He's just trying to buy time to clear the wave.
Look how many minions there is. There's more coming.
What is happening in this game?
I mean, it's a good thing Nongshim have the Baron.
They're not attacking. They're like, there's no reason for us to.
Just let the minions do that with. I mean, the farm going over to Nongshim is pretty crazy right now.
Yeah, true.
Jiwoo wants to buy an item. Will it be a Runans? That would definitely help with the current situation.
Yeah, let's see.
He's going LDR.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Last Whisper, or maybe a stopwatch purchase?
Honestly, more would be pretty good. We've often seen third item more from Xayah's. Wait, they've given up. D+ have accepted. This wasn't working. And now Nongshim can just free farm forever.
And Nongshim have a Mountain Soul. Keep that in mind.
It's permanent. Never runs out.
Yeah. They've got Dindin, who's incredibly tanky, with 3 Mountain Drakes and a Mountain Soul.
He is a beefy boy.
How are you going to get through all that? He's got that force of nature. Still going to build it in its current iteration.
Yeah, I think it's still the best option, even if it is significantly worse than it used to be. We have the Rabadons from Ziggs, which...
625.
Just amount of AP. Ziggs AP ratios aren't like the highest. You know, his Q is like 65, I think it is. But it's still a decent spike. He will be doing a lot of damage right now. But the Mountain Soul is definitely going to trim that. And also the fact that we have a Xayah with Bloodthirster as well. Going to make the poke a little bit harder to stick.
Yeah, and he can stopwatch if there's like a Ziggs ult that will come in or something instead of using a Featherstorm.
Yep, but Castanini has Flash, and I think that's the big point that Nongshim can look for outside of just clearing waves. D+ have spent, they've regrouped, like it's time to run it back. We also have a Hull break at top lane.
Yeah, the inhibitor, mid-inhibitor spawning 14 seconds. That's the next objective here for DK. Just try to poke them out, clear waves, try to take this mid-inhibitor.
Yeah, Nongshim actually need to defend this because it's Elder in a minute 20.
Trying to get on top of Deft, and the flash is not going to work as he is running over mines, and now he is dead. So the Annie he gave does not work.
Not the best.
DK might just end the game.
I think they do.
Well, all right, they're still defending their towers. And their turret, wait, they don't have any.
Wait.
The mid-inhibitor.
Thunder's just losing to the minions. I'm not sure Hannah's even the one hitting him. It's just that now there's supers on the Nexus. Jiwoo's trying to fight, but it's also like you have to kill the minions. Someone please kill the minions.
All right, they got an engage. Showmaker's getting pretty low, but there is the ult on top of the Xayah. That's going to do it. The knockup comes in from the Cassante. And it is Cassante. I don't care how much health he has. It is going to be the end of the game as Flash on in from Depth needs to buff those damage numbers in what was a very long and passive game. They get the job done. DK with the 2-0 tonight.
Yep, certainly a game of League of Legends. The first one was very back and forth. This one was just like a slow burn where eventually, despite getting Soul, we saw Nongshim just not really have a hope. And I think they didn't quite make a Soul for Nexus trade, but it wasn't far off. D+, I think any fans will look at this and not see this as like an ideal form from them, especially going towards playoffs, but it's a win either way and keeps them in that race for third place.
Yeah, I mean 2-0, and hopefully, you know, Kana's feeling better for the next match. Maybe he can come on in as He had a couple of games at Jax. Did a good job.
Built Hullbreak in the last one because he was like, I'm not even on stage. I stand alone at home, separate from everyone.
Perfect.
Yeah.
You got extra resistances. Definitely very needed, very necessary. And yeah, no big celebrations on the side of DK. Just another day at work.
Business as usual.
Yeah. But they do have that massive match against Hama Life Esports on Saturday.
For Nongshim, this is pretty not ideal in terms of their chance of making it to playoffs. Still possible, but it just gets harder and harder for them ultimately. At this point, for the teams on the east side, you basically just need to win as much as possible, and you're kind of hoping that the other teams on the east side don't win. Is kind of the takeaway, which seems very straightforward, but there's not much in it at all. And I think Nongshim's loss today will feel more frustrating given how winnable that game 1 was. And there were some big mistakes there. This one was as we said during it was a very weird game. D+ having the Ziggs into Xayah made Xayah feel very unplayable. And then this was like the only team fight we got in the entire game, really, when you think about it, where we saw a big mistake from Sylvie going into the pop blossom here and just gets one shot. And then Nongshim were like, right, we don't team fight again until it's open Nexus, which is kind of how it panned out.
That did happen. You are correct.
Not a great game for Fiesta, I'm going to say. Stun accuracy on the Annie at an all-time low.
Yeah, for some reason, I mean...
That one missed. There was the final one on Ziggs.
He just has a lot of trouble on this champ. I mean, we know what he's capable of, but that, like, his Annie is just not
it.
It's not it. I just want to see, like, pretty much anything else. He keeps on missing his tippers. You can't do that if you're playing Annie.
Could have played the Sandra, and then you literally cannot miss.
It's point and click.
Yeah.
You know what you need is like all the point and click champs. You need the Nautilus, Vi, Lissandra.
Malzahar.
Malzahar 80 carry?
Why not?
I guess.
If Ziggs
Who's in the top lane? Maokai to set it up?
Oh, yeah. Works for me. Yeah, this is the one where he missed. I don't have much to add on that. I think he just missed. There's nothing else to say. And then
Not a lot of analysis there.
You know, I think there's some statistic about how many games are won when all 3 inhibitors have gone down at the same time. And the number is very low, and this is going to further bolster that statistic because it kind of just felt like they were trapped in their base, and then there were too many minions, and then the game ended. That was kind of the passage. Not really much else to say on that subject.
There's a lot of kind of fun discussion between the players after that one. They also know it was kind of a weird one. And the goal difference graph, I don't even know if that tells the story.
I don't think people are going to look at this series who haven't watched it and go, oh, it's 2-0 D+, business as usual. This was a unique series. It wasn't business as usual. It was Game 1 was manic. Game 2 was the opposite, but also very strange. Sure. And Def did a lot of damage, so...
He did.
That's cool.
Who did you vote for, Ox?
Showmaker.
I think that's fair.
I think he had some big ults, right?
I thought you were just going to default to the Ziggs because, you know.
You know, like I said, he didn't go mid and satchel the tower. If you'd done that, I was like,
I guess maybe your standards are higher.
This game could have been so much faster if he could have gone mid, got the tower, they could have just put so many things. We talked about it in the game extensively, but I feel like it's like Kindred Marks. You play for them. Ziggs plates, you just play for them. It's free money. It's free real estate.
And it was. The 2-0 from DK, they will move on to face Hama Life Esports on Saturday. But we are done here on the caster desk. Thanks for watching us. But we still have the space, and let's see what they have to say about that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely amazing cast in what was, you know, a somewhat uneventful game, one could say. Some interesting things happening, and I loved the fact that we got the 2 Ziggs mains on the cast where Ziggs was picked for the first time, and so therefore, Def's task was a difficult one. Gentlemen, what did we think of this one?
I don't have a... So let's start with a draft. I love the draft from D+. This is easy because this is theoretics, right? The Vi gives a lot of extra agency, and I think that it was also kind of predetermined that the Vi will generally force out a response of the Xayah, because Xayah actually really good, and then you see the Jax lock in and you're feeling great, right? You have the Xayah, who is really good when champions are playing into her. You have the Vi ult that you can get rid of, you can pull back and keep the Jax off of you. It's all feeling great. But then with that Ziggs pick specifically, Ziggs is such an ingenious champion because as we saw, and as the casters mentioned numerous times, it completely dunks on Xayah because that's the one thing she can't deal with. MF does something similar back when MF was a lot stronger. And then it's also good with dive because if they all dive and you just press your R button, like you still add an incredible amount of value. So I love the draft from D+.
Yeah, on the other side, you know, the Xayah pickup here, I mean, you saw the Vi, but otherwise I think it's a bit early to be locking that one in. It makes it really easy for D+ to index one way or the other, and then there's no way to ever get map control if you fall behind, obviously, into what D+ ran. Like, you don't have a strong side lane champ. You're playing Annie, Viego, but you're playing into better engage in the Nico, Vi, etc. The Cassante here felt very out of place to try to front to back into this comp that is going to just outpoke you and has better engage than you do. And the Cassante was where we all just kind of collectively looked at each other and went, not feeling good about their chances at the moment.
Yeah, I think having a side lane threat might have been okay. Of course, Ziggs does deal with that quite well. You just throw a bomb and you're absolutely fine. As we're going to see the towers in the... This is, we're just taunting... We're taunting Orcs right now.
It was tower defense. This entire game was not actually a game of League of Legends. It was a game of tower defense, which I think is cool, you know?
Nongshim got a high score.
They did.
I think they have a lot of stuff to take away from it. Maybe next time they can actually beat the level.
I want to see if Ox has the stat, though, of how many times if the Nexus explodes, they've won the game. Because you said the number for it, 3 inhibitors.
I know that one. I know that one's 100%. That one's 100%. Oh, that's why you have to leave. That's why you have to leave.
I usually escape.
Yeah, me too.
They try to do it to me, but I'm never there.
Well, we need to dive into our first highlight. Here it is. This is, as Orc said, kind of the only team fight in this game. And Bible was the one that started it up.
And I really want to say that these early fights were just really well done by D+, right? They're using the engage potential, the team fighting power that they have available. They're able to immediately take down a lot of the key members of Nongshim and secure themselves, you know, a bunch of early leads. It just... I think that the Gen G game where Atlas lost his hair also just has permanently broken this team because it feels like no matter how big the gold lead is, they're just like, ooh.
Yeah,
it seems so risk averse.
Yeah.
They were 10k gold up.
And as
I remember,
Ox
don't worry.
mentioned in that fight, I think if Sylvie doesn't go in with his ultimate there into the Annie or the Pop Blossom, maybe they actually get a reset with that Annie, because you could see that fight went really long. It was actually pretty difficult to kill Fiesta there, and maybe there's an angle with some Viego resets you actually win that one. I think that was the one critical error that was made in that fight, but otherwise, pretty nice setup. Bible, he's been so up and down that it's hard to know if we're going to see him in that second series.
His laning phase was actually really good this time around.
Yeah, much
showing
better.
his mastery on the Leona. I also think that we can cut him a little bit of flack because the game state later got really weird, but in the mid game, not as crisp as he was early on.
And it wasn't a lot of crisp gameplay just in general, to be perfectly honest. Fiesta having a really tough one. But let's dive into our final highlight here, which is around the Baron. As D+ felt like they found an angle, and they absolutely did.
Oh, Fiesta, no.
Oh,
the late flash.
You have one job as Annie, you know?
This was really awkward for Nongshim because they got desperate trying to push around topside here, but they had no business being here whatsoever. I mean, you might not know it based on the positioning, but they're on the red side this game, and they really wanted to hard force something here with the Annie. When you miss the ultimate, you're down on members, and it just felt like they kind of tripped over right before the most critical part of the game where D+ are going to take Baron.
Yeah, and then they got Baron and they ended 12 minutes later.
Yeah. They did take all of the turrets basically immediately.
It was 11-0.
And then after a bit, then they won the game. Let's have a look at who picked up the POG, shall we? See who that is. It's going to be Bible that collects it on the Leona. We were hopscotching back and forth quite a bit over here.
I do think the Bible vote makes sense. I think his mid game was a little bit sus, but his early game was a large region of why the game was snowballed as favorably towards D+, and this is also one of his biggest criticisms. So him actually doing well, I think, is really big.
Yeah, I mean, the shot calling is why they picked him up, right? Because Kellen just isn't offering that right now. But if you look at the team fights that we showed in our highlights, as well as the highlights you're going to see here, looks good. Some of the lesser good moments won't be shown here, but the critical ones, the ones that got them ahead and had massive leads for their Ziggs, yeah, those were the good ones, and I think it's a reasonable vote.
Yeah, I do think that the team fighting of D+ does look substantially better with Bible. The problem is that the macro is still, and the game sense, which is something that this team used to pride themselves on, is still not really there. As we get the full spread of votes. I kind of love it for this game because there was just a whole lot going on. Although I did not look at the
don't look down there. But I think the Bible votes do make some sense. And now we get him in the interview, which is absolutely fantastic. So let's throw it over to Dia for some interview translation, shall we?
Thank you guys, this is Dia for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Kana and Bible on the side of D+ Kia, who is continuing their race for 3rd place with their 11th win. Kana, you're playing on due to the COVID issues, so this will be an online interview for him, but congratulations! Long time no see! There may be a little bit of a delay due to it being online, so please understand. This is your first summer POG, Bible. How do you feel? I didn't realize I would get POG, but I feel like I'm just really proud for being able to contribute to our team's victory. And Kana, how do you feel about the win? Given that it was a very important match, I'm really glad that we got a 2-0 victory. And despite not feeling well, I feel like I'm just grateful that my teammates really pulled my weight and were able to carry on with their performance despite having to wear masks. And how do you feel? How have you been feeling your health-wise? I think I'm feeling a little better than when I first got positive result on COVID test. So, and despite the 13.14 patch nerfing Jax, you locked him in. And with the increased cooldown on E and increased mana cost on Jax's ult, can you feel the nerf in game firsthand? No, I can't really feel the nerf. After he buys a lot of items, I feel like, and considering his, keeping his nerfs in mind, I feel like it's really easy to kind of play around his nerf. And Bible in Game 1, at the end of the game, it might have given you a heart attack. With Juice, Zeri turning everything around for you guys had to defend base. And let's take a look at the replay over there. Were you a little scared over here? You know, to be honest, I felt like they were just being a little too bold. So given that my teammates were going to come back alive, I was not really concerned about losing here. I was pretty confident that we would turn things around. And Game 1 was just so much fun for a lot of the fans. And with Rongshim's spicy, sharp energy and momentum, how did you maintain your focus? I feel like, you know, in that moment in play, I was actually pretty scared. I'm sure that everyone in game, we just try to remain positive and we say, you know, we can do this, we can turn this around. But I was personally a little scared. So Kana must have stayed positive so that he could contribute to you staying positive, Bible. And at the end of game 1, we caught you guys in a fierce feedback session. So what was the main point of the feedback? I feel like for game 1, the draft went to our favor, especially for bot, but it just didn't really go as well as we thought, so we make some adjustments for game 2. And then, so you guys made a bold with a Ziggs Leona bot, so what was the game plan there? So we were able to round off our draft for the top side of the map pretty well. But based on the first half of the comp or the draft, we were able to conclude that we need something like a Ziggs in the bot lane. And with the early game kill bot, you guys were able to snowball to victory. You guys seem to have a good synergy, Bible, with Deft. And given that he's a veteran, who tends to shot call more? I feel like in laning phase, Def tends to shot call more. And then when I tell him that I want to roam mid or something like that, Def will give me permission to go. And then when I just tell him and give info regarding, oh, I think it would be nice if you can stall the bot from recalling, then he just says, okay, I'll do that. And Kana, are you here with us? Yes. And in the second half of game 2, the gold difference was 10,000 gold, and then it actually went down to 4,000 gold. The entire situation was pretty funny, actually. There were 4 super minions top. But because the enemy had Baron buff, it just didn't really push in our favor. And we were just kind of having fun saying, wow, this really isn't working. But we knew that we were in danger at one point, but we tried to maintain our focus and make sure that we win.
결국은 승리로 마무리를 하셨기 때문에 이렇게 웃으면서 얘기를 나눌 수 있는 것 같은데요. 바이블 선수 2세트에는 POG 투표가 굉장히 많이 갈렸습니다. 혹시 보셨는지 모르겠는데
And Bible, not sure if you saw, but there was a lot of split votes for Game 2 POG votes. And everyone in your team received votes, but who do you think contributed to the victory the most? I feel like maybe Deft, because he was able to trade a lot with his ult, being able to win the second Drake fight, and being able to cut off their recalls. I feel like game 2 was basically Ziggs carry. I'm sure he is happy to hear that. Now, D plus Kia has their last match of the regular season, which will be on Saturday against Hanwha Life Esports. So what is your resolution? Even on stage, I feel like we have been showing what we're lacking in as Tweem and I believe we have a lot to brush up on team-wide. I hope that we're able to polish our performance and become even sturdier and stronger as a team. And lastly, Kana. There are a lot of fans supporting you, and they're very concerned about your health. If you'd like to say anything to them. I've been feeling a lot better, so I'm really thankful that you guys are all concerned about my health, but there's no need to worry. I know that our last match of the season is coming up, but I'll be there in person, on stage, offline, so we'll be back in our complete form.
전에 플레이오프 때도 저희한테 상체를
And given that
이렇게 또 이렇게 마지막에
our rival Hana Life is our last opponent,
네, 좋습니다. 롤파크에서 건강하게
we'll make sure
플레이하고
that we
있고요.
overcome
빠른 KO
all the
가겠습니다.
difficulties
네,
and
오늘
make sure that
발베
we
선수도 고생 많으셨고
get our
인터뷰
payback
감사합니다.
from the last
축하드립니다.
playoffs. And this will be the end of the interview with Kana and Bible, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely fantastic translation of the interview with both Kana remotely and Bible, who is here. Let's check out the standings here as Nongshim still in 7th place, as they do have that extra victory. And D+ moving back towards equal footing with Life Esports, who are yet to play their first game this week. So if they lose that, then there is a possibility that D+ are going to remain in touching distance. But with a victory for D+ against Life Esports, should mean that they could still leapfrog.
Yeah, that's the big one. And we'll see tomorrow, as per usual, basically every day this week, extremely important for the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DRX versus Bro, that one is so important for playoffs. But obviously for Gen G, you're still in the running for first. For Hanwha Life, trying to hold on to that 3rd place. It's a great day again tomorrow.
Everything matters. Like, every single match is incredibly meaningful for how these standings are going to end up towards the end. But for now, we're going to have to sleep on it. So we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Thank you so much for watching, as usual. Good night.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling for you. I'll keep falling. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I'm ready. Never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling.
저희 팀이 3등 하려고 모인 팀원들도 아니고 해서 더 잘해서 다 이기도록 하겠습니다.
더 세진 동부학살자예요. 하나생명 e스포츠 13잭스입니다.